Hello, friends, and welcome to the FACEIT League Season 4 Master Division Grand Finals Day. We have got 6 teams, 4 fantastic matches, and a lot of awesome plays ahead of us today. My name is Jeff. I am here with the Confucius of Collegiate, the one and only Kenobi, here to help me tell these awesome stories. Kenobi, I cannot wait to get into this. This is going to be an amazing day.
I can't either. It's going to be so great. We have so much action-packed Overwatch for these teams to come, and I'm happy to be here with you, Bull Skunk. I'm the Confucius of Collegiate. You're the Oracle of FACEIT League Masters, I think is what I'll say for you. So very excited to be here with one of the most knowledgeable people about all of these teams that we're going to have today, and we've got some bangers on the way, I hope. I'm crossing my fingers for everyone.
Oh, same. We're gonna start off. We've got 2 sets of matches for each region. We're gonna be sending 4 teams on over into the OWCS quals and crowning 2 champions here for Season 4 Master Division. Taking a look at your schedule. Oh, I mean, 6 teams. All of these teams are top tier. We're looking at a lot of next up talent across the board. Oh, man. Then we're going to kick things off here with Quick Esports taking on TA, and with this match is no exception. Winner of this one, of course, move on, as they're going to face Frosttails. So they're in that grand finals. And we've got some more stakes. It's not just the $7,500 prize money for first place here in Master Division. We've got some OWCS promotion relegation matches that these teams can qualify for as well.
Yeah, so right off the bat, I mean, with this matchup between Quick Esports and between TA, you already have some high stakes trying to get into that promotion relegation tournament that's going to be coming up for OWCS. And Jeff, what I've really loved about what I've been seeing so far with my research into the FACEIT League Masters is kind of the mix of this like new wave of talent that's coming through, and then also combined with that, there are some still veterans that are hanging around the scene, still trying to make something happen, getting into OWCS. So it's that nice mix of, it feels a little bit like Contenders, a little bit where there is that path to pro. So I'm really excited to kind of see the new up and coming talent, but also some of those players that I'm very familiar with, see if they can get back up into that OWCS and the highest level of professional Overwatch.
It has been a wonderful clash of experience. And here in 2025 in particular, we've introduced, now we have promotion relegation system. Our ecosystem has changed and evolved in such a wonderful place that it is. And it's really opened up some room. It's really opened up room for these young players coming up, for the next generation of Overwatch talent is starting to find its peak and is starting to become household names. And we're starting to pass the baton a little bit to some of these next up players. And that's, we're highlighting a lot of them here today. But you got to have the mix. You got to have those veterans there to guide them along, to keep blood pressures cool and heads calm through these high stake matches. So yeah, a lot of these teams are going to provide a mix of both, and I'm really looking forward to particular highlighting some of these young new stars.
Yeah, I think that you can kind of touch on something that's very interesting about like going through the bracket and stuff like that, and keeping heads, the pressure's on in a lot of these bracket scenarios, right? Especially like we're starting off right now when you have a battle to get into a relegation promotion tournament, right? Like there's a lot of pressure on these, and how many of these players, being so new as they are, how many of them have gone through these high pressure scenarios? You need those other players, those veterans to calm them down. It happens in like pretty much every sport, right? Where it's like you got to have the vets, so that 13th man on the bench, eventually it's going to be able to make some difference, having that person there. So I think that this is going to be something to look out for when we have these like new up and coming talent. They're always, it feels like with what I've seen so far with these teams, when the roster building happens, there is always that kind of like player that's been there for a while, done it for a pretty long time in this scene, in Overwatch in general, since the esports started, now coming up with the rest of those teammates.
It's so difficult. You got to. There's so many nuances. There's so much there's so much fire under you in the match time moment that it's easy for that to get in your head. We've seen it time and time again with young players where the nerves will get the better if you don't have that steel component to level it all out. Let's take a look and kind of focus in on our 2 teams here for this first match. We're going to start things off in a lower bracket final. So, we got Quick taking on TA today. This is a rematch here from earlier in the season. As you look at the top of this bracket, you'll notice Quick taking an early 3-0 and sending TA down into the lower bracket super early here in this tournament.
Yeah, I was talking with you a little bit earlier and like going through the regular season and like what's the tournament look like so far. TA was 14-1. They were 43-6 in terms of their maps, and them going out so early was a huge upset. And not only that, Bull Skunk, but going down in a quick 3-0 fashion, then having to fight a grueling 5-map series against, in that lower bracket, then going 3-1 again in that lower bracket. Like this TA team has been through a lot. which was a team that I think when I was talking with you about it, they were expected to go to the grand finals from the upper side. Now they're in the lower side, and they've been through a grueling lower side already. So now it feels like they've warmed up, and they want to get that grudge match against Quick, who, I mean, finessed them 3-0. Like, I think you were talking to me about it. It was a very quick 3-0 with a sub as well, which is against a Quick Esports team who we were talking about a little bit before, struggled coming into this tournament, and then creates one of the best matchups that they've had, that 3-0 against TA. They do lose to Frosttail Esports eventually, but now they are one win away from getting that relegation tournament, or promotion relegation tournament, going forward to face off against Frosttail. Again, they want their own salty run back through that lower bracket.
Oh, TA are hungry for it. And by the way, a quick 3-0. I see what you did there.
Rich rubs off on me a little bit.
Hey, I'm flattered. Yeah, you gotta bring the dad jokes. It's good. It's good. But like, I love that if you did the math on that, you're talking about TA goes 43-6 with dropping a series at 14-1. The math on that is they lost 3 maps in the other 14 matches they played here in the regular season. I mean, there's a reason we have these teams so highly rated, so favored, and that 3-0 from Quick was such an incredible upset. TA had beat them 3-0 prior in that regular season back in week 5, also a 3-0. Apparently, if they're going to win on between these two teams, it's going to be dominant. I don't expect that here. I expect this one today to go the absolute distance. But if we take a look back at the upper bracket semifinals where Quick were able to get the win, it was more than just, there's such an awesome story there as well, because Quick are missing one of their main starters. They had Snowdrop, who was a hot young up-and-coming hit scam player. I mean, just super impressed. PNR, the coach of Quick, got the starting spot and had an outstanding season. Played in that 3-0 win against SR Peak Check that you're seeing here at the top of your Quick Esports playoff history here. And then suddenly their star hit scam player has a medical emergency just before the TA match, just before the most important match of Quick season. They lose their hit scam player, and they got to pull up Zydra from the bench, who's not even super comfortable on the Sojourn. I mean, Zydra showed up, and the rest is history.
You could have fooled me, honestly, with what I've seen from Zydra so far. It felt like there was also a Cassidy pick that I think really caught TA off guard, that was really impactful in that series between them. But again, I think it's an incredible story for Quick that they lose kind of one of their star hit scan players, to a medical emergency, and then they still 3-0. Like, it was also a convincing 3-0. We have that meme in Overwatch where it's like, hey, the scoreline doesn't necessarily indicate how close the series was, yada yada yada, whatever. This one was a very clean 3-0, this one. So the scoreline does not fool you in this regard. So again, I'm very interested to see kind of what's going to be happening, because you're right, it's been 1-3-0, 1-3-0. Now in that lower bracket final that we have right here, this is where I feel like I at least I hope for just like the general, content for today. I hope that we have a much closer series between these two teams, because they're very familiar with each other now going through the bracket. This is where I think you have to kind of throw all of your cards on the table. And between them, I think it's going to be interesting kind of stylistically with what we're going to be seeing from two of these teams, because they seem both very set in their ways with how they want to play. And I think one of the things that I'm kind of the most interested in is the dive composition that we're going to be seeing from TA, because TA is very dive favorite. Like, they love the dive more so than anything else. And I think that is, in what I would imagine is the current state of Overwatch right now, map-dependent heroes are and compositions are very important, right? Like, maps dictate a lot. So when we go to hero ban and we go to pick ban for maps as well, that's something that, especially when I look at a team that is very compositionally not one note, I'll say, because they can obviously play other things, but favors a composition so highly, pick ban becomes super important.
Incredibly, much more so than if you're in kind of a mirror meta where you're constantly seeing the same 5 heroes play for both sides. In the state that Overwatch is in right now, the chess match and the amount of advantages you can get in the pick ban phase between hero bans and being able to control compositions that way, and then of course between the map picks and being able to decide how the battleground influences the compositions that are played, it becomes very powerful prior to even getting into the map.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the rosters here between both these teams that we're going to start things off. I think one of the for Quick Esports, as we start things off, you can see the rosters right here. Snowdrop was that player that unfortunately had to dip out because there was that medical emergency. But we were talking about a Bull Skunk. Willis, to me, is someone we have to be looking out for, I think, in terms of this match, in terms of this series, and just overall with the rest of the year, in terms of how Overwatch is going to be played with this team. Willis is fantastic to me. I think the Hazard is one of the probably best hazards I've seen based on what I was looking back in some of these matches beforehand. Like this tank
100%.
player does so much to create space for the rest of the team, to allow like the DPS to have good moments, to allow the supports to have that space to work with as well. Like the tip of the spear really for this Quick Esports team is Willis on this tank pick. It is usually the hazard that I see, but there is some other things that you can play with this Quick Esports team. I think the biggest thing that I would say is a weakness for this Quick Esports team is kind of the compositional diversity, which is something that TA also has, but if they can play this hazard composition and let Willis like have a lot of value in creating that space, engaging and making the dives work for the rest of the team, Quick Esports is a very difficult team to deal with if you can have that.
Yeah, I think Willis is not just a player to keep an eye on here for Quick, is a player to keep an eye on in all of EMEA. I fully anticipate Willis to be a future star of Overwatch and become a household name. I mean, just turned 17, actually played for Quick Esports prior, back in 2023, but was too young to play in Master Division, didn't meet the age requirements, but had the chops. Didn't recently, became of age, rejoins Quick Esports here for 2025, and Willis has been a absolute shining star of this entire region.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's going to be really reliant on the tank matchup, as we can, we talked about Quick Esports, now we can look at TA. And kind of when we talk about the matchup and like the hit scans being important, the tanks being important, I think dive also is something that we have to be looking out for, especially because if you are playing against like a team that is super reliant on like that dive that TA seems to be really, really, set on playing, holding that space and being able to create the space away from the dive team is kind of going to be the important thing to look out for, right? Because you have that ability to stand your ground and not let the dive really impact you so heavily. And that's what I'm going to be looking out for when I look at Quick Esports' team. Are they going to be able to soak up the pressure of the dive? And with how Willis is played, I think that ability to hold space should be able to give Quick Esports an advantage if they can play at their own tempo.
They've also got some wonderful experience, next up-and-coming talent, as well as veteran players to help keep the heads cool. You've got Natsuki and Yoham in this backline, both more experienced veteran players to kind of help dictate that and help protect through those dives and bring that more mental game. But speaking of cerebral, we take a look at TA. Tama is known for being one of the biggest brains in EMEA tank play right now.
Yeah, I think this TA team, like I was talking about how they like rely on the dive a lot, and it does. I mean, Tama is like very much playing chess in a lot of these matchups, and that's why I think the tank matchup is going to be so important, because it does feel like you have the cerebral play of Tama, who's coordinating these dives, and Willis, who's like very aggressive, very dynamic, being able to create and hold that space. I think that this is a team that they like to like swarm you like a nest of bees, right? They just get on you with those dives, very aggressive. They're crispy, they're clean a lot of the time with their dives. If they can get those dives set up, that's really where they have a lot of value. And to me, the biggest weakness of this team, a little bit like Quick Esports, is that they do have this very dive-centric play style, and it's kind of their most preferred composition. So now when we go to maps where dive doesn't necessarily work, are we forcing dive on a map that doesn't work? Are we going over to Malga or something like that, where you don't necessarily have the same amount of compositional value as you do when you're playing your best composition? That's really what's going to be looking out for me, because whenever I see TA play, they're always banning like anti-dive. They're banning Torb, they're banning Junkrat. They'll even ban Sojourn, because Sojourn is pretty adept at like getting away from dive and stuff like that. So this is a team that like very much will try their best to play dive at any point that they can. And if not, it does look a little bit less, less crispy as it does when they are on that dive composition.
I mean, that makes them kind of predictable. Like, there's no hiding what they want to do. There's no hiding what maps that they're going to want to play on, what heroes are powerful for them and powerful for their composition. I mean, it's obvious, and their opponents are going to know it going into it. It's just a matter of, can you stop it? Can at that point, can you still do anything about it? But I mean, 100% TA and Quick Esports have similar matchups in that regard, both very specialized in what they're good at, but everybody kind of knows what they're good at.
Yeah, I think one of the things also TA, when I was watching them in the lower bracket when they went to that 5-map series, was they struggle a little bit against the silly, where it's like if you're playing if you're playing Hammond, if you're playing Zarya, if you're playing these kind of things that aren't necessarily the most standard right now, they do kind of get a little bit off kilter in terms of like being able to set up that dives, right? Because when you're playing dive, you kind of want to go through your flow chart, right? You don't want anyone to mess you up, and then suddenly there's just a Hammond that just smacks you in the face and you can't do your dive anymore. So I think that that's something that, especially when we're in the lower bracket and Quick Esports has this knowledge now, that is something to kind of look out for. Does Quick Esports pull an ace out of their sleeve that we haven't seen before from them, that can take this dive off kilter? It's really going to be, I think, a chess match to who can break serve between these two compositions, because I expect them to kind of come out on what their standard is in terms of what they like to play the best, and then whichever team ends up winning, then it's about like, okay, how do we adapt in the mid set? How do we figure out a way to beat this composition, or do we have to just completely switch off of it? As we do have our first map, it is going to be Nepal, so it is control starting things off, and then when we go to these next couple of maps that are after that, it's going to be the loser's going to be able to pick maps. So again, when we have these two teams that are very compositionally, I'll say rigid. It's not necessarily the nicest way of putting it, but it does matter. Like, maps do matter a lot, as we already see the bans taken out here. It's going to be Farah, and it's going to be the Juno taken off the table.
Yeah, TA banning out the Juno rarely plays it. You almost exclusively see Takuno in the Ana. Takuno's got a super nasty Ana, one of the best in the region. So TA happy to ban out the newest support cast here for Overwatch. The FAR ban coming in from Quick is a little interesting. That one I'm not as confident on the reason behind this one, Kenobi.
I think it's a Nepal ban in particular. I think Farah's kind of always had like a little bit of a play in Nepal in particular. I think Juno is also a little bit of a Nepal ban, where it's like if you go to Village or something like that, it's very adept at like being able to speed around. It's also like, I think, good against the dive to an extent, where it's like you can use speed ring to disengage from a dive pretty effectively, and then when you don't have cooldowns as the dive team, you just go back in and you're just like you're SOL a little bit. So I think that these bans kind of make sense to where I'm starting things off. I think it won't change necessarily too much how the teams are going to play archetypically, where it is going to be probably, you know, the dive. There is possibility for rush because it's Nepal, right? Nepal, you know, you play Village, you can play dive, but a lot of people just play rush and just CP Tim onto point. So, you know, I think that that's definitely a possibility too.
It's such a small point. I mean, you just huddle up, and then, I mean, somebody's got to come attack you. You know, the dive controls the high ground. It's like, you can control the high ground all you want. We've got control of the objective. So,
you know I love high grounds. You know I love high grounds. So
I know you love high ground. You've always got the high ground.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be something, especially with this map in particular. When I look at Nepal, like, and you see the different types of sub-maps that we're going to be having, it is going to be a good litmus test, I think, for kind of what we're going to be seeing from these two teams in terms of if they're going to be forcing compositions, right? Because if we do go to Village and we're not seeing any brawl or anything like that, then it's like, okay, well, these two teams don't really want to diverge from what they're playing currently. So I think that it'll be a good indicator kind of what we're going to be seeing from these two teams. And again, that tank matchup between Tama, one of the most cerebral players like you talked about, and then Willis, who I think is going to be able to really be a nuisance on the team. I think that those two tanks are going to kind of be the focal points, and then that's really going to allow the rest of the teams behind them, you know, the hit scans are going to be very impactful as well, because we don't, especially because Farah's not here, there's no, you know, ability to play that hero. Now it's going to be mostly on like Sojourn. Tracer, I think, on the side lane, going to be incredibly valuable as well.
It does, when you take the FAR out of the equation, and your DPS can just kind of go back into the tried and true, kind of fall in. I mean, the Tracer Sojourn has continued to be the preferred DPS duo. At least that's kind of the benchmark. You know, we kind of gauge everything off the Tracer Sojourn, and do we adjust from that? Does a player tend to favor the Genji, or do we favor an Ashe off of that? But, you know, with the FAR band out, like you said, it's gonna be back into that tried and true. I don't expect too much difference. Dip does tend to favor the
Genji a little bit.
The Genji more, where Gucci slash Peekaboo, I think it's gonna be Peekaboo in game, tends to favor the Tracer. So, but that other than that, we'll see.
Yeah, I think they kind of operate a little bit similarly. I think Genji kind of plays a little bit more of like an old flex tank, kind of being able to create that space on the side lane, hold a little bit, instead of something like Tracer. Tracer's just kind of like a nuisance to like play and like deal with the backline a little bit in those regards. So that would be an interesting dynamic if we do see a Tracer versus Genji matchup. I think the other thing that we have to talk about is that the previous series that we saw between these two teams, it was a Cassidy that really made the difference. Coming, I believe it was from Zydra?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Zydra was able to play the Cassidy and play it very effectively, right? So is that something that TA is going to be aware of, that's going to be a potential to deal with them, especially with how well Zydra piloted it in the past? But I think it probably is going to be more of the standard Sojourn and stuff until someone like aggressively forces them off of it into something else.
I mean, we'll see. The Cassidy definitely caught TA off guard in that matchup. Zydra went on to have most damage 2 of the 3 maps in that 3-0, one of which was like a 20k just over the top performance, you know, in that 3-0 upper bracket qualifier, quarterfinal. I mean, in that 3-0 from Quick. And so, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they just come right out of the gate with it. I mean, the way Zydra performed in that series, it wouldn't have surprised me to see a Cassidy ban right here out of the gate. That's the kind of impact Zydra had in that series.
Yeah, I think, I mean, especially if TA wants to play the dive, Cassidy's like, a very good ban against the dive, so I think that that's definitely something that we have to keep an eye out for as we go into our next series after this, but we are going to finally get going on to Nepal. You can stop looking at our faces, and we're going to look at some great Overwatch right here between these two teams. Dip already asking for Widow Mirror. Don't think we're going to be seeing that one, Bull Skunk. Just throwing that out there.
I mean,
chat is not hidden.
Yeah, chat is not hidden. William says yes. That's TA's coach.
They don't know green square, green square, green square.
I also like how it's the flex DPS player is the one who's offering for the Widow duel there.
Looks like we are going to be starting out. So Tama is going to be on the Winston, so this kind of tells me at the start we're going to be seeing a little bit more of that dive center. I mean, it is, you know, we're coming out of spawn. We're not ready just yet. If there's anything I know still after casting Overwatch, don't talk about the team comps until they come out just yet, but I think with these two teams, you can definitely take. And it's going to be Willis on the D.Vas, so kind of going to be counteracting that ability to hold that high ground against the Winston a little bit better than something like a Hazard.
And it's a little bit more of a comfort pick, particularly with how proficient Tama is and how polished Tama is on the Winston. Not surprised to see Willis not opt into that mirror. Can kind of play around the Winston a little bit more. Right now, just Zyzra sitting here does come out on the Cassidy.
Yeah, but it's a nice pick already from Peekaboo taking down Dip. That means that the Tracer can play a little bit more aggressive without the threat of dealing with another Tracer on the other side, and that's going to be a lot of space that's going to be taken here by TA, and that should be able to get them that point if they can coalesce back onto the team.
Quick Esports doing a good job of stalling it out there. Yeah, Gucci able to steal out that first control. Natsuki tried to come contest, but Zydra with a pick on Takuno. This might just swing it the other way. The sustain now just gone. And TA just dips off of its point. No pun intended on that. We are going to get a last second contest as Peekaboo and Alba show back up here. Little duel on the point. Suzu has to be used. Zydra's able to find one of those stallers, and then Gucci's out, and we're going to get the flip.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Cassidy already getting a lot of value. I mean, there's Zydra taking out Takuno very early. That means there's basically no healing left with just the Lucio, and that, you know, TA tried to come back into that fight and just get as much percentage as they could. Only got it to 19%. Now you're taking up for Quick Esports, who have control. You have the Kitsune Rush available, so this dive is going to be very difficult for TA to pull off. They have to be very careful, because if you dive into this team with Kitsune Rush, you're not really going to get anything, as Zydra again finds another pick at the start, and it feels like we're seeing exactly what happened live in form of what happened in that upper bracket, where it was that 3-0, and Zydra on this Cassidy is taking names.
Yeah, second verse, same as the first so far. I mean, you know, small sample size were early into this first sub-map, but this is the story of Zydra on the high ground. Can they dislodge? Tama kind of tries to get some space there in that center area. He's going to get a nano boost engaged in here. Little peel back from Wills to help protect the high ground, and Tama just has nowhere to go. Can't risk moving forward. Finally decides to go try to attack in. Now there's that Kitsune Rush over the top. Not thrown onto the point, but actually up on the high ground. I think there's a little bit down low for some dual actions. Zydra once again in the fade. Is going to find Lauren early. Dip keeping the stables clear and Quick keeping control of this point.
Yeah, and I know we knew a lot about the ability of, you know, Cat or High Noon to be able to be a zoning ultimate, but there it really worked out well as the Soundbreaker comes through, and actually Tama commits Primal Rage to this, doesn't find a lot of value, and Quick Esports just feel like they're so in control right now of everything they want to do. TA don't really have a foot to stand on right now. If you look at how they've been trying to make these dives happen, they haven't had a clean one like we've seen previously with this game.
Not be able to find any way to get to the high ground. Tama's going to try it over the right-hand side, and it's going to be an overclock out of Warren. See if they can open it up. Still nothing on the board. Warren comes up with butt kiss off of that OC. Needed it to get something, and Dip is going to move in. Finds the flank and the kill. The pulse almost prevented Wells to get back in mech. Not quite. Dive in from Tama. Sound barrier fading from TA, and it's the last ultimate they have here in a 99-19 fight. Tama's going to find Johan through this, but Zydra just cleans up. We're down to 3 players left. Kuchi with an opportunity, gets a defect. But can't overcome Zydra and Dip. Still Tama's here, low stick. Gonna put Tama back in spawn. Is there anybody left? I feel like everybody's just watching a respawn timer right now.
Yeah, there was no support throughout all that fight, but that pick actually from the Tracer getting onto Tama with that pulse bomb actually is going to make a lot of difference. That means that there's going to be no way for Quick Esports to be able to hold this, and TA can be able to get back into this one. There is going to be a Kitsune Rush available from Yoham to come back into this, and TA have nothing to deal with it. The Nano needs to come out from Takuno soon.
Oh, could she try to stall out? Couldn't quite get there once again. Tama is back at this point. Oh! Won't even let him touch. Don't even get a chance at a fight.
That's going to be unfortunate. Really good, I mean, positioning from Willis as well. I think that this was really, really well played from Quick Esports altogether. The one thing that like really shown to me was that one dive engage that we saw with the nano boost, and then there was the high noon used by Zydra just to zone off. Like that nano boost got no value whatsoever. And I talked about it a little bit how we meme about high noon being a zoning ultimate. There it like did exactly what it needed to do. That completely no value off of a nano Winston, which is what you need for a composition like this, right? You want to continue to cycle those ultimates.
Quick, they're going to go more ground and pound. Dip goes into the anti-dive.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this decision making. Look at all these heroes. They're basically going to make sure that Winston doesn't get to have fun. Tama does not get to have fun throughout most of this so far. They have to be so crisp and clean with these dives, and effective as already. Never mind if you can get an anti-nade onto Dip, and that means no Torbjorn. Tama gets a nice engage as well, and that's really how you're going to be able to beat this Quick Esports anti-dive.
Room up top, and Dip has gotten set up over there. Rotation from Alba and Takuno to try to come shut this down. Cannot give up all that free space, and I'm fluffy.
I also fluffy. I also.
Well,
we're back.
We know what's going on here.
We were here all along. In my mind's eye, we'll radiocast the rest of it as Dip actually manages to find a couple, and I mean, I imagine what happened there was we saw the rotation a little bit before the you know, before we lost the feed. They did a really good rotation. I think that was very smart from them. They like from Quick Esports rather, they were able to slowly walk out, rotate effectively, and use that side room in the enclosed areas so that the dive couldn't get a lot of value. In those enclosed areas, you're going to get a lot more with the Cassidy, with the Torbjorn, and then you can out-rotate the enemy team. And now this is where it becomes difficult for the TA team to get out of this little chokehold because you have so much spam potential with the Torbjorn. And where does the dive really end up going?
Thomas going to pop the Primal Rage. By the way, TA did use that important nano boost throughout that last losing engagement as well. Willis is getting hit a Pulse Bomb, but Alba's going to take down Dip. Thomas finds some value with the Primal. He's really gotten Quick contained in that mini room. Not allowed him to get out, but Sydra's still here and still collecting names. There's 3 players left for Quick. TA holding back. I believe there's 3 here for TA as well, but they just don't have the positioning to move on to this point.
Willis is schmooving and grooving right now on this D.Va. I haven't seen a nade hit. I haven't seen a pulse bomb hit since Willis has switched over to this D.Va. It's working out so well for this team, and now you have the Kitsune Rush as well when TA tries to make this dive, and if they're going to be using the overclock, like how are you going to be able to get anything done?
Oh, Lord's going to pop that OC immediately out of the back corner. Quick's just going to get right in their face. Who actually wins the duel over what should be their counter. And TA doing a good job of just kind of avoiding the Kitsune Rush for now. Now we'll try to respond with a rally, but they've lost Gucci on the approach. Self-destruct to help. Try to get Wills back in mech, but no shot. Toma's going to take him down. Much needed pick, and Takuno's going to stack another one on top of it. Just when TA looked like they're on the back foot, they managed to strike back. Potentially take this point. There's Tama with the kill.
Yeah, they should get it. They're going to be able to get it. They do get it to 90%, so that it is going to be basically last fight territory for them once they win. They do have a sound barrier as well from Natsuki to be able to deal with this nano-boosted Winston that most likely is going to be coming in this next fight. But again, when you have Zydra on this Cassidy, using that high noon is going to be so effective to just zone off the Winston if they try to make this engagement. And then once that cooldown is gone, that's when you can use sound barrier to get a little bit aggressive and just overwhelm TA.
Esports approaching bridge side. Looks like in full force. Nano boost, TA coming out early. There is the that I just as anticipated. Force Tama on the outside and now try to engage in the lack of cooldown. But the rotation from Tama doesn't make it. What an intercept from Willis. Willis makes the read and beats Tama to the Mega to find the pick.
And that's 1% away from the Primal Rage as well. So close from Tama, but we'll have it to come back and recontest here if they want to try to do so, and they have to. It's last fight territory.
They hit up to 99. Sydra's gonna pick off 2 before they even get close. The Primal Rage was popped, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough to keep TA in this fight. They're fighting from such a deficit, and Quick will 100% clean up. No casualties here in this final fight. And this yellow bar is going bye-bye. Quick Esports start with a 1-0 here in your lower bracket finals.
And I mean, we talked about it a little bit. This is like which team is going to be able to break serve first, and this is Quick Esports. I mean, figuring out the dive pretty much like throughout all of that. Like TA had a foothold a couple of times, but for the most part, Quick Esports just maneuvered so well around it with the way that they were playing the anti-dive, just so effective with the Torbjorn, with the Cassidy as well. Zydra looks phenomenal. I think it's actually potentially worth a ban at this point. Like, especially if it's going to be TA continuing to play dive for the most part. I think you really have to be thinking about taking this Cassidy away from this player who is phenomenal on that map, but just the entirety of Quick Esports, the way that they were rotating around the dive, the way that they were making these engagements. I mean, Willis just finding that pick onto Tama at the very end, 1% away from a Primal Rage. If that Primal Rage is there, maybe that fight looks completely different. Just really, really good stuff from Quick Esports.
I mean, the raid, knowing as soon as the pressure went into Tama to force them on the outside, immediately Willis makes the move to go get the intercept, immediately knows that the one escape route that Tama had, Willis is there to cut it off. Not only dies 1% to Primal, but like one step away, the body falling onto the Mega. That's always the worst, when you ragdoll onto the Mega.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I couldn't have done this a second earlier. But again, I mean, I think the way that they just Quick Esports maneuvered around this dive was really, really fantastic. Specifically, I mean, all the entirety of the day, but I mean, just the way that they were using like High Noon as a way to negate negate the dives coming in from nano boosted Winstons. That means Tama isn't able to get value. Like, and we saw it make a difference, right? If Tama isn't High Nooned in that fight, you know, you potentially get that last percent that gets you into Primal Rage, that gets you to be able to cycle a fight win like that. Just really, really heads up play altogether from Quick Esports, deserving of that first win. And now it's going to be up to TA to figure out, okay, how do we deal with this in pick ban? Because it's like, you know, do we got to ban Cassidy? Do we got to start banning Torbjorn? Like, where do we really feel that we can get a foothold in this match?
I mean, I think you got to ban the Cass at this point. This is 4 maps in a row. I mean, if we're going back to upper bracket quarterfinals, Midwest semifinals, the upper bracket match. I mean, this is basically 4 maps in a row of the Cassidy giving you an enormous amount of problems. And I mean, I mentioned, I was kind of surprised we didn't see it come out, you know, in Nepal. I'm surprised they didn't open up with the Cass ban. At this point, I think it's a must. I think it's a must.
I think it's a must as well. I do have to give a lot of a lot of credit to the supports as well, because of the way that they were able to peel, especially against like a dive heavy composition like that. Like, I think that, you know, supports don't necessarily get the love sometimes, especially if it's like Kiriko Lucio. It's like, you know, you're not showing up into the kill feed too much. You really only get known for Ajaxing or something like that, right? But I think the supports did a fantastic job of just making Tama's life miserable. Like, I talked about how with the composition that we saw from Quick Esports, Tama doesn't get to have fun unless there's a nade and they can get like a good engagement and really, really get value there. But if Willis is on the Diva eating every single nade, taking that space away from you, not playing something a little bit faster than what we saw with the Ramatra, and also that's another thing where they saw the Ramatra wasn't working and just instantly were like, okay, we're getting off this. It's not worth it. And that's, I mean, good heads up play from them, adapting immediately and not letting that percentage tick up and trying to buy back in with a composition you just know isn't going to work.
Another thing to consider here is exactly what I see on the board is the Diva ban. That was the other thing I was just about to throw out is maybe you don't actually attack the Cass, but it was that swap. You attack Willis, who's, you know, we're touting as one of the strongest players in this entire division, this entire region. You know, take that big chess piece off the table.
Yeah. Because, I mean, you saw the thing about Willis now is Willis is going to have to play probably something like Hazard, I think, is like something Willis is very good at. And if we're going to be seeing, you know, the Ana coming out mostly from Takuno, if it is going to be the Ana, that means like Hazard doesn't fight well against Ana, right? And neither does it. You don't have a lot of ability to negate something like an anti-nade, and that's really where, when we saw success coming in from Quick Esports, anti-nades were hitting from Takuno. And now, without the Diva, you kind of have a little bit of a better air. And that's why we're going to see the Ana ban. I think this is a fantastic ban from Quick Esports. They know that if the Ana was kind of the thing that was really, really impactful, take it off the board. That means Hazard gets to be played a little bit easier here because you don't have to be worried about anti-nade just blowing you up. So good heads-up play from Quick Esports. And this is the chess match we were talking about, where it's like, okay, both of these teams have taken away now the best thing that we have currently. And now we're going to be from the other team, and now we're going to be seeing some switches.
Very smart. Love it. And Takuno has such a mean Ana. Like, that's not only is that an important cornerstone piece of the composition and the way TA likes to work, but I mean, you're talking about just mechanically, you're taking out one of the, you know, their strongest players off of their best hero.
Yeah, and now it's like, now it's super interesting to me what TA is going to do, because TA has to, if they are going to be continuing to play dive, and like we have to decide what the map is as well, because that's something else we have to take into consideration, you know, with compositions. But like, you know, what do we do with the dive now? Like, do we have to play, you know, Juno? Are we playing Juno Lucio? Or because Ana is like kind of key to what we saw from TA being so successful, and like where do we get some changes now in that regard? Do we, you know, Kiriko I think is also something you can play alongside the Lucio as well. That might be an option for them, but realistically, I mean, these were two very smart bans, and we're going to be going to Numbani next, which, I mean, if TA is the team that's picking, obviously they want to go to a very favorable Winston map, and this is definitely one of them. And now, because the Diva's not there either, do you have to, you know, play a Winston mirror here? Are you going to play Hazard still? You don't have necessarily the same amount of vertical mobility on that hero as you do in something like instantly like a Winston. So the chess moves are great from both these teams. Like they're playing at a very high clip in terms of just the IQ right now. And but I'm interested to see like how this is going to work in terms of team compositions, because we saw on that first map, pretty much I don't think we'll see like entirely the same composition.
Not at all. And I do know TA have been known to run the Lucio Curie with the Winston. Just because the Ana is banned out doesn't mean that they're going to change their entire game plan. We'll most likely just run the Lucio Curie with the same front line that we saw back.
If they're picking Numbani, they're playing Winston. Like there's no way you pick this map.
You're just going to run Lucio Curie with the Winston. Like that's just. I mean, and they're hoping that Quick Esports will match, right? I think that's what they're hoping. They're hoping that Willis will opt into the Winston mirror against Tama right here. Another important thing to note is they had the entire breadth of game types to choose from here. They can choose from whatever. They didn't have to choose hybrid. They can choose from whatever they wanted, and that's Numbani was the pick of the entire breadth of maps available here for TA.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good Winston map, and I think that, you know, kind of going into this one, is there going to be, I think Pharah is also something, because we did see it banned earlier, and this is, Numbani is a map where you can see the Pharah as well. I'm not necessarily so certain about that one. I think on the defensive end, you can kind of still pilot it. If my knowledge of Overwatch is still up to date, I think it's still like viable in that regard. But I think that, again, this is probably going to be something where we don't see too much changes in terms of what we see from TA. I'm really interested to see what Quick Esports do, because I feel like, to me, it's like screaming like Hazard for Willis, because you can't play the Diva, and this is a map where vertical mobility does matter a ton. Like, I don't think we'll see like Malga or anything like that. Like, to me, I think the best, maybe there'd be like a ball would be like the only other thing that I could think about, and that is something that TA does struggle against when they did play in that lower bracket. The ball was something that really caught them off guard, the Zarya as well. So if Willis is as like depth and you know, the hero ocean is there are maybe some things that you can bring to the table that is like an ace up your sleeve, because you kind of got to do it now. You're in the lower final. There's nothing after this if you lose.
I don't feel like I've ever seen much Willis ball, right? It's not, as opposed to like Waspo, no. You know, Ostrix is a notorious ball player. Like, as a ball one trick, has videos of all the ball tech. Like, that was the opponent that gave, you know, TA a lot of trouble in that lower bracket, but it's such a unique style team. I don't expect to see that. I don't think I've ever seen a wrecking ball out of Willis. The Hazard is probably the best guess here, but it's all just speculation. But I mean, it anticipate that. I would anticipate the Hazard comps.
It is what I always say is, like, to play ball, you got to be a ball player. You know, you got to know how to play ball. There's no like in between. You're either a great ball or you don't play ball. Like, there's no in between unless you're Fate from Overwatch League and you learn it in like 2 months and you're just the best ball in the world, right? But we can't all be Fate. So if Willis like just has it as an ace up their sleeve, it's possible. But like, again, it is very much a hero that requires a lot of nuance and a lot of understanding to pilot. So I think that definitely for me, Hazard is what comes to mind in terms of this map in particular. I think if you're TA, you're running Tama on Winston, you don't pick this map if you're not going to be playing Winston. And I think the Diva ban was also a very good choice because it was something Willis was so good at. It's also very good on this map to counteract Winston. So, and I mean, on top of that, I think we could also just see a straight up Winston mirror. I wouldn't put it past Willis to play that either.
No, and Willis has definitely got a good monkey on him. And again, I think that's what TA are hoping. I think TA are hoping that they're going to see Quick on that Winston here with the defense. TA, of course, starting us off in the red outlines to go on the attack. So they get to kind of wait and see and adjust on their attack.
Please bring out. Oh,
I know.
I was hoping. Come on.
Unfortunately, right, it's just not in a good spot, my friend. I know.
That would have been that would have been so sick if they brought that out. But I think this is like good understanding from Quick Esports in terms of the DPS that they're bringing out the Cassidy and bringing out the Torbjorn. Again, very good at anti-dive. It feels like if they know that TA is going to be playing the Winston, these are probably the two, like one of the two best anti-Winston's heroes that you can bring to the table. Especially you're going to have dip on that Torbjorn, being able to make it difficult for TA and the Tracer to move in those side angles. You can cover them very effectively, and For TA, it's going to have to be them being very, very careful with these dives when they make them, because if they move out of position once or twice, they can just get instantly blown up by the amount of anti-dive pressure that we see from
TA. That is Gucci on the Tracer, by the way, for TA, using a streamer mode like a bad gamer. So, just keep that in mind. Yeah, this is Gucci on your screen right now. Push it. I love the positioning, though. That is a dangerous spot, and with Gucci that far entrenched under the backline, it's going to open up some space. Thomas is able to make it up to the high ground, and Willis has a tough decision to make. Ooh, Takuno with an opening kick on that backline. We are going to see that Kiri. Willis hunts him down. What's Takuno doing up there?
Yeah, I think that Takuno TP'd actually over back to where the Tracer was and never managed to find their way out, but it looks like the Swarm is coming in, and Tama getting taken down incredibly low, needs the heals, but there isn't the Kiriko there, so ends up getting absolutely blown up, and that's going to be a fight loss for TA and Quick Esports with this anti-dive working so effectively right now, and that's tragic if you're Lauren right there. That is not something you want to see a POV of on broadcast. That's not going in the montage.
Well, we'll show that one a few more times just because it's extremely embarrassing.
Yeah, it'll be in the replays. I for sure Prod's gonna put that in the replays. I can guarantee it.
Well, good news for TA. They're coming up, perhaps not some ultimates here for this next fight. I'm really looking at that orbital ray more than anything to try to get him some space on this objective. Interesting, very split approach. It's got like one player going in from each side. It's gonna be the Deadeye to try to zone out this force with Esports towards the coastal side. Where Thomas moving up to the high ground to try to move on to Zydra, but Alba's just by themselves up there. No cover, no peel, easy pickings there for Willis and Zydra.
Yeah, this just feels like a surgeon that just completely is dissecting their corpse right now, right? Because every time that TA's trying to make this like engagement, they're just being surgically dismantled by Quick Esports. It's so hard for TA to really get that foothold, and look at Quick Esports, 5 ultimates in their back pocket to deal with whatever TA is going to throw at them here. If you try and dive on, you got a Molten Core just to throw down Downpour as well. Like, how do you even beat this?
I certainly don't know what to say. Thomas is going to be the cerebral here. We need something genius. We need a 200 IQ attack out of Tama and TA. Give me the Deadeye from Zydra. Launch on coastal side. Molten Core thrown in down on the back of point, and Dip gets 2. Takuno tries to swift step in to help Gucci out, and they both end up watching a respawn timer.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to do this thing where they're sending the Tracer and they're sending the Kiriko behind the team to be able to deal with, like, you know, and force some movement from Quick Esports. But Quick Esports is doing a great job of just having Dip play by himself and being able to just win a 1v2 like that as the Kitsune Rush comes in from both teams.
Partially blocked by the wall. Downpour doesn't look like it got blocked by the bubble as well. Orbital from Alba's on the high ground, and once again a very split. Now it's Willis trying to see if they can dissect, but Thomas beat him to the punch, doubling down. Duel in the back line, Susan to save it. Takuno gets the kill onto Zydra. That might be just what TA needed to push this over the line. Primal Rage out from Tama at the moment. The supports move up to the high ground and try to support what remains on this objective. Willis coming in to try to recontest, but there's just too much damage. Not going to get it. And TA will finally...
They're going to try to get back on.
We're going to get back into this thing. Warren's going to Deadeye to try to keep Willis off. Willis is low. Dancing around the bubble. Thomas should be able to bring him down. The heals are too good.
The bubble was fantastic there. I mean, cut off completely all of the healing, and now Thomas being able to hold this positioning very effectively. Lauren takes on Natsuki. That's a lot of healing lost. High noon from Zydra trying to buy back into this fight. Doesn't manage to find anything, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, Gucci's able to find a pair. Expensive fight for both teams. I mean, it took TA all of their time as well. They had to spend everything, including their entire time bank.
Yeah, and I think now they're going to be going, Tama's going to be actually going over to, it's weird that they're going to be matching up directly onto this matchup with the, I mean, with the Hazard, it makes sense, a little bit more sense here because there's not that much high ground to play around on this particular part of the map, and it's a little bit easier to pilot around specifically the Cassidy and also the Torbjorn. You're not as vulnerable as you are on something like the Winston, so I like this change actually coming in from TA, going off of what their comfort is.
I think they were trying to force Quick to take their mirror, and TA ends up taking Quick's mirror instead. See if Tama can pull the candle to Willis's Hazard. Good fight position for Takuno to provide some side damage. Multiple coming out from this defense. Just sort of right down Main Street. God, that may just painted the streets. That is all over the place. Fighting up TA. TA are able to regroup through score to now converge onto this Kitsune Rush, and all guns pointed up Main Street. But unfortunately, Zydra is able to cut down Alba and just Kiriko heals left for this attacking team as an orbital comes in from the defense. The counter punch from Quick, trying to push forward. Good peel from TA. Oh, but Tama gets caught by the wall. What a jagged wall out of Willis to deny the heals, to deny the retreat, and another fight win from Quick.
Good tempo as well from Quick, knowing that Alba is not in that team fight because Zydra took him down so early. That means that Yoham gets a free orbital ray to go in that re-engage and are able to tempo out a win. And now it's only 1 minute left for TA, and with where the card is about Wolfskunk, I mean, this is probably, they get 1, maybe 2 more fights left at this, but the Natsuki needs to find a way to get to this rally, but it's Lauren that actually ends up going down to a high noon from Zydra.
Showdown, okay, Corral going in Zydra's favor. Been our cast champion past 2 times these teams have met. So just a small regroup, and this is going to take this down to a potential last fight here, Kenobi.
This also, that's Natsuki with that high noon. Natsuki's able to get this rally, so they're going to be able to deal with this orbital ray coming in from Alba.
Well on the corner. Tama has moved into the Mega. It's going to be the downpour. You can try to counteract. What a downpour! Alba just gets shut down immediately. The rally almost seems superfluous at this point. Icing on the cake of another flawless fight win for Quick.
Yeah, Willis played that so fantastically well. A downpour completely cuts out Alba. I mean, really just well played. Sneaks up on him, and now it's just TA with just, I mean, they have the Kitsune Rush available to them. That's going to be great, but you have a Molten Core that's going to be able to do a lot in terms of just negating TA's advancement here.
Put that eye from Lauren here to start things off. Molten Core thrown right in front of the point. Tama's going to slow this down. Looking to try to turn the corner and get this Kitsune Rush all the way down the street towards the back of the cap would be ideal. Wait for the lava to fake. Keep an eye for Zarge trying to work on that left flank. Regroups as the attack comes in from Tama onto the back line. Downpour's gonna find, oh, just one. Natsuki was able to block it, but still can't escape the blade from Gucci. Now Gucci goes in, trying to chase the Torb, won't find it. Another orbital up here from Yoham on the defense, and Dede's gonna take down Lauren. Zydra's got both DPS in this fight. TA have run out of teeth. I don't know how they're gonna get this done.
Yeah, I mean, this is really fantastic macro from Quick Esports, the way that they played that. They used the Molten Core very early in that team fight when TA were trying to aggress with the high noon. You talked about how they wanted to, you know, throw that Kitsune Rush directly right down the, you know, right down Main Street. But because they used the Molten Core so early, that let Yoham get towards the orbital ray, which was the biggest thing that changed that team fight. They were about, I think when that fight started, 20% away from it, but because the Molten Core was used, because they bought that time, and because they were able to take enough damage but play on that knife's edge where it just got that last 20% for Yoham, that made the difference, and that's just very good, calm, cool, and composed macro play coming in from Quick Esports.
God, so many of these fights are on a knife's edge. Where it's that 1 millisecond difference. If Yoham doesn't get that orbital up, they lose that fight. A very different fight. If Dip doesn't have that Molten Core, we're looking at a very different fight. Man, this feels like just millimeters between the difference between these two teams.
And that's, I mean, so that's something that I learned, like I saw from Quick Esports is Little, when they play these like mid fights, they're like very calm and collected when they like kind of have an understanding of like when we're going to be able to push our boundaries. They like, again, playing on such a knife's edge where you're taking so much damage, and like I think there was like a 2-man downpour from Tama that actually managed to get something, managed to get 2 people, but the kills weren't there, and that did enough damage to let Yoham get to that orbital ray. I mean, just really, really good heads-up clutch play, as TA is actually going to be bringing in the Pharah on the defensive. This is something I talked about a little bit, where you can play the Pharah on the defensive end with how good Zydra has been playing. I worry about Pharah players. With how, like, because I think it's very difficult to pilot around someone who's playing at such a high level when it comes to that hit scan.
And don't forget, Cass's range got increased by 5 meters here recently, and that 5 meters is enormous. Oh, Lord, filling the business end of that extra range, and that Zydra's first blood here for Quick's attack. Dive up to the high ground, and oh yeah, the ground far is not where you want to be. Gucci trying to back away, but there's no more teammates left. This is a one and done on point A for Quick.
Yeah, this is very quick. And I mean, they're going to have such a huge time bank going into second. I don't even think there's a way for TA to get back into this one. They're actually just, I think, going to forego it. Play Orisa on the defensive end here. I mean, it's going to be good to deal with a lot of the poke that's going to be coming through. But I mean, to be honest, like, it feels like TA are just floundering a little bit in terms of what they want to play, because they've been forced off of a lot of what made them so strong with that dive composition. Now it seems like Quick Esports have such a ridiculously high tempo to start moving forward and be aggressive with 5.5 minutes in their time bank just to get it about 3/4 of the way to second.
And this guy is just trying to corral, put some entry damage, and make Quick Esports think twice about approaching this corner. And it does force him back to the previous corner, buying some space. But look at Dip. Dip has moved all the way into this backline, right in front of the box of victory. A lot of pressure now. It's like 4 players from TA chasing Dip, and they still won't die. Look at gorgeous Suzu who missed all of that. TA going. They eventually hunt down Dip, but so much space has been created that, well, I was going to say Willis has moved up close, but so much damage being thrown in that all that space has just immediately been taken away by Gucci, and a beautiful kill on the Zydra.
Yeah, but they're going to have to string together a lot of these fights because there's still 5 minutes left in their time back. And if you lose one fight here, I mean, there's no respawn advantage for you whatsoever. You have to win every single fight crisp and clean in the neutral beforehand. They do have some key ultimates coming up for themselves, but again, they have to do a lot of work.
Early order from you. I am on this spike, going right over the objective. Gets an air rush thrown in, but Tama goes down. Caught in the downpour. Beautiful headshot. Pair of headshots. Both supports are gone. Quick Esports have 3 sights back into a match point. It is clean sailing from here into a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Quick Esports are playing so fantastic right now, and it feels like TA have been found out with that dime composition. No way to get that touch with the peel, and that's going to be Quick Esports, like you mentioned, taking a 2-0 lead on match point, 1 win away from that promotion relegation tournament. I mean, this is what we talked about a little bit with TA, Bill Skunk, was, you know, when you're forced off the dive, like, what do? There's a lot of really good anti-dive heroes, and you can only ban one thing. Right? You can only ban one. You like, do you ban Cassidy? Do you ban Torb? Like, there's so many options that it seems like you've brought to the table for Quick Esports to beat the dive composition. Like, it's going to be very hard for TA because that was a map also that's very Winston favored. Like that's a map for their comp, and they weren't able to win, and it was a very convincing 2-0 from Quick Esports.
Smart bans. I mean, smart bans. I think taking the Ana out of the equation, I think was really hurt TA on that attack. I mean, the Ana is so powerful, and part of that Winston favorite method is Noombani. So really smart ban there. And then, you know, Quick to try to play their game. It ends up with Quick just in all of their comfort picks, and TA kind of feeling like they're having to play some suboptimal picks in their own right.
Yeah, it feels like TA are always playing catch-up at this point, where it's like, okay, like Quick Esports have found them out pretty much in terms of like what they're going to be playing compositionally. You're seeing some Pharah come out just to try and make something different, but it feels like, again, Quick Esports just have such a good idea of how to beat this dive composition with the anti-dive that they're playing, and TA don't have a foothold to deal with. So I think that I knew it was going to be in the replay package. I think that now it's like, okay, we have to, if we have any aces up our sleeve if we're TA, if we have any like compositions that we haven't brought out, is there something new that we have to see? Because we've seen a lot from TA, I mean, in terms of like being able to move over to like the hazard and things like that, but it just, none of it seems to have worked. And Quick Esports are in a very good position, because even if they were to hypothetically lose the next map, they get to pick the other two. If we go to a map 5, so they're in such a great position, not only in just the series, but if there were, you know, something that happened bad in this next one, they would be able to just be, you know, have serve, being able to pick whatever map, and then you can just take them to any anti-Winston map you want, and you're like, okay, we're feeling good.
And not only that, you've gotten out 2 important bans already. Like, you know, maybe we see a Cass or a Hazard ban, but I think TA are running out of weapons in that regard too.
Yeah, I think you got to ban Cass at this point with how well Zyger's playing it. Like, I thought, like, not that the bans this round in particular were bad either. Like, I think that they was really smart to, you know, get rid of the Deeb at that point, take it away from Willis and B to try to play. But I think that, like, the Cassidy from Zydra has been so good that, and it's so good against the dive that, like, take it off the table at this point. Like, I think that's probably what I would be if I was a coach, which I am not. I'm plat, but that's where I would be going.
Hey, just a reminder, friends, Zydra isn't even the starter for this squad. They're starting to hit scan, not able to play here in this bracket. Zydra called in off the bench just before the upper bracket quarterfinals. Hadn't started in like 2 months. And it comes here and puts up this kind of performance here in the postseason. Unreal. It is so awesome to see. Yeah. Unreal. Incredible performance
I mean,
from the hit scan. Yeah.
It feels like we're seeing, like, cause we didn't exactly see what happened in that first upper bracket, but it feels like we're just getting a replay completely, as it's going to be Dorado as our another good Winston map. That's something that is very good. High ground, incredibly important here. This is where now again, like, when we go to pick ban, like, what do you ban? Because there's so many anti-dive. Like, Torbjorn's really good here still, and it's going to be a Lifeweaver ban from that feels like a throwaway.
That is a throwaway.
More so than anything. That hero doesn't exist.
Well, at least not in these teams. No,
I don't think it exists. I don't know if it exists anywhere.
The team that we're about to see coming up in our next series, they have unironically pulled out the Life Weaver, but we'll get into that silliness here in a little bit. This is just got to be a protect onto the Honor, right? That's the only thing that makes. I mean, but they've already banned the Honor. They can't ban the Honor. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think it's a throwaway ban, which is weird because I feel like you have the option to like ban Tor, ban Cass, like there are good bans that you. I mean, you could. I think you could. No, you can't ban Winston. Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's a throwaway. I'm trying to rationalize it in my mind, and all signs, like I'm looking at an 8-ball, and it says all signs point to this being a throwaway ban, unless there's like some hidden tech that they knew about in like Scrimbucks that we don't.
No, I'm just as baffled as you are on this one. I got nothing. I mean, I hope it's not just TA losing mental fortitude, you know?
Yeah. Our job is to like rationalize things, you know. It's like there's gotta be a plan, you know, all the time. This one I'm like, okay. And then it's Winston ban makes a lot of sense though. I mean, by Quick Esports, like just take it off the table completely. Now you're like forcing them into you're forcing them to Hazard, you're forcing them into Diva potentially as well. It's like the best thing that TA could play. Like good ban from Quick Esports. Not sure about the ban from TA. Like not my favorite. Cassidy wasn't like an option there.
Cassidy
was an option there. I don't know.
Well.
They're smarter than me. You know, they're the top 3 in EMEA Masters. I'm just in Diamond. I don't know nothing.
I mean, they were the #1 team. They dropped 6 maps in 15 series. Like TA that's the #1 seed coming out from this entire Master Division Season 4. So yeah, they definitely know better than me too. But I don't think that's what at all.
And it's weird that like for it to end like this, where like they're getting 6-0'd by a team that they 3-0'd in the regular season. Like make it make sense to me, Bullskunk. You're the Oracle. Like it just feels like this is a complete upset and a complete fall from grace from TA.
I've got it. It's the psychic warfare. All right, they're favoring the psychic warfare. They're going to get in Quick Esports' head because Quick Esports is going to be so baffled by the Life Weaver ban that they're not going to play right anymore. Are they
lulling them into a false sense of security right now? You think that's what it is, or it's
precisely.
It's like the Stanley Cup playoffs where Edmonton was down 0-3 and they're like, that's exactly where we want them, and then they come back and they
like, got them right where we want them.
This is exactly where TA wanted them the whole time. It was just a ruse.
Well, I guess that means the reverse sweep starts here.
Oh, my favorite caster line. This is where the reverse sweep needs to happen. But I mean, again, how well Quick Esports are playing, it's gonna be a lot for TA to come back from this one. It's not over. I mean, they might have something up their sleeve with the way that they can play this composition. They get the Ana back, which is great for them and great for Takuno as well. But without the Winston, I mean, it still plays a little bit similarly with the Diva, where you're just trying to farm up towards that Nano and, you know, find value with the nades. But with how good Willis had played beforehand on this against something like an Ana, find it very difficult for this Ana to find an incredible amount of value if Willis is always checking it.
And this is TA's season on the line. This is TA's shot at OWCS promotion relegation on the line. This is an extremely important map. Maybe the single most important map of TA's season right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's do or die right here. There's no other map after this if you lose, and good start already for Quick Esports as they're holding this high ground very effectively. You can see Tage trying to farm. You know, their health bars are a little bit low, but that's going to be good for Takuno being able to farm towards that nano boost and then get very aggressive once that nano boost comes online, dive and take away that high ground. But it is going to take a little bit of time here.
Wolves does eat a purple and just a bit of staging going on at the moment. Good job from Wolves to not allow free cart progress. And keep this offense pinned on this first quarter. Make them work for each and every piece of positioning. Sidra catches Lauren, peeking for just a little too long. Takuno threw a nade up top, and I think TA were hoping they could follow up on it, but they keep their eyes out of the cover, and Zydra just puts a bullet into both of them.
Yeah, and Takuno wasn't able to get towards the nano in time, so that means that there's going to be, again, more time taken off the clock right here, and it's already a minute and a half, Bullskunk. Like, this has been a lot of time that they've taken off, and they haven't been able to find anything, and Tom is just going to switch back over to the Hazard. I mean, maybe you can make an engagement here with the nano boost and get that Hazard onto high ground, but again, the way that we're seeing Quick Esports play so effectively right now, utilizing these corners effectively, not playing super over-aggressive and waiting for the engage to come to them, that's what you want to do with a casting top.
They're as safe as could be up on this high ground. Oh, and Dip is even going to find Albo with the pulse. No shot. This is just going from bad for worse for TA. Gucci won't let it. That gets themselves killed. Oh no. Tama's okay. Tama's finds the first kill here for TA on this attack with a nano boost engaged. Get a little bit something going, and at least you have forced Quick back into the Fountain Courtyard.
It will be a lot of space given, which is going to be great for this team because now they've kind of broken this defense and now they're playing on a little bit more of an open field, which is going to be much better for the Hazard to start maneuvering through.
Right side mania room. Helford now. Ooh, good. Speeding ring. Almost forced that backline back out. It was the boot from Willis that kind of broke the rotation there from TA as they tried to huddle up in that safety room. Rally up here from the defense. Ooh, Natsuki's low trying to back away. What an orbital. Yoe puts the orbital right on top, and they're able to cancel Alba's rally. Battle of the Briggs goes to Natsuki. And the vet leading Quick Esports here to another fight win.
And Lauren's going to be taken down here. Oh, actually manages to survive, doesn't get caught out at the very end of that one. As we're going to be seeing there is an overclock available. This should be able to get a good amount of value. Hopefully shooting down Main Street right here alongside a downpour coming in from Tama.
Yep, yet another ball pop. This will not land on the Alba. Just going to drop it dead ice, but this Lauren's overclocked.
Good answer.
I think needs to open this up, needs to find some paper and do it now. Has the overcharge for that extra damage, but just doesn't have any good targets in front of him. Can't line it up, and the OC fades. Good catch in the corner there from Tama, but somehow Natsuki survives, gets out of that dangerous spot. Bio lands onto Willis, forces them out with about 50 health. An opportunity here for TA, going to throw in a downpour. Catches Alba in it. Oh, can't quite get it. Johan caught in it. Zydra does trade out for Takuno. That pick from Willis might just be the in for TA. They needed that nano boost. They needed that sustain. Tama is just lacking and now is down.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have one last chance at this with 10 seconds left, but it's do or die right here for TA. Nano boost and pulse bomb. Tama's going to switch over to the Doomfist just to try and get the touch. Helix should be able to get there in time to proc overtime.
The nano's going to be thrown onto Gucci as well. The pulse at the feet of Natsuki, but no dice. Couple of ults here for the defense. The Dip has already taken down their counterpart. 5v4 here for Quick Esports, and the stick lands. The block negates some of the damage, but not enough to keep Tama alive. 3 strong. TA are running out of options. It's just Lauren and Alba left. Their run on Dorado stops here.
I mean, I want supports that play as well as the supports for Quick Esports, because I saw Zydra being swarmed by like 5 people, and the peel and the healing was immaculate throughout all of it. Like Zydra was taken down to like 50 health, surrounded by 3 members of TA, and never went down. The supports are playing so fantastically for Quick Esports right now, and that's, again, it's something that the Cassidy does super well, where it's like you have that little bit of ability to sustain yourself with that role and with the damage reduction you get. Like it, and if your supports are playing as well as Yoham and Suki are, like you're pretty much unkillable a lot of the time. So really, really heads up play from Quick Esports, who look like, I mean, it looks like they are ready and willing to get that, you know, salty run back against Frosttail Esports in that grand final.
Ready for battle.
They're about 1.5 points away. And it's super winnable. Like, it's... This is going to be a tough hole. The TA are looking to pull out an unusual pick. Try to perhaps catch Quick a little flat-footed here as they show us... I don't know. Is this fun? Is this desperation? Or is this really cooking here, Kenobi?
I mean, you do have, like, pick potential with the Hanzo. I haven't seen, like, too much Hanzo, but Hanzo does offer a little bit of pick potential, right? It's something different. It's not necessarily the Widowmaker, which is what I would be a little bit worried about, is the fact that the Widowmaker just out of spawn can instantly pop you, but I think the Hanzo's fine. Like, you are able to scout a little bit, you're able to hold some high ground with yourself, and the way that they're going to hold this defense is you do get like a pick in the neutral, and you're able to find a headshot, and somehow, some way, just continue to cycle those, and that's really how you make a defense like this. It's what they need. Is actually Quick Esports going to completely switch their composition, and now this is where Helix gets it's going to be a little bit more scary, because Helix is going to be dealing with a lot right here.
I like the opening little ambush position. Got some early damage onto Wills, trying to hold this down. Oh, that is 3 blue outlines from Quick. Let's take the high ground, and Gucci goes right back up there. Like, no, this is my roof. Gets a bubble even. A lot of investments here, just trying to keep Gucci positioned forward. See, even with all the pressure, still right back on top of Orange House, trying to hold this down, and it allows Lauren some room to get first pick. So,
yeah,
so far so good here for the defense.
if they're going to be putting up so much pressure to take down this Hanzo, it's going to allow the Ferret to get a lot of value, just continuously spamming, continuously putting that pressure down. So I like how TA are maneuvering right now, but the card has been moved so far throughout all of this. It's almost at the very end, and Willis does end up going down, so that's more time taken off the clock, and gotta continue to, if we're TA, to string together fights like this if they want to be able to have a chance to win.
Very dangerous for that card being pushed up as far as it has, because then you worry, is TA gonna have to give up this high ground, or if they do lose the fight on this high ground, is this map just done?
Yeah, we're in that one fight territory.
Yeah, we're definitely in last fight territory. We're definitely getting close. TA need to be perfect. They have no ults to work with here, still in the neutral. Dip is gonna find the kill on the Pharah! Oh no! That is not who you expect to take the Pharah down. Alba's in trouble taking pressure from both sides. Team Torpedoes to keep them alive, but Willis is coming from the other direction. Woo!
Oh.
Beautiful headshot out of Gucci. Finds Dip. Still has Willis to deal with. Willis is actually going to back away. Deadeye here to try to buy some space right in front of the box of victory. The bubble's going to fade in a nice boop out of Natsuki. Might buy a little bit of room for TA to get back into this defense. They do have some dragons as well as Barrage to work with.
Oh, Zydra goes down, though. I mean, this is a great pick. The way that Quick Esports are kind of making this fall apart a little. The stick is there. Helix goes down.
Oh, no, and Void goes down as well. They lose both DPS at the wrong time. Double support also going into this. Toma needs to kill everything with this grab. Abel's able to find a kill onto Natsuki, and the orbital fading from Quick. Yoham at 1 health. Staying alive with a literal hair in that health bar when Dip is going to fight Takuno on the other side. Willis finds the support. The grab is in. There's just not enough damage to follow up on it. Dragons come in and try to combo, but it's a day late and a dollar short. Seems to be the name of the story here for TA as the card is pushed in. Quick will complete their 3-0. Will move on to the grand finals in a spot in OWCS promotion relegation.
Quick Esports with a convincing 3-0 get themselves that relegation spot that they wanted. It feels like it was destined for them to match up against Frosttail Esports at the very end in that grand final. Well played to Quick Esports for just completely reading TA like a book and figuring out that dive composition that was so good. I mean, it can't be overstated how good that dive composition was throughout a lot of this bracket so far, how well that they were playing. Very well deserved for Quick Esports. Cerebral players playing very well. Unfortunately for TA, just like you mentioned, 1 inch, a couple of bit shorts a lot of times. It felt like there were a lot of team fights where it was like 1% of ultimate, 2% off of ultimate, 1 inch. Things like that just made the difference, and unfortunately TA are going to be bowing out at third.
Yeah, I mean, hey, third place it's not too shabby, but TA are disappointed with that one. As the #1 seed, it had such a spectacular regular season performance. They were certainly hoping that they could find their way into those relegation matches, but Quick Esports handed them 6 map losses in a row to get their rematch against Frosttails. Woo. Congratulations to Quick. I mean, that's we were touting Willis as the best tank player in the division. I think certainly showed it there. And then, of course, the super bench player of Zydra. My God.
Yeah, super sub Zydra coming in. I mean, looking fantastic on that Cassidy, and didn't even cop a ban. But I think if you're Frosttail Esports and you're watching from the sidelines, waiting in grand finals, maybe we got to start thinking about that Cassidy being put to bed for at least a map. But we do have that Frosttail Esports versus Quick matchup in our grand finals. You can see the bracket and how we got here. Another rematch from the upper bracket final, which was a very good series between the two teams, and I can't wait to see what happens with these two in a best of 7 now for the title.
Oh yeah, got a lot of maps to work. Got a lot of chances to adjust. And Frosttails, they're gonna give you some things to adjust to. This is a fun team. I can't wait to get to tell you about it. Before we get to talking about our grand final, we're gonna take a look at some highlights here. We still gotta relish in this amazing 3-0 we saw from Quick.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there weren't really that many highlights for this map in particular. I mean, this is just an unfortunate one from Helix, gets stunned into the own pulse bomb, but this was a great series from Quick, and I mean, they're warmed up, they're ready to face off against Frosttail Esports in that grand final.
Woo! This is Zydra pick. Zydra going over to a Sombra here. It happened so fast that it almost didn't even register.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Sombra in all regards was just a stall pick at the very end, trying to get back onto the card best you can. And I think that overall, what I've been seeing from Quick Esports, the way that they're able to play, the way that Willis has been able to maneuver around a lot of different picks, like I'm very, very impressed with how this team has been moving. The supports as well, I talked about them a little bit at the very end, but for the most of the series, they've been absolutely perfect.
And it was that support line that is the experience, that is, of course, the cornerstone, the backbeat of any composition, particularly here with Quick. Able to always enhance, always enable Willis, always makes Willis just looks like a champion at all times here throughout this series.
And before we do go on to the rest of the series, Bullskunk, we need to take a little bit, decompress, get some snacks, get some Capri Sun orange slices. I don't know in EMEA what they get, because I think that's a very NA thing more so than I don't know. There's like some British version of like Capri Sun or something. But we're going to go ahead and get those. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude.
Genji, you want Nino?
Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me! Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back!
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Did you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Season 4 FACEIT League Master Division Playoff Day continues. We have already had one fantastic matchup, and we have sent Quick Esports into the Grand Finals, where they have Frosttails awaiting them for the championship. There's Jeff Economy back at you here as we're about to get into our second match of the day.
Yeah, they want that rematch. The salty run back is going to be here for Quick Esports. Now, this time in a best of 7, not a best of 5, like it was in that upper bracket final that we saw. And I mean, this is a matchup that I think is going to be very interesting because we've seen Frosttail Esports. I think you described them as the silly team of EMEA, getting all the way to that grand finals. Kind of surprisingly, again, you know, with how TA was so dominant throughout that regular season and going down to the lower bracket so early, then losing to Quick Esports 6-0 in both of the matches that we saw from them. So Quick Esports, they're warmed up, they're ready to go based on how they were playing in that lower bracket final, but Frosttail is no slouch either, and they're a team that I'm super interested to kind of look at. They're, I think, you know, one of the only teams, there were a couple of teams that had like, you know, the same nationality in the roster. A lot of the teams are mixed, but this team, a lot of them are French, pretty much. I think most of the starters besides one is French. There is Kiwi, who I believe is British in there, but I think that it's interesting kind of when you look at, especially in bracket phase, where it's like that language barrier is like one less variability that you have to, you know, kind of deal with, especially in these high stakes situations where it's like you're not worried about comms too much. Everyone's French, everyone's probably yelling at each other in French, and maybe if they win I'll get to interview someone in French, but we'll see. They still have to go through a very, very good Quick Esports team.
Something I never really thought about is, you know, we're removing that layer. We're removing one more factor of communication and how much that could just really be a boon here for this Frosttail squad. And, you know, we talked about just how, you know, TA's prowess in the regular season only dropped 6 maps in the regular season. Well, Frosttail were responsible for 3 of those. Quick Esports were a top team coming through regular season. Frosttail's able to beat them as well. In fact, Frosttail's, despite coming through, you know, not, you know, as your number 2 seed, they beat everybody around them. They beat all the top 10 teams here in Master Division. The caveat, well, they had 2 losses. Their 2 losses were to the 10th and 12th seed.
Yeah, maybe a bit
make
too
it
silly.
make sense. Make it make sense.
Maybe a bit too silly from them, and that's really what we're going to have to be looking out for if they continue to be silly in this grand final. But we can take a look at the rosters actually for both of these teams, starting off with Frosttail Esports and the way that they play. And I mean, again, we talked about how, you know, this team in particular, they do some things that are a little bit different to like the other teams that we've seen, not as standard. But one of the things I think for this team in particular that they're so very good at is their mid-fight. Their mid-fight is exceptional. There were a lot of times, specifically against Quick Esports, where they had these team fights where it's a 2v4, it's a 3v4, and then bam, they come out with some clutch DPS plays, some clutch or a support play that like really completely shifts the tone, and it feels like there's never a deficit when you're facing this team, right? You only win fights against Frosttail Esports when they're all back in spawn. It's the only time that a fight is completely over for them. The one weakness that I've kind of seen from them, though, for Frosttail Esports is when we talk about how silly they are, they do have a tendency to lose fights very early, right? There's some, you know, maybe a tank misstep. They're a little bit inconsistent, right? They start these in the neutral fight at the start, they lose members, and sometimes they lose them in a way where they can't, you know, mechanic their way back into a team fight. So that's something to look out for when we start, you know, seeing this team play against Quick Esports again. Is like, how is that start of the fight going to end up going? Because if it gets to the mid fight and they're like close to even, they definitely have an advantage.
Yeah, you have to give the edge to Frosttails almost every time. Hey, it's on the back of some wild picks and some just shenanigans out of that team as well. We've seen just we've seen the Roadhog played unironically. I kind of touched on it earlier. We've seen Lifeweaver played unironically from the Frosttails team this season. They will pull out some wacky stuff. And then, of course, the more tried and true, the team we just saw take the 3-0 now on your screen. Willis, the highlight here. The tank player for this squad, definitely a future star of Overwatch, and was big component of that 3-0 we just saw, and the reason Quick Esports are in this grand finals here right now.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I'll be interested in is like, where does Willis go in terms of like style of play going? Because I think for Frosttail, the last time they played, Frosttail was like totally willing to like match up in the hazard mirror and said that they were totally fine with that. It felt like they actually were willing sometimes to play that, and Willis didn't necessarily have the same amount of value that we saw against TA, where Willis was playing phenomenally. Even the Divas sometimes didn't end up matching up too well against what was brought to the table from Frosttail Esports. But again, if there is going to be Frosttail Esports, you know, making these mistakes sometimes in the early fights, where Quick Esports, they love having good tempo, they love setting up and being effective in those like early dives, early engagements. That's really where I think this matchup's going to come down to. If Frosttail is like just kind of on a clip and they're like continuously just really setting that tempo, not letting Quick Esports set up on anything, that's really where I think Frosttail is going to have an advantage. Because even if you like, if Quick Esports, if they're not like completely crisp with their dives and they aren't like taking kills effectively, quickly, that's really where in these like very chaotic mid-fight situations where Frosttail has an advantage.
Well, I mean, basically, if Quick are able to succeed in those fast opening picks, you're talking about that's kind of where Frosttails feel vulnerable. So, I mean, it sounds like, I mean, if the initial dive works, then Quick should have the advantage in the engagement. If Frosttail's able to survive that opening 10 to 20 seconds, then Frosttails are more likely going to swing that fight back. It's kind of what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's basically it. And as well as the kind of like, how is that space going to be created by Willis? Because Willis, I mean, if Willis can create the space for the hit scan, we saw how good Zydra was playing on the Cassidy and how effective it was. I think probably would go over to Sojourn here, just based on the fact that I don't think there's going to be that much Winston coming in from Frosttail, and I think Cassidy loses a little bit of value when it's not just against a Winston wholeheartedly. I think, you know, Sojourn gets a lot of value because you can kind of just farm your rail off of the hazard pretty easily.
And that slide.
And the slide is just very good. So I think that's probably what I'd see Zydra move over to. To be fair, though, with how good Zydra was playing Cassidy, maybe give it a go. I mean, you're in the grand finals. Why not at this point?
I also want to highlight the take care from Frosttail's Crocs. You know, is talking about those hazards, Crocs was one of the first one to start playing hazard really well. And one thing I had heard about Crocs is this is kind of part of its strengths, is that Crocs is really, really good at figuring out new heroes. And as such has, you know, really make a big splash from hazard in the get-go, and this could turn into a really cool hazard matchup because, well, we know Willis is darn good at the hero too. So there's something to keep in mind as we move forward into this. I'm really looking forward to kind of watching how the tanks face up here.
Yeah, Croc's a little bit of a typer as well, I saw in match chat.
Oh, Crocs is a ham, man. Crocs is a ham.
Crocs is a typer in the match chat. But yeah, I think that, again, kind of going with like Crocs and Willis and like how that matchup's going to go forward between these two teams as we do get into pick ban. I think Crocs is like, has a little bit sometimes those moments where like that inconsistency shows where it's like, okay, you'll see like some really good engagements from Crocs, some really good positioning as Quick Esports is going to take away the Junker Queen, which is something that Crocs actually did play against Quick Esports the last time, and it worked out really effectively. I believe it was on Dorado on a matchup like that. So I think that getting rid of Crocs' hero pool is a good pick for them in terms of the ban. We'll see what Frosttail goes for in terms of their ban at this end. I don't think we have the map just yet, so we'll see what they're going to be opting in for, but already a good start from Quick.
Oh, okay. So FTE got to ban out the Torbjorn here right out of the gate. So targeting dip, you know, we saw a lot of that Torb in this previous match. You know, we saw Torb played in 2 of the 3 matches, so eliminate some of the anti-flanker capability. Everyone from map to come in, though. Oh, go ahead.
I think it's also really good against the Tracer. That's like the other thing that I think it does really good against, because we saw, I mean,
exactly.
Dip was like 2v1ing people, or 1v2ing people like the Kiriko and the Tracer with like Torbjorn, and if that's something that we're going to be seeing, which we do see, I mean, a lot from Frosttail Esports, we see like that, we see Pack on the Tracer, we see also Kiwi on the Kiriko, like we see it a lot. So I think it's definitely a good idea to kind of just like take that away altogether and not have to, because like playing Tracer into Torbjorn, I bet there's people like who are watching who have like done that and they're like, it's the most miserable thing ever. Yeah, I don't want to do it, so let's just like get rid of it. Let Pack have a lot of value on the Tracer, being able to match up 1v1 against Dip on the Tracer on the other side.
There's also a lot of synergy in player history between Pack and Gogo. So when you get a lot of your main support going with your flex DPS these days, be it, you know, the Lucio going with the Genji or the Kiriko swift stepping in to join a Tracer on a flank to try to provide that extra help in controlling the flank kills. We're seeing a lot of 3-2 splits in the fast-paced style of this meta. You know, we're starting to see the hazards in the dive comp. So keep an eye out for that, and keep it out for Gogo and Pack to now be able to work those flanks completely unimpeded, since there's, you know, you're not going to get the dip torp.
Yeah, and that, I mean, that makes kind of the side angle fights or the side lane fights really a lot more impactful, especially if you know, whoever wins that TVT, or you know, if the Kiriko is going to be there to help, if there's a Genji as well, like kind of how that matchup ends up going, because if you win that matchup by yourself, you know, you're able to just like get so much space for the rest of the team.
First map randomly chosen. So Nepal is a random pick. It will be loser pick from there on out, not just in map type, but game type as well. So you have the full breadth of map pool to choose from each map. We saw Nepal in our last map, and despite being a little bit more ground-paced, ground style map, we saw a lot more dive. Between our first two teams. I wonder if that's going to continue here as we get into this Frost Tales Grand Finals. Take it on quick.
Okay, I'm back.
Ah! I just saw that. I was like, wait a minute.
Hey, online broadcasts, sometimes tech issues happen. And that's just how it is sometimes. So I'm back. I'm here. I'm sure what you said was smarter than anything I was going to say anyways. So.
Yes. Yeah, we'll go with that. Totally. I got to say, I got to talk with Crocs a little bit before this weekend. And was asking Crocs about the keys to Frost Tales' success, and how they're able to take down all these top teams and, not really playing as serious perhaps as some other squads yet, showing up some of the best performances. Crocs told me it's all about the power of friendship. Quite literally, that's the love for each other and the love for the game, that they just have fun, and that fun has resulted in immense success so far here this season.
Very French is what I'm hearing from that. But I'm very, very excited to kind of see how this team's going to end up playing. I mean, it is kind of I think that while they do play a lot of silly stuff, they do tend to go back towards a lot of the standard which we're seeing right now. Actually, Pac is going to be on the Genji a little bit different, and Zydra going to be sticking on to that Cassidy, so not opting in for that Sojourn. Because I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, you 3-0'd quick, you 3-0'd TA before this, don't fix it. You're going to be able to get some value still off of this Cassidy. Yeah,
I mean, at least wait until Frost Tales find an answer. Keo in a deep flank. He's already pushed all the way across to find an angle into the back line. But Quick is looking to the same. Kind of a little bit of a do-si-do rotation. Quick are trying to take Elephant right now with Will's position right up into the choke. Prox moves in to contest, throws a wall, trying to block some healing, but takes too much damage and is forced out. Keo still trying to play on this off angle and pressure down Wills. Jumps up to try to do a dip as well, but a free cap comes through. Oh, Frost Tales, you don't let him cap that early. That was a gift.
Yeah, but really good rotations. I mean, coming out from Quick Esports, rotating around these aggressive dives that we saw coming in from Frosttail Esports, who wanted to take that space away and hold those angles, but they weren't able to do so with Crocs, and now Quick Esports have all of this positioning to work with Zydra. And actually, Keo is on a monster flank right now. Zydra gets taken out before the high noon.
Yeah, Keo was hiding from the previous fight, never disengaged, and Quick Esports did not make the read whatsoever. Beautiful play. Natsuki does strike back, though, so both teams are missing a DPS here. Oh, that was Gogo in a lot of trouble trying to duel Natsuki on the coastline. Meanwhile, it's a 2v1 against Crocs, and Quick Esports are coming up with both of those wins. Yoham almost saved Natsuki there at the end. Still a fight win for Quick.
And I mean, this is really good for Quick because they're at 44%, and it feels like we've had like one team fight realistically. Like there wasn't really that crisp, clean play that we've seen coming in from Frosttail Esports, and this is something that we talked about where it's like the start of these fights sometimes don't end up working well for Frosttail, and they lose and they start to snowball themselves into a loss, and you're feeling very good if you're Quick Esports holding this angle.
Especially with Zydra with the Deadeye. Able to just buy more time, gonna come out immediately. Oop, got trying to get back. We'll force out that recall, and meanwhile, Keo is opening things up here for Frosttail. You lose Crocs, though, and Consideration comes in tankless. Frosttail are trying to get this done with just the squishies and going into an orbit away from Quick. They managed to find Willis, miraculously enough. Through double support, also without their tank, Frosttails are able to wrestle down the Ramatra. Still, Natsuki rally persists. Player advantage for Quick Esports with 85% on the board. Back trying to hold it down, but all the cooldowns have been forced out. Crocs returns to get a kill into Natsuki, though. That's just what Frosttails needed.
Yeah, you've got a downpour as well, so if you want to try and re-engage from this one from Quick Esports, you have to go through a lot. They're just going to try and get as much percentage as possible, get it towards that 99%.
Frosttails looking to flip. Hey, oh, Quick Esports getting close enough. Here comes that downpour you were talking about. Willis able to block it with the shield, drop the Annihilation. Losing everybody up, but Crocs is still very low, and Natsuki comes in with a flank kill with the All-Fire. Kiwi gets the revenge. Most teams now absent of support. 4v3 for Quick Esports on the objective. Pack trying to even the odds, but can't land the pulse. There's the flip. Crosstails now pressured to have to move on to this objective. They're going to have to do it without a Lucio. Pack makes it onto the point. Just Zydra gets 3. That's going to be that. First map's going over to Quick.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. I mean, I felt like it was Sojourn that was going to be something that Zydra pulls out, because it's what we saw actually Quick Esports do the last time they played Frosttail Esports. But again, if Zydra's playing this good on Cassidy, there's no need to change. Like, that 3K at the very end, kind of indicative of how much value the Cassidy was getting. I think Zydra had, like, high noon after that first, like, one engagement that we saw because of the value that it was getting and the amount of pressure that's being put down. And that's a weird position, it feels like, for Frosttail Esports to be in, because even in the mid fights, they're not getting the footholds that they usually have. And this is a really, really good start for Quick Esports.
It feels, I mean, I don't know. I'm almost getting the feeling that Quick isn't giving them that early engage. You were talking about how Quick wants to usually engage fast, but because they're playing this ground and pound, more brawly style, they're playing a lot more patient.
Yeah, the rotations are effective as well. They're not letting Frosttail Esports really get into the teeth of the team and, you know, let the Genji get value on the dives, let the Sojourn get that space. They're really, really hunkering down, and Crocs is being put down a lot of pressure. I mean, look at how much pressure is being put down on the Crocs by this Pharah. Already has to retreat and uses every single one of their cooldowns to get out.
It gives up the entirety of the map to make that happen. The entire Frosttails are now fairly contained. It does look like Pack and Gogo were able to sneak out the right side with so many low health bars. And Zydra will find the first blood here on Sanctum. Frosttails, if they back her against the wall, there could be more to follow. I think they were fortunate that Quick Esports didn't press this issue.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they're using the vortexes as well from Willis, just putting them down to make sure Crocs isn't able to jump out, and just the Pharah continuously putting down that pressure, just really making it difficult for Crocs to take that space and make these engagements.
Love how far back Quick Esports back on play and staying out of the violent leap range from Crocs, giving them minimal options. They have to attack the very sustainable Ramatrix, the only choice being given to Crocs at the moment. Pack on that angle, that is an important play. Could open this up, and it's going to be a forward push. Frosttail's trying to converge onto the bridge with this Concerning Rush. Great wall, denied a little bit of healing from Willis, but they had the block, they had the sustain. Still 5 strong. Frosttail's disengaged, but they give up control of the objective.
Yeah, but they have to use a lot of cooldowns to win that fight, and now it's going to be Quick Esports going back in, trying to take control of this point for themselves, as Zydra has a lot of good sightlines right now directly onto this point, but Dip ends up going down to Keo. Great rotation.
Keo still playing on that right side. Crocs moves in to find Natsu. This is all the way back towards Quick Spawn. The jump over. Zydra rolls, almost ends up in the pit, ends up in Spawn either way.
Hey, Zydra got their one, though, so got their one off of the Lucio, and Dip is I don't think this is just going to be to kind of hold and see if there's going to be any Frosttail player who's getting a little bit too over-aggressive before going back over to that Genji. Now, though, it's still going to be, I mean, a good engagement from Quick Esports. The biggest thing they do have to worry about when this orbital ray is going to be coming through is going to be that downpour coming in from Crooks, because it stops the engagement very effectively, and with this enclosed area, it's going to be even more deadly.
Goes to the left-hand side. I think Dip is just trying to keep that left flank clear so they can push out towards the right, where the Deadeye from Zydra is looking to lock down a couple of skulls. Can't quite find Keo across the bridge. Knows that OC is looming. Downpour thrown in from the backside. Doesn't catch anything. Rally up from Natsuki to try to push on. Pack just disengaging all the way to the point, using every cooldown they had to get there, and still Dip is able to follow, pursue for the kill. The rally will escort Quick into a retake onto this objective. They even have some more ultimates to close it out in case Frosttail wants to come back in.
That was 2 ultimates used by Frosttail and got no value whatsoever. The Overclock got nothing, and the Downpour got nothing either, so that means that you're going to be able to keep Quick Esports your very key ultimates, like this Annihilation and like the Orbital Ray.
Good news for Frosttails is they are returning with double support ults. They have got to get value out of them. Maybe they can be the first all lives and get in position to throw this finish in a good spot. A little bit laterally across the back. There's that Annihilation, but Keo with an important opening pick. Jumps down in. Oh no! Gets denied in the duel against Zydra. Leaving Zydra all alone on bridge. Orbital Ray thrown over the point here from Quick. It seems like they've got all the tools to take this point back. Rotation from Frosttails, and Quick are not putting a lot of point pressure down, allowing the percentage to build up. And honestly, they've kind of gotten contained here. Pack is now able to pull out the blade. Doesn't get anything. He's got to get out of there.
Yeah, Pack was trying to get those picks because if he got those picks, it was going to tick up to percentage with 90%. Now, a Sound Barrier engagement goes in, and it's just going to be too overwhelming for Quick Esports to deal with, and that should be a map win for Frosttail unless something disastrous happens for them. And with Quick Esports having no resources, ain't no way they're going to be able to hold that one, and Frosttail Esports take us to a village.
What a turnaround. God, this Frosttails team is so fun to watch. I mean, it felt like they were just
so
contained the whole time, and they fight their way out, Kenobi.
They're so dynamic. I mean, that was really just off the back of, like I said, like there are those times where it's like Keo has this very like inconsistent nature where like Keo will like have moments like on the first map where you're a little bit invisible, and then on that map you just get like the pick on the Genji that like wins you a team fight, right? So aggressively like that. It's really, really fun to watch how like this team can just like turn that switch immediately, and that's what we saw on that previous sub map. And now going into Village, I wonder if we see any kind of difference in terms of what we'll see with the DPS or with the tanks as well, because this is much more of a brawly style map, but it doesn't look like either of these teams want to change too much.
Could favor the Willis from Ultra, particularly if they just want to anchor on the objective. They're sticking with the far, very powerful here on Village. Not a whole lot of room, but doesn't feel like they're going to have good enough targets with it. Goes back over to that. Yep. Need the Genji control the flanks, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think also that the problem was that the speed was enough for Frosttail Esports to get into position, and that means that there was going to be the Sojourn who just had all those angles to make the Pharah difficult to maneuver through and get through those chokeholds and without being, threatened of getting hit with a rail shot.
Quick, we're just too slow on the draws, basically what I'm hearing.
Pretty much.
Still a 0-0 on this point. Ooh, and look how aggressive! Quicker just went back towards their own spawn, but they managed to catch the aggression and strike back. They get 3-1 trade on that. Willis is going to win out Tank War, and first cap actually goes over to Quick.
And you talked about it, Bullskunk, where it's like if Quick Esports off that first initial engagement from Frosttail Esports, if Quick Esports can just absorb the pressure and just lose maybe 1 or 2 members, but still like trade back and forth, that does end up working out for them relatively well, and that's what we saw there. It was a great engagement from Frosttail, but just the amount of peel and the pressure that was soaked up from Quick Esports completely turned that dive into nothing, and now Quick Esports have all of this ability to hold this positioning, and this is where Zydra becomes even more lethal.
So much room to work. Deadeye will keep Frosttails pinned in the kitchen while you've got Pack and Crocs on the objective. Dip looking to hunt down on the outside, and will chase down Pack, eliminate one of those threats. Meanwhile, Zydra is going to move into the kitchen. We're going to go cook themselves, perhaps, killing some tasty Frosttails for lunch.
And that's one of the things as well that the casting brings to the table that, opposed to something like a Sojourn where it's like, you're just constantly, the pressure is constant, right? With Sojourn, you need to farm towards that rail. You have to play a little more slowly, and Zydra, while that's happening, is just continuously hitting headshot after headshot.
So dead. Big rotation from Frosttails. Moving in, but it wasn't clean. Here comes Willis to try to hunt it down. Willis finds themselves in the middle of a Fox-laden Kitsune rush, though. Pass the force, put the block up. Crocs moves in, finds Zydra out of the back line. How did Zydra get all the way back there? Whew. Crocs dive, lands one hit onto Natsuki, and Heal with the follow-up. Now Crocs is on the point with an ultimate and a +2 player advantage that Heal is going to leverage into a flip. Frosttail soon gets a percentage here.
And that's something I'd like to see from Frosttail a little bit more, is those kind of aggressive engagements directly onto Zydra. Like, Zydra should not be left alone in these scenarios on high ground to be able to just continuously just blink away at your team. It's actually a very aggressive push from Frosttail. They're using ultimates here.
Trying to throw Deadeye on the Hydra. Dip is going to have to use an ultimate to get out. In fact, we're just going to get an ult fight right in front of the shuttle, where Crocs is going to pick up 2 on the back of the sound barrier in from Gogo. And,
that was expensive. That was expensive, though. I mean, that was 4 ultimates, and now you look at, Quick Esports comes back into this one. You've got Rally, you've got Orbital Ray. You can kind of just walk onto point here. Like, it's going to be really difficult for Quick Esports unless there is, like, something like a pick in the mid-fight with the Kitsune Rush from Kiwi. Like, this is a very winnable fight for Quick Esports, and they're at 80%, and they are that one-fight territory.
Just a Kitsune Rush for Frosttails to hold it off. Dip going on a solo mission on the outside. Willis with the raid is going to go in. Forces Crocs back. Crocs goes over to Coast to escape and chases down Dip.
Disaster. It's a complete disaster, Bullskunk, because now you've just given more time over to Frosttail Esports to start continuously getting their ultimates, and we're at 61%. By the time we get to this fight, it's going to be around 80% for them, and they are in that last fight territory for both of these teams. You still have the support ultimates for Quick Esports, but realistically, it's walking into a Kitsune Rush, which is still so difficult to do.
Going to take those support ults just to get through the choker. The Kitsune Rush is up. Willis trying to punch through. Crocs cannot escape. Turns attention. Nice! Accuracy finds Gogo on the jump. That's a quick 2 there for Willis, and a much-needed fight win for Quick. At 80%, and particularly with Pac doing a little bit of stall, I think we're going to get one more fight.
They're going to get one more fight, but it's going to be pretty much a complete neutral fight. Besides, Willis going to be having this annihilation, which is actually going to be something that's going to be so difficult for Frosttail because they're walking into this and they have to fight on point. And when you're fighting on point against an annihilation, Ramatra's just going to get so much value there. Actually, Kyo is just behind the team by themselves, almost taken down. 1 health gets him from Dip.
Oh! We saw it work out for him in a previous submat, not that time. And it's an easy 5v4, not to mention that annihilation you talked about that is just going to leech damage onto Frosttails. Anybody get close to the point, they not even need it. Zydra's going to get another one here. It's up to Crocs to try and come and touch. Double bar is going, and Crocs just has to sacrifice themselves. Quick will win out first map. It takes 3 sub-maps, but they will start with the 1-0 lead here in your grand finals.
Quick Esports are winning. I mean, 4 maps off the trot for them. They look very, very good right now with what we're seeing. And Frosttail Esports, I mean, for them, I'm a little bit worried. We talked about how in the mid-fight they're so good, but we never really saw any of those. Like, we saw, I think, one from Kyo where we had that rail shot that was really impactful on the Genji. But besides that, there was none of that, like, very high dynamic play in the mid-fight that we saw. It felt like it was Quick Esports who had the footholds for the most part and were being the aggressors, the ones setting the tempo, and that's something that you can't let happen if you're Frosttail Esports. That's the little bit of inconsistency that we've seen coming in from them we talked about a little bit before.
Yeah, and there's moments where we see Crocs able to pop off, where you see Kyo able to hit some shots and look like, you know, that high accurate, you know, DPS dealer, but I think we got more of the inconsistency on map 1 outside of perhaps Sanctum.
I mean, we saw some flanks that did end up working well for Kyo, but it felt like a little bit disjointed from Frosttail for the most part. Like, there were a lot of these, like, hero plays that I didn't necessarily see from them the last time they played Quick Esports. And Quick Esports, like I talked, they're totally fine, like, taking these advantages, and if the mid-fight isn't going to be completely turned around, like we've seen sometimes with Frosttail in the past, like, Quick Esports feel very, very good about winning these fights early, which they did a lot of the time. Like, there were some picks that just, like, just shouldn't have happened realistically, like Kyo just going on these very aggressive flanks and not finding value. And if you're Quick Esports, you'll take that any day of the week.
I will say, I mean, Nepal definitely kind of favors the more ground and pound style. Yeah. Very close quarters objectives on both Village and Shrine, where, you know, the 2 sub-maps Quick are able to win, pulling out their Ramatra here. But Quick also have, I mean, we know that they've got the ability to match in the hazard, you know, if not surpass. I'm really curious how Frosttails tries to answer this fight. This fight was really where Frosttails lost it. Like, I love the aggression, but why did you spend 4 ultimates?
Yeah, it was I think way too expensive, right? Like, the sound barrier was the one thing that I was like, okay. I mean, you at that point you kind of have to use it and you have to go all in because the fact that Dip was coming in with the Dragon Blade, like, you don't want to lose completely that fight because you've committed so much already. But yeah, from a macro perspective, that fight was just like a complete disaster. Like, they were really lucky that Dip got a little bit too over aggressive and that, like, one pick came through, but just they were just so far behind the 8 ball when it comes to economy. Like, 2 support ultimates usually is going to beat 1 no matter what in that regard. So I just really like the way that Quick Esports played. I also like Willis on the Ramatra, because I think Ramatra kind of does the thing that, like, you know, against Winston's very good, being able to throw down that vortex and basically you can't dive out of it. And that's if they're going to be able to focus down that that hazard effectively in those, and not even like, I mean, I don't even think you need to get kills necessarily on the hazard. It's great if you do, but just like putting down that pressure and just like forcing out so many cooldowns. If the hazard's also diving away and not using that cooldown effectively to like make that engagement, take that space away, then you're feeling fantastic if you're Quickie.
I mean, in Vortex, you can just eliminate that option, which we saw, you know, we saw Willis able to do, where the Vortex just doesn't even give you the ability. And then it's, you know, then Crocs has a tough decision to make. They can't jump out usually. More often than not, was ending up dead, just trying to force up the block. Yeah. But yeah, really smart play. Willis continues to impress. Every single map, Willis continues to impress. Such a joy to watch.
I'm very impressed with, and I think that now the thing that I'm going to be looking out for Frosttail Esports is like, okay, where do we go from here? Because they seem like a team that was like very effective playing the hazard. There is that Junker Queen that we do have to talk about because it did get banned on that map in particular, and I think that is something that Crooks is very good at and can make it a little bit easier to maneuver around. You know, it's not something that just gets kind of obliterated by Ramatra. It actually, I think, performs probably pretty well into Ramatra, all things considered, because you can be a little bit more aggressive. You aren't just like, you know, at the virtue of getting vortexed and then you're just like, oh, I can't play the game, I can't move or anything like that. So I think as we go to Servasa, which is going to be our next map, that is, with how enclosed it is, I think Junker Queen does rise in priority still a little.
Oh, I think that is a beautiful shout. I think it's exactly the game plan here for Frosttail. So that makes perfect sense. You know, grab the flashpoint map, go into the JQ, try to create a little bit of a different look. That is something Frosttails does very well. I mean, they do play fairly wide variety of things. So I think that's a brilliant expectation. Now, I believe Willis will be able to. I don't know if they'll match it. I mean, they could. I think Willis does have the ability to match the JQ, but I think more often than not, if we do see the Junker Queen come out here, it's gonna be quick going more into the dive look and just trying to avoid it.
There's going to be a Juno ban that comes through. I think one of the interesting things, though, as well, is that we saw from Quick Esports, there were a couple of times where it's like they soaked up that pressure really well against like that high tempo play and high aggression that we saw coming in from Frosttail Esports there in that regard. And I think getting rid of the Juno is also great because Speed Ring, very good against Junker Queen. Like if Junker Queen's going to aggress, you just use the Speed Ring, you get out of there. Hanzo's going to be the other ban at the very end of this. That's interesting to me because I haven't seen too much Hanzo from Frosttail Esports. It was mostly that Sojourn. So maybe maybe these teams know something we don't. It is grand finals. Got to throw everything to the wind. But I think Juno, great ban from Frosttail Esports. If they are going to be going for the Junker Queen in particular, Speed Ring, if you see the Junker Queen shout at you, you're like, Speed Ring, we're out. We're piecing. Get out of it. We don't want to be in the I call Junker Queen comps like T-Rex comps where they have like tiny little arms and you don't want to get caught. So if you get caught by the tiny T-Rex arms, you're gonna get eaten. But if you can get away from them with Juno, it's really effective. So I think it's a great ban from Frosttail.
I will say I've been seeing a lot with the Junker Queen what I've been calling the Mach 5 comp, where they run Lucio Juno with it. And so you get speed, you get Lucio, Juno, and Junker Queen all provide speed to the rest of the team. That has been actually pretty popular backline to run with the JQ, particularly on Flashpoint and Push. So that edge of the equation is still interesting, but I think Frosttails tend to go into the Lucio carry for that anyway.
Yeah, I think that's what I was also expecting, where it's like, okay, if we're banning Juno, we're probably Lucio Kiri more so than anything else, especially if it is going to be that Junker Queen that we're talking about. Maybe they just, they could also still play Hazard, but based on what I've seen so far from Frosttail in the previous series, they do feel like they really are high priority on that Junker Queen in particular. So we'll see exactly what's going to be happening as we go to Servasa. This is the map pick for Frosttail. So now, I mean, if you're Quick Esports, if you win this map, think about it in the grand final, you break serve completely. Because you've beaten them on their Hazard comp, you've beaten them now on their Junker Queen comp, which would be incredible, because I think you could consider that the Junker Queen might be Frosttail's best composition. And then if you're Frosttail, you're like, well, what do we do now?
5, 4.
Quick sit with the philosophy of if you haven't beaten it, we're not going to change it. Zydra with the cast. Willis is on the Ramattra once again. We are, in fact, seeing Croc show us that JQ with the Lucio Kiri. No unexpected anything here as both of our teams will approach the stairs for this first fight.
I do like that Dip is going to be on this Pharah as well, being able to put on a lot of spam. There's not really a lot of mitigation coming in from Frosttail Esports composition. It's just going to be off the basis of the geometry. A nice knife pulls in Willis, and this could be a moment where Chris can get a little aggressive. Pack is already down, though.
Yep, Dip is able to just find this angle. Frosttail is trying to stage at the bottom of the stairs, and it's just fish in a barrel here for Dip.
Yeah, I mean, this Pharah pick worked so well. Like, Pack walked into that fight at half health because they ate a direct right to the face, and Quick Esports, I mean, playing so effectively right now that the Junker Queen composition wasn't able to get those tiny T-Rex arms into the teeth of Quick Esports, and this is going to be, like, Zydra and Dip are going to have a great time just continuously spamming down right now because there is no mitigation, no shielding like I talked about against this Junker Queen composition, and you have to play it around cooldowns relatively slow. Like, if you don't have your speed, you can't get to this Quick Esports composition.
Quick is just going to play down this long sight line with Willis holding up front. See a couple of Quick players, including Dip, on the high ground. Trying to stay elusive. That's exactly where Keo would like to find the shots. Ooh, it's Crocs who gets it. Keo forces Dip off of the high ground, and Crocs catches them as they were falling back down low. Beautiful pick, and that's all that they needed. Keo's going to leverage that into a couple more. We get a flip here.
Yeah, that's one of the things you're going to have to be seeing is Keo really start to farm on this Sojourn with the amount of space that's going to be given. There's some mitigation with shields from Willis, but if you can find those headshots like we saw, and then the rest of the team can follow up on it, that's really where you're going to see Frosttail Esports get some values. Dip's actually going to forego the Pharah, completely offer the Genji to get a little bit more survivability. I think that's a good decision, especially on this part of the map in particular, where it's a little bit more enclosed. Now you can play the Genji, you're not at threat of just getting railed exactly and then just getting taken out by the rest of the team.
Deada's out here to start things off. Contender Rush is it for Frosttails. On the low ground, mind you, back towards that choke. So not on the objective as one might expect. Keo under a lot of pressure. I mean, just got run down. That was 3 quick esports players that just blitzkrieged Keo out of the corner, who had an OC in the pocket, by the way. Yoham with a interesting kind of self-serving Kitsune Rush there in the back of this 4v4. Dip and Yoham are going to tilt the balance. Get the point back over to Quick.
He's at the 90% though, so this is going to be the last fight for both of these teams with how quick it's going to be ticking up for. And it is going to be a support ultimate advantage just a little bit right now. You can see Natsuki 80% towards that sound barrier. Gogo should have it in this next fight, so that's going to be a little bit of an advantage in terms of time. Natsuki needs to find a way to get to this sound barrier in time, or else Frostel Esports is just going to overwhelm Quick Esports with their ultimate economy here.
Let's go first. You gotta go
oh,
quick.
that's
oh, you just... No, Willis just vanished in the blink of an eye.
Wait, exactly for Gogo, that means there's no sound barrier.
Yeah, the sound barrier's off the table. I was just thinking the same thing. This is going to give Natsuki and Quick Esports a chance to get back in this thing despite not having a tank, but they can't get back onto the point. Natsuki gets cut down just before they make it back.
It was such a close. I mean, that sound barrier was not going to be there. And actually, if anything, Bullskunk, it's going to benefit Frosttail that they didn't have to use that sound barrier in that team fight, because now they're going to have it to match the one that Natsuki's coming out. So maybe a little bit of an advantage with that kill ending up happening. But Frosty Esports going to be having 4 ultimates in this next fight. It's going to be a lot of particle effects here that we're going to be seeing from both these teams. But they're going to be fighting into the teeth of an annihilation, and that's where it gets a little bit spooky for Frosttail if they want to make a super aggressive engagement.
Yep, the fortunate Frosttails. A little serendipity. Gives them a huge advantage. Up to the high ground, gonna go Zydra with a Deadeye once again, trying to control some space that Willis is immediately gonna move in and solidify. This is gonna give a free first cap over to Quick Esports, but expect a quick retaliation. Keo with the overclock trying to start that off. Natsuki still holding on to this sound barrier. The annihilation has been thrown in from Willis. Quick is trying to get in the face and just put a chokehold down right in this small area. Willis gets cut down though. Overextends. The sound barrier perfect from Gogo. Well timed, well placed. The Yoham low on the outside, and Frosttails return. That mid-fight prowess showing its ugly head.
Yeah, now there is going to be a Kitsune Rush available for Frosttail Esports to kind of match what Quick Esports going to bring to the table. I think Natsuki is just holding on to this sound barrier just to match against something like a Dragon Blade or match against the Junker Queen Rampage, because if you don't have any defensive ultimates to deal with Rampage, with how enclosed these fights have been with the composition that we're seeing from Quick Esports, it is going to do a lot in terms of taking you down. But Crocs get taken out super low.
Is able to get out of there, trying to go to chase. Gogo Dip is there with the leg to converge. Woo! Rampage now comes in, hits 4! The sound barrier from Natsuki is there, exactly as anticipated, but now do you have anything to fit off Pack's blade? Let's cut through Natsuki, chasing Willis around the fountain, just slash after slash into the back of the Ramatra.
Fantastic ultimate rotation as well from Frosttail Esports, using that Rampage early, and with only 4 members of Quick Esports available, forcing out that sound barrier, and then immediately Pack follows up, cleans the fight with a great Dragon Blade. And that's going to be Frosttail Esports taking a 2nd point, and they're looking very clean right now. It's no wonder they picked this map, and no wonder they're picking the Junker Queen.
And if Natsuki is strictly going to hold sound barrier for Rampage, then Frosttails know how to play around that. I mean, I feel like Gogo made that read and beat early because of it. I mean, it gives Frosttails, I think, a huge advantage, just knowing exactly when Natsuki's going to pull the trigger. Here comes a shout, trying to chase Quick Esports onto this point, looking for Precious first control, with Keo finding Yoham. It looks like this is in hands of Frosttails. They're able, well, I said that. As I said, they're going to avoid the Deadeye. Crux steps out in front of the Deadeye.
I mean, they're trying their best. Suzu's actually used. It's very good to keep Yoham alive for a little bit, but is it going to be enough? Kiwi is just absolutely popping off right now on this Kiriko. Willis will be taken down. No supports left for Quick Esports. Actually, Willis still standing, but Gogo's still here to give that healing over to the rest of the team. I don't know if Quick can win this. Never mind. Quick are turning it. Gogo goes down before sound barrier is available.
Yeah, the reinforcements showed up just at the nick of time. Still, Frosttails are looking to get first cap, but Quick Esports are coming in full force, and they're going to have, they're coming up on an overclock to work with. They're just going to flip this control right back. Frosttails have got to cause a moment and set up for this re-engage.
Yeah, but they know they have an advantage with support ultimates. Here comes also the overclock just to create that space. Keo looking on the flank, almost takes on Zydra, finally gets it.
2 shots, Zydra's down. Now turning back onto the point, a low Willis just buying time, but the inevitable kills come through, and Frosttails have a flawless fight here.
Yeah, really like that decision making as well. Using that overclock just to kind of create that space for the team. Just gets one pick, and that means you can keep your support ultimates in this next fight. And we've seen how good Frosttail have been at rotating them effectively, and actually some aggressive positioning here. I think they're going to try and catch Quick Esports off guard as they make this rotation.
Very good rotation. But Pack a bit isolated, was trying to get to the rest of that blade. Did have the Annihilation come in and try to fend off this Kitsune rush as this fight kind of taking place in market, now starting to migrate back over to the objective. It's Frosttails who back away after losing Keo.
Yeah, they had to try. I mean, Frosttail had to use the Kitsune rush, and they used it really early, so now it's going to be a re-engage from Quick.
And Johan's Kitsune rush is directly over the objective. This is going to get a free flip forward for them. Hoping to get some exit picks, trying to chase down Crocs here on the outside. Gotta be careful. Crocs does have this range page. I think he's just trying to bait in.
Stunned out!
Stunned! No way! Now the blade for them to capitalize on this. Pack, go, everybody invested, and Quick still comes up with the win.
Zydra coming in super clutch with the stun. That Rampage got absolutely nothing. It's going to be flipped back over for Quick Esports, who don't get... I mean, if that Rampage hits, that means it was going to be a completely different fight, because that means Crocs is still in there. You're able to potentially rotate your ultimates more effectively with the Dragon Blade after that, but no, Suri, says Zydra, who has a high noon to create that time and space for the team to zone off this point and cap it.
Got hit by the knife. Almost. Ooh, it gets hit by the railgun. No Deadeye into this fight. 4v5 for Quick. Block up, Nemesis 4 being used, and Willa still just cannot stay alive through it. Frosttails is going to take this at 93%. Quick Esports with no options. They have to fight this 3v5. Natsuki just flails into death. Frosttails are going to close this one out. You can see why they picked Survasa.
Yeah, see why they picked Survasa, and see why Crocs is on that Junker Queen and why it was banned in that first map. I mean, that was literally, that fight, the knife onto the Cassidy. If that doesn't happen, it looks completely different, because Cassidy's going to have high noon, you have that space to work with, but really good coordination and target selection. The knife comes in, the rail follow-up, fantastically played at the end there for Frosttail to win at a deficit, which is something that we talked about, Skunk. They are so good at in ultimate deficits, in man deficits. They are very good at just kind of finding these picks and finding ways to win a lot of the time. And that looked like the Frosttail that was, like, you know, made their way very quickly through the upper bracket, as opposed to what we saw on that first map, where it was a little bit shaky. That one was convincing.
100% complete turnaround. I mean, the difference from Nepal and into their map pick of Survasa is, I mean, well, that's the difference between a team losing and winning these greater finals, looking competitive here. I mean, this, if you just take it off of the small sample size of map one, you're thinking, man, Quicker look like head and shoulders the better team here in this matchup. But, I mean, you know what? You can say the same thing and flip that. I mean, we talked about just how important your map picks are, your hero bans are. I think put on brilliant display here, the smart pick from Frosttails. They're able to play into the Junker Queen, and now it is truly up to to find an answer, and well, I think finally get forced off of this Cassidy Ramatra look. I think they're going to have to change it up at this point.
I'll be super interested as well now that Juno's going to be available for the rest of the series, like, because of the fact that I think that Juno does offer a lot to kind of maneuver around Junker Queen, you know, with the speed ring. I think if you can just, again, get away from the teeth of this Frosttail Esports composition with this Junker Queen, that's really where you can kind of find a lot of value to make Frosttail work for basically every single inch, force all their resources to kind of chase you, and then, you know, once they've used all their resources and they get to you, yeah, they get to you, but you are now just kind of caught. You're stuck on an island. So I think that that's going to be something I'm going to be looking out for, as well as the map, because Junker Queen's not going to work everywhere, right? Like, there are maps that are just going to be so much more favored for, like, high ground mobility. Hazard comes into play, Winston comes into play. I think that this was a perfect map for Junker Queen, and I think we'll probably see Frosttail Esports, if they do lose another map, pick another map that's, like, very favored to Junker Queen.
And this is where things are going to start to get interesting, particularly being a best of 7. Because, you know, we might anticipate that Quick Esports will play more high ground strategy. You know, go to Nambani, Dorado. Oh, that stun was so gorgeous. Yeah. That was frame perfect. That was insane. But then, you know, I saw that too. And then might expect the push map to come out. You know, might see the control map to come out and play a little bit more of where the Junker can be strong, and this really might just end up in a battle of picks and bans is where this series is decided.
And it looks like we do have Route 66 as our next map. So this is a map where it's like, okay, Junker Queen can work. I think on third in particular, like gets a good amount. You can pilot it through first. It is difficult though, because you know, if you're on big girls, you kind of just can hold that high ground, and it's like a walking into no man's land in World War I, right? You got to get through a lot of shots to be able to get to that other trench. So I think that this is a good map pick for Quick Esports to kind of negate what, if it is the Junker Queen that was so impactful, which it looked like it. I mean, Crooks looks fantastic on it. So I think that this is a great map pick for them. Bring in probably that ability to play more of the hazard, more to what their style is, and not having to play against the Junker Queen, I think is probably the bigger thing that I would be thinking if they're picking this map.
And you gotta remember, I mean, Junker Queen has the lowest health pool of any of the tanks. I'm fairly confident. It's either, I think Junker Queen is 25 below Zarya, if memory serves. So that poke damage coming in is so... the percentage on a Junker Queen is, you take a couple shots out of a railgun, suddenly you're at half health, right? Whereas opposed to a Ramacha, you take a couple shots from a railgun and you're still, 2/3, 3/4 of your health bar.
You can also just cross your arms and you're too angry to die, right? Like
exactly, yeah, then you're unkillable. So I mean, just that extra little bit of poke damage that you can get onto a Junker Queen is so immense. I mean, it means if you get there with no resources, like you were talking about, even with cooldowns, same, applies to your health bar as well. You have no cooldowns, you have no health bar by the time you actually close the gap. Suddenly, your teeth have been very much dulled, even if you do have them in your little T-Rex arms.
Yeah, that's why I'd be surprised if we saw it. I mean, I think it's not, it's April Fool's patch because we have the googly eyes, but you can't jump as Junker Queen anymore. So it's not the April Fool's game mode here in the Grand Finals, thank God. But I think for the most part, this would be probably where I would expect... I would expect probably the hazard more so than anything else. The Winston, definitely a possibility, I think, as well. But I think the Junker Queen kind of, on Route 66, just goes more to the wayside, and then it becomes really, like, reliant on, like, creating that space for the DPS. Keo, I think, had a much better round in Servasa this particular, and then, like, compared to what we saw on... our first map where Keo was a little bit more silent as an on a ban for Quick Esports to start things off. So this tells me like they're trying to pigeon the Winston maybe a little bit. I mean, or that they're going to play Hazard, and it's actually Frosttail Esports going to ban Winston themselves. So I'm really thinking this is like we're like Diva Hazard pilled here, like for sure.
Yep. This is Lucio Curie, and then either Diva or Hazard. Probably each. Wouldn't surprise me to see Willis pick up the Diva and Crocs go into the Hazard.
Yeah, I think that's definitely, especially for Route 66. Now it's like if it is Route 66, I like long range hit scans start to become a real possibility. So I think like Widowmaker starts to become possible, Ashby starts to become possible, and those are like really key picks that I think will make the difference if we do see that. I think Cassidy still can, still fine, especially with how good it's been being played so far. I think Cassidy still can come to the table a lot of the time. I think it just doesn't offer the same amount of like one-shot potential that you see. Offensive pressure that you see from like Sojourn, where it's like if you're hitting your shots on Cassidy as like forehead as it sounds, right, where it's like the hero is very good, right, but you have a little bit more of that like potential to just like turn fights instantly with Sojourn, which we've seen. One of the best benefits of Frosttail Esports is that when they can like turn fights really quickly on a dime, or just like win a fight very easily at the start with like a pick from Keo on the Sojourn.
I feel like the Cassidy is a little bit more counterplay kind of a pick. Where it's not so much the aggression, but it's like you set up on a high ground, what we've seen from Zydra, and you protect an area. So you're denying flankers from coming in, or you're denying an aggressive push from a tank, from a dive style tank. It's not so much of controlling angles as much. I mean, obviously you can still do that with the Cassidy, but compared to a Sojourn or even an Ashe, I don't feel like as much of aggressive controlling angles. And this is, you mentioned Keo before, and I really like that you brought up Keo's consistency, because I think this is the spot. Keo has a mean Ashe that is one of their best heroes, and this is the spot for Keo to really step up and have that great performance. No flakiness, no patchiness. Like, Keo needs to step up and just hit shot after shot here, and I think Frosttails have a really good chance of going up in this series.
So unfortunately, Bull Skunk, we have lied to the audience a little bit here. We talk only in hypotheticals. Unfortunately, Jedis unfortunately don't deal in hypotheticals. So we're gonna get you the right the right information that we're going to be having here. It's going to be a Lucio ban and a Diva ban, and we are on Dorado, I believe, instead of Route 66. So I hope you liked our little analysis of what's not going to happen for this next map. So now we get to do some real analysis here, and I think this makes, like, Lucio Diva makes sense a little bit, I think, in terms of, like, Dorado. I'm surprised it's not still Winston, actually, with how good it is on this map, but I think that taking it away from Willis, I think, is a big deal, because I think Willis's propensity probably to play the Diva is a little bit like higher. I think Willis would want to pilot that more so than something like a Winston. So I think this is a really good ban kind of targeting on the side of Quick Esports. So we talked a little bit about Route 66 and now we're talking about Dorado. Some of the things still matter where it's like long range hits can still work, but I think Cassidy still gets a lot of value on a map like this.
Yeah, Cassidy's a lot stronger on this map than on Route 66. I also like how the Dorado music felt like 3 times as loud. Like we were just like, we're going to Dorado, okay? It's Dorado.
I didn't know there were peppers here. I play on like low graphics, so like whenever I see like prod like go to stuff, I'm just like, I didn't know any of this was here. I don't see it.
I'm looking at that going, who cuts a bell pepper with a cleaver?
So Chad, someone who I want to meet that person. I want to have a meal with that guy. Whoever's doing that.
You want an apple? Here, let me get out my machete. I'll cut it into slices for you.
Oh, if you, dude, people who like go hiking and like cut apples with a knife, I'm just like, just eat it normally. Come on, like just take a bite out of it.
Just take a bite.
We know you have a knife. We know you have a knife. Okay, it's like cool.
It's dirty, you know. The knife is just filthy, you know.
But we do see kind of what. I mean, Crocs is going to be still on the Junker Queen, which I think, like, on this map in particular, when you have the ability to use that elevator, if there's no elevator, I don't think Crocs is playing this. I think the elevator really makes it able to hold this high ground, and it's going to be pretty easy for Kyo to just, like, stand up here. If anyone comes like and tries to make an aggression, you have that stun available to you with a flashbang grenade. You also just have Crocs, who's going to get a really good... We can get a lot of good carnages, but already Dip has won the side lane battle against Pac.
And this is going to give Dip high ground access. Dip is going to use that to try to press up. Oh, and Yoham opens up on a kill with Kiwi as well. That's from the low ground, or did Yoham might have swift step up? Either way, flank control. In fact, the entire point A control is just here for quick.
Yeah, and that the matchup between Dip and between Pac is going to be incredibly important because if one of the Tracers loses on the sideline, that just opens up the map very aggressively for Quick Esports there at the start. You saw Frosdale had to just try and buy back in, went near the spawn, didn't manage to find any picks because the speed ring placement was so good from Nitsuki just to maneuver everyone out of those sight lines, and Frosdale Esports going to try and get back onto this one to contest.
Kyo going over to... Kyo coming in on that side from the Cassidy, trying to play off that short flank angle, while Crocs moves in from the other to anchor onto the car. Kyo takes a lot of damage, just running deep into enemy territory, and Dip chases him down. It's a bit of a trade onto those Cassidys, but a nice hold in the back line. Willis and Natsuki bit off one naked tree, trying to pursue some support. Some Frosdales are going to hold.
That's a good stick.
Ooh, I say that!
I mean, Quick can come back into this one. It is a little bit spooky. Recall already forced from Dip, but the respawns are closer for Quick Esports here. Yoham does end up going down, but Quick Esports will come back onto this cart in time. Suzu used already aggressively, and Kiwi's going to end up going down.
Yeah, that pick on the Crocs was enormous. Quick get the respawns in. And it looks like the old Mater imitator. Oh, drawing close. Crocs trying to get back on, but that poke damage reared its head there. That's a point on the board.
Dip is playing fantastic so far. Won the 1v1 against the Tracer at the start, and then gets that pick onto Crocs with that Pulse Bomb. If that Pulse Bomb isn't there, Crocs is able to just continuously stay in that team fight without that burst damage taking him down, and it's now Quick Esports who have a very good time bank moving forward. 4 minutes about for themselves to get through second. They have all control of this high ground, and actually Crocs is going to go over to that Hazard, which I think makes sense because you don't want to be playing Junker Queen here where high ground is so important.
I mean, even with the changes to the map and the stairwell, you still need to be able to just go up and down at will. Dada's going to buy a lot of space here from this high ground. Zadra tried to zone out Crocs. Coming back for the peel as Crocs goes in, hunting for a support, and just ends up flash fanned into spawn.
Yoham's a little bit of an aimer also. This has been 2 fights in a row where like Yohan has just found picks randomly on the side angle, not really playing with the team, playing more selfishly as, Pac, that was not where that dash wanted to go. Recall forced out, almost 5 health, almost taken out. That would have been one of the worst POV caster curses we could have seen right there.
Oh, I mean, you know what? You were bragging about Yoham, and Yoham almost just danced all over, just dismantled back on the Tracer. Now the Kitsune rush up in from the Kiri. Actually, dueling Kitsune rushes downpour into the back line. That catches Gogo out of the air. What a downpour. Follow up onto Kiwi as well, and it's a beautiful fight here from Willis.
Quick are moving and grooving right now. They're looking swifty on this hazard composition, and they're the ones setting the tempo. It feels like Frosttail haven't really had a foothold throughout all of this, as we do have a pause because there is a disconnection. But like, to be honest, the way that Quick are playing overall, they're the ones who are going first. They're the ones who are getting picks first in like a lot of those neutral fights. Like the way that they're playing is so incredibly crisp right now. Yoham is like finding these picks out of nowhere. Pack is winning, or not Pack, Dip is winning the side lane matchups on the Tracer. Like, realistically, there hasn't been a point in this map where Frosttail feels like they've had a foothold. It's always been Quick Esports.
Not at all. I mean, tempo is being controlled. The map is being controlled. What ultimates are being used. Everything is being dictated by Quick Esports right now.
It's also a mechanical difference, I think, which is weird because Frost, like, looking at it, Frosttail, like, going into this felt like they were, in terms of just mechanics, the better team based on, especially with what we saw when they last played each other in that upper bracket final. Now Crocs is going to be going back over to the Drunken Queen. Makes sense on this part of the map because it is so enclosed. It's going to get a lot more value, but you have to defend for 4 minutes right here, and that's going to be a tall task even for a team as good as Frosttail Esports.
They're just sneaking in the back line, lands 3 shots, but can't quite put one on the dome of Kia, so they're able to survive with a little help from Crocs' shout. But now with that cooldown used, here comes Quick Esports. They're able to at least equalize. Defender's advantage on the spawns. Quick are going to get some loot off of this, but they're going to need more picks if they want to go any further. That's if you will deliver one onto Keo. Pack playing up dangerously close, gets that recall forced out. Quick Esports are able to kind of hold the line here as they wait for the reinforcements to return to complete this push.
Yeah, they're still holding their positioning, which is good for them. Now they will just eventually back out, but the cart is still moving pretty far, and now you have the High Noon as well coming in from Zytra to zone out and try and take this high ground away.
Zytra was trying to get up to the top, but couldn't quite make it. Crocs was running it all the way.
Oh!
Oh no! That might have just done it. Willis shuts down Gogo's ultimate, catches them out of the sky. No orbital, no extra healing, no extra damage. This is Quick Esports with a lot of reinforcements. I will say a good stall here at the end isn't enough to buy some time for the defense to get back.
Yeah, but they're walking into a downpour, and already just an aggressive dive from Willis, negating completely what this overclock is doing.
Yeah, Keo gets nothing from the OC, gets rooted. Oh, but Pack with the save. Despite being rooted, Pack and Keo come up with a kill and might have just bought a lifeline from this Frosttail's defense.
Yeah, that felt like one where Willis was like, I'm the hero, I can do it, I have this really good downpour, but just did not respect the amount of burst damage potential coming in from the overclock at the very end, gets taken out very early in that team fight, and this defense, I mean, it was like a 4.5 minute time bank moving forward for Frosttail Esports, now dwindled down to only 2.5 minutes as Willis is taking a minute poke, but that means Yoham should be able to get towards the score.
Such as Deadeye. Could have been an easy stick. Neither are going to land on much. Kitsune Rush does come out. Actually looked like Willis's Jagged Wall might have blocked a little bit of that. Oh no, it did make it all the way through. The return rush just goes down the stairwell. I'm not saying it's exactly where Quick would have liked it. So neither team getting max value out of their Kitsune rushes. We're kind of back into a neutral. But whoa, Rampage gets stuck on the cart. Still you get Natsuki with that somehow. Well, Willis and Dip are going to respawn. Now the pressure is on. Low health bars, no supports. It's just DPS left standing here for Frosttails. Blade out as an exclamation point. Ooh, might have been too soon.
Yeah, I think Dip was actually looking for the reset there, but Willis took it away before the slash could come through, so you weren't able to get that, secure that pick. Pack does end up going down, but that's bought enough time for the rest of Frosttail Esports to try and respawn and stall this cart.
Quick Esports still have plenty of reinforcements here, but they have no more ultimates left. In fact, this is going to be a very dry fight here in front of the Frosttail spot. Kitsune is early. Keo trying to push into the hallway. Goes face to face with Yoham. We'll win it out. Yoham has been so lights out good. Gets put in their place by Kia.
Yeah, if Pac doesn't make that play there on the Tracer going into the backline, stalling the cart, this fight looks completely different. Also, if Dip was able to get that reset and hold that blade for a little bit longer, that might have been a difference maker. And now 60 seconds left. That's all that's left for Quick Esports here. Respawns are so much closer for Frosttail Esports. They have the ultimate advantage as well. It's really only a downpour from Willis, and going into an orbital ray, I don't even think that's going to be enough. And then at the back end of that, an overclock really just turns the fight completely.
Bit of a 2-3 split. And you see Dip and Yoham pushing up towards Mega side with Willis trying to provide some oversight. Take some poke damage and force to drop back down. Gargoyle's going to go ahead and throw in the orbital early. Giving chance for Quick to just disengage, kind of hide in some cover. Perhaps use a couple of cooldowns. Now, what are you going to have to counterpunch with? Give me the overclock in. Willis throws down the downpour. That's going to catch at least one in it, but Kio's able to fit him off. Oh no! Willis still jumps through the overclock to find a kill on the Kiwi. Give the player advantage over to Quick. We're down to less than 10 seconds on the clock. Dip into the hallway. He's going to find a kill on the Go-Go. Dash picks up Kio as well. Nasty play here out of Dip. Beautiful three-piece in the waning seconds of Quick's attack. Might just deliver the point. The blade here. You're going to give me the ace? Oh, you're going to chase it down. Willis will get Kiwi. Still have Pack trying to run away. Dip won't get the ace, but will get the point on the board.
Dip with a nasty deflect onto Kyo right there. Return to sender on that rail shot. And I mean, for Frosttail Esports, I like the idea of like going super aggressive with that orbital ray and like just creating that space, but they needed to find a pick there. Like that was all that was needed for them right there. They wanted to find a pick. I think their thought process was we either find the pick or we're going to wait until the re-engagement from Quick Esports, and then we're going to use overclock, and then they're going to kind of be walking into our arms. But a fantastically placed downpour just sectioned off the team fight completely. Overclock got no value, and then Willis got that pick onto the Kiriko. There was no Suzu, no ability to keep the Juno alive, and then it was just a reset after reset for the Genji. Really, really clutched up from Quick Esports at the very end there, which is something that we think that's like what Frosttail was known for. Now it's Quick Esports who are doing it to them.
They did take all of their time back. So, you know, there's a hope there for the Frosttails fans out there. Is at least Frosttails were able to gobble up the 4.5-minute time bank coming in. But you got to cap it out now.
Yep. I mean, there is a win condition set, right? And Dorado, to be fair, is like it's a hard map to cap. I mean, especially when you go onto third. I mean, that was like a 4-minute time bank that got dwindled down to nothing. So, you know, it's very difficult some of these times. But we will see, I think. One of the things I'm very interested in is like when we're going to see Croc switch off, because like I think on first it like works, especially with elevator, like you should be able to get this high ground totally fine, but like beyond that, like where are we going to be seeing the Junker Queen maneuvering? Because on second it's going to be very hard to pilot.
Slow and steady, just played off logo right now. We've had a little bit of trips up to the high ground, but Willis is doing a good job of controlling the red roof at the moment. Zydra's the real one you got to watch out for. You see the duel between the Cowboys. As long as Zydra's up on that high ground, Frosttails cannot step out into the street.
Yeah, and I think this is good for Quick Esports, especially if you get a pick onto the Kiriko. That means it's a lot of healing lost, and you're just trying to get as much time as possible. And for Frosttail Esports composition, they have to play it really slow because they don't have an engage button to just get in. They have to do these long rotations, try and find that high ground through the other side, and that just leaves a lot of time for Zydra and for Dip to spam and potentially find a pick.
Frosttails have used one cooldown rotation to get a couple players up top, but here comes the attack down low. Crocs finds Zydra to clear off that high ground, and Dip has been thwarted in the attack on the support. So far, everything looks good here for Frosttails to get through the opening leg of point A. You still have Willis to deal with it at 63 health. Yeah, there's the finish.
They're just trying to die hard and stall as much as possible. They will get one last recontest if they die quickly, which they will end up being. And this is gonna, I mean, this is like a good start for Quick Esports here, being able to hold that long. 1 minute and 30 seconds taken off the clock. But now that we're out of this high ground potential and we're more on like even ground, this is where the Junker Queen's gonna start getting a lot of value, and those knives and those carnages in this enclosed area can really set the tempo of a lot of these fights.
Deadeye. Gonna go ahead and pop that immediately. Try to hold this.
Can they get on
the left side? Knows Dip is gonna sneak it. Dip dashes in. Look at this. Oh, no, yeah. Shows us that impeccable accuracy. Taking Kyo down, and Croc's never stood a chance.
Yoham on this Kiriko has been phenomenal so far, farming up this Kitsunerish a little bit earlier than Kiwi. Kiwi did die, so that's a little bit unfair of a comparison, but that pick onto the high noon, the dash also from Dip getting onto point before it even passed that line, past the capture. This is where I'm really worried for Frosttail Esports, because they have to work so hard to get through a lot of these chokes now, and there's so much spam potential that Quick Esports have, and there's only 1 minute and 40 seconds left that you have, and you're having to use Speed Ring to like get through. Now you're gonna have to use Shout. Like, you have to rotate these cooldowns effectively, and you have to take a lot of time to get back onto this card.
You gotta wait for those cooldowns to come back before you can engage. Pack has managed to sneak in on this right-hand side. Red by Dip. He's going to have to give up on this flank for now. Comes back in the mid, but the has been invested as well as the Rampage. Rampage is going to find two. Dip with the blade. No health. Pack is able to land one. Crocs lighten up the feed. And Frosttails win the ult fight they needed here and push this one over the line.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, the Kitsune was not there to deal with this Rampage coming in from Crocs. It was able to take down Zydra, who died very early in that fight. Really well played from Frosttail Esports, knowing that they had to wait for their cooldowns effectively. They rotated really well, didn't let Zydra get into an area where you could just continuously spam into the team. Really like what I saw from them. And Crocs is actually going to be sticking over onto this Junker Queen because they do have control of the high ground for now. It's really going to be about them trying to keep it here, but that's a nice engagement from Willis.
Just one little boop, and it sends half the team back down to the low ground. It gets messy. Frosttails are thriving through this chaos, though. Big slice. Sends Natsuki back. All right, we're going to continue rolling.
Yeah, and Kyo's starting to actually, like, warm up a little bit. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing so far. It feels like it's been Zydra so far on the Cassidy, but now Kyo getting a lot of value, and it does work out really well against the Hazard as well, because when these engages come through, you can hinder. It's very effective that way. And now you're gonna have to fight on cart against this team of the Junker Queen, and that's gonna be super difficult right now at some point.
It's funny how, you know, all this high ground. Well, all the theory goes out the window. Willis just assassinates Kyo 3 seconds into the fight. Big rotation from Frosttails as they retreat.
And now they're gonna have to start going through this, like, this World War I trench and to get back onto the high ground. Luckily, there are the stairs, so it makes it a little bit more palatable for them to try and retake this. But 2 minutes left for them as they move forward. Nice knife, can pull back Willis. So desired, but just waiting patiently. Yoham again on the flank, playing very, very selfishly, but it's working out relatively well.
Not often you see a carry on a 1-4 flank.
Yeah, Teru.
Jedi for the opposite high ground. Ooh, that's a score.
Oh!
Zydra! Come on, bud.
That was an ego peak. That was an absolute ego peak.
Yeah. I'm at a loss for words with that one. I did not expect Zydra or Cassidy Master just to stick a head on and go, hey, what's going on over there?
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was a high noon as well. Like, Zydra was thinking, I'm going to beat this high noon, easy peasy, but Kyo comes out on top. I think it's the Spark skin that's really what did it there, channeling Shy. As it's going to be Quick Esports, who now, I mean, this is disastrous for them because this is where the Junker Queen gets the most value probably at any point on this map. This Junker Queen gets to control a little bit of high ground. It's so much more enclosed, and this is really where Frosttail Esports can start taking it Quick Esports.
Downpour is going to catch Kyo. They are able to trade one out. Knife from Crocs is going to give the edge back over. I'm going to check the 4 kill feed. 3 for 3 left on this point. Knife lands. Axe lands. Torpedoes with a heal. Willis is able to find Kiwi despite being super low on health. They ignore the Junker Queen and try to cut the sustain out from underneath the comp. And I think it succeeds, despite the fact that Crocs is coming up with kills. They've run out of reinforcements.
Without Willis here, I think they have to retreat just a little bit. They do have both of their healers alive to keep, you know, just dipping onto the cart with Dip, but you are going to need Willis back in if you want to try and come back to contest this. And there is another Rampage, so you're going to be looking out for that Suzu, specifically from Yoham. Can you negate what this Rampage is going to bring? Because in such an enclosed area, it should get a lot of value.
The Rampage is going to hit 3. I don't see any cleanse. Yeah, they do get it in, but it's too late to save Natsuki, which means you're not going to get an orbital into this fight. Quick just evaporating off of this point. Frosttails have snapped their fingers, and, well, they took down more than half the team. They took down the entirety of Quick.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's even going to be a contest here. It's getting close. They should be able to potentially with stall picks, but they got to go now.
Yeah, it's going to be fast.
Tracer?
It's gonna be close.
Genji's Dip is there. Dip is there.
Jedi from the high ground. That was cool. Orbital right coming out. Nice kill. It's Yoham. Of course it's Yoham who delivers the clutch pick for Quick.
So clutch, but I mean, it is going to be scary here coming into this next fight because now that means that Gogo has the orbital ray advantage and you can just walk in to this point. But again, with kind of how Junker Queen is operating, you have to walk through so much spam. And Yoham takes down Pack. That's a big pick. That means that by the time we get to this next fight, Bullskunk, it's last fight territory. There's no other fight that they're going to get. They need to win this one, and they're going to try and push a little bit more aggressive to get that space for their DPS to find a pick. And High Noon is committed. That's Zydra, another High Noon that's just so aggressive.
It does not pay off at all. Willis at 1 health is going to get taken down.
What are they?
This feels so bizarre because, I mean, Frostel already have players on the point. They're already starting to put some pressure here. Are we going to get a recontest? Was that just a total feed out of Quick? We got the Summer coming back from the Zydra. Is going to get taken out immediately. Orbital way over the point is enough. We're headed to extras.
I don't know about that one, man. That was, I can understand the idea where it's like, we got this one pick on the pack. We, like, need to push our advantage. We're so close. But, like, they could have just walked back into their, like, they could have walked back into their spot and been like, okay, we took, like, the one pick. We should be totally fine. They probably knew they were at ultimate disadvantage, which was the thing where it's like, because we don't have orbital ray, and they probably knew that the other team did, maybe we could catch them off guard, force an orbital ray in their spawn. But that fight just went completely awry with Zydra going down with that high noon. I mean, I think that was just a very strong gamble from Quick Esports that didn't pay off for them.
Yeah. And now that you mentioned, it does make sense. If they're making the reads on the ultimates, they're like, that's their only choice. We have to play first. That was 100%. But they so overextended.
Yeah,
I mean,
I get it where it was like it worked out probably the worst way it could have, right? Like I understand the idea, but it could not have gone worse. Like that was the worst case scenario where they just completely fall apart. If they like trade 1-for-1, then like yeah, it starts getting a lot better there. But they did like the fact that Zydra went down during that high noon, like immediately the fight was just like it was over at that point.
Oh, well, Quicker back on the attack was they have 19 fewer seconds of time bank. Dip with an opening shot towards this top high ground. Was hoping to catch a Juno peak and no such. Blocked the Frosttails are too wise to fall for that one. It's over to the Genji. How much can you get done in 1 minute here on a very difficult point in Dorado? Now, who's going to determine who takes the lead in this series? It's Yoham. Of course it's Yoham. It's always Yoham with first blood. Making second blood too.
Yoham is playing at an extremely high level on this carrier call. I mean, to be fair, Yoham is also like benefiting significantly off of Zydra. Zydra is hitting so many headshots. Like every time I look at the health bars from Frosttail Esports and Zydra has openings to like get this value, they're at like half health, they're at three-quarter, they're at like a quarter health. Like every headshot seems to be hitting from Zydra, and you can see the difference between Zydra and Keo and how much value they've been getting so far. And this is already a good push, I mean, with just a minute left.
Willis in a bit of trouble because it has to be used to get the tank out of that tight little hallway. Keo's going to rotate around towards Mega to see if they can find access to the back line. Meanwhile, Crocs moves up front. Dip keeping him at bay. Both of those players rotating meat on the point. Willis has found Keo, I believe, in that right mini room. Dip's still doing that. He's been able to keep Crocs at bay. Good job for a Genji, able to hold off the Hazard for as long as they had. Now Hazard trying to roll out, see if they can deal with Pack, but Crocs has managed to find entrance into Yoham. Take one of those deadly players off of Quick, but Dip and Willis respond. Zydra lights up the feed. This is a 4th point on the board here for Quick.
Yeah, you can see Keo is like completely foregoing to Cassidy right now, just going over to that Sojourn just to offer a little bit more mobility to get away from these very aggressive dives. Because Willis is putting a lot of pressure onto Keo when they're on the Cassidy, and you know, the flashbang works a little bit, but if you're just using that defensive, you can't really take down the Hazard throughout all that. So this is, I mean, at this point, if you're Quick Esports, anything you get after that first point cap, with how much time you have left, is gravy.
Gonna buy some. Oh, that one landed. Oh, Zydra, you could have canceled and rolled. Did not react fast enough. Down 4 over the top. Ooh, blocked by the jagged wall. Nicely done. Dip is gonna pull out a blade. He's able to find Keo. Low, about 25 health for Dip with the end of that blade. Crocs is just dueling it out in a 1v4. Here comes the reinforcements from the Frosttails defense. Pack taking out some of the sustain with that kill on Zakiri. Willis very low, hiding off the outside. Orbital Ray on the point. Willis wasn't anywhere close. It's going to go down. Considering rush from the defense and a player advantage from Frosttails. Should give him the edge here. Zydra low after flipping over to Tracer, trying to get back onto this point. Natsuki is down. You only have close to a Kitsune Rush. Yeah. Go and throw it out. Willis returning, but this feels like insurmountable odds here for Quick to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Pac cuts up super well during this team fight, specifically being able to take... I mean, actually, the picture being traded, there is a respawn advantage here. The deflect... Oh my god, Dip! Oh Dip actually slices and dices. They're going to win this team fight.
Dip just won a 2v5. Pac is able to take them down at 1 health, but the reinforcements are in for Quick. That was literally a 2v5.
That's insane. I mean, again, the respawns are so much closer here for Quick Esports. They're going to be able to get back into this one. Down 4, available for Crocs, but what a play from Dip.
unbelievable. Like you say, this is all just bonus meterage here for Quick Esports. Now they've got all 5 back on the table, and I say that Dip is in a bit of trouble trying to regroup the rest of the team. There's that downpour in from Croxon, pulls out, netting a pair of kills here for Frosttails. I don't think there's any coming back from this one, but man, Dip was able to buy some very important meterage to get around that first corner. That could be the difference maker here on Dorado.
I mean, that's like, I think it's like 15 meters. I'm not really, math is not my strongest subject there, but like the different, I mean, that was a pretty good chunk of the map that was actually captured by Dip, just literally like clutching up a 2v5 fight, like with that deflect. It was complete, like, because there was, at that point, the respawns were so much closer for Quick Esports, and yeah, they ended up losing the team fight after because Crocs used the downpour, but I mean, if Dip doesn't get that, that could be a difference maker, like you mentioned. Quick Esports just capping first with a minute left and how well they played that, like, that's already enough for them to try and get this win condition.
And that corner, that first corner of point B, can be so difficult. Like, that's such a pivotal spot. So to be able to get fully around that corner, I think, is a huge deal. Even if it doesn't look like much, you know, in the meterage up top, you know, with that box of victory sitting where it is versus, you know, being at a 90-degree angle at the base of the stairs, that feels like a monstrous difference.
You also got to be perfect as well, because that's like the, like, with a minute and 19 seconds, you don't have any room for, you know, losing team. You like one, maybe, like, you have room to maybe lose like one team fight if it's very quick and like very early in like a fight like this. But like beyond that, if you're Frosttail Esports, you've got to play perfectly from here on out to try and get to that win condition in the box of victory. As I wonder what Crocs is going to be playing here, because I think the Junker Queen is viable, but it is going to be the hazard against. They're opting into the mirror, and I think if you're Quick Esports, you're totally fine playing a mirror like this, not against the Junker Queen.
I think it's interesting they're rolling out with the Juno on, running out with a double flex support look, so no carry here. You know, provide any flank control or, you know, a little bit more high ground back and forth. Yeah, with a good opener there. Needs to get hot if Frosttails want to take the 2-1. Already about 30 seconds have been eaten off the minute 20 on the clock. Johan going up and move, loses the duel Kiwi. That's not what you wanted if you're a Quick fan.
That's also not something we've seen. We've usually seen Johan win those. Zydros manages to find 2 in the back end, but it's not going to matter. It's just going to be all the positioning available for Frosttail Esports, and they're going to start breaking this defense down. Now it's going to be Quick Esports getting back and getting one last recontest here. Not a lot of ultimates to talk about in terms of what we have. Pack is really, like, farming this pulse bomb relatively quickly. Should be able to get it in this next fight, actually. But it's just going to be coming down to the neutral fight between both of these teams as we get to this defensive end.
It's like a full approach from the left. No, as I said that, it is actually a split. Dip coming in on the left-hand side, tractor full of flank. It's in very deep. It looks like another 2v5. Yoham's going to go ahead and switch step out. Zydro and Wills collapsing from the other side. Quick just absolutely pounded Frosttails into the dirt. That was collapsing from all angles. Everybody finding the picks. A flawless final fight from Quick Esports to claim Dorado in the 2-1 lead.
Great target selection, and Dip, I mean, deserves so much credit, I think, for this Genji play throughout what we've seen so far. Just perfectly played, controlling those side angles very effectively. I mean, Pack is no slouch on the Tracer, but Dip on the Genji just really, really effective in controlling those side angles and making it difficult for Frosttail Esports to ever get control. And it felt like they were always like, even in that last fight, they were just pincered into that side room, and that felt like it was just an amalgamation of the entire map, where it was just them continuously trying to get out of these trenches that were being set up very effectively by Quick Esports and Dip. I mean, that one play, the clutch that we saw, it didn't end up mattering too much in like just the end of everything, but it still kind of showed how impactful the Genji was throughout that entirety of the series.
It was still impressive to watch. Yeah, I mean, if anything, you're sending a message. You know, you're sending a message to Frosttail that anybody on this team can be dangerous. And Quick Esports have the advantage in all aspects.
Do we call those orbital jaxes? Like, what do we call it? Is it
Yeah,
orbital jax?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Beam jacks, I suppose.
Yeah. Beam jax is good. I like that one too. But yeah, I don't see those too often. But there was one. I think the other thing that was so interesting about this is that, like, the Junker Queen obviously like had a hard time like being piloted on a map like this because it's so like, you know, favored towards, you know, high ground and vertical mobility, and like it managed to get some value some of the time. But now I'm like, when I'm thinking about Frosttail Esports going into these other maps, they are probably going to be thinking more like maps that are very, you know, low ground, very horizontal in terms of what we're going to be seeing, because I think that they don't want to be opting into this hazard matchup. I think it's something Quick Esports are like totally fine opting into because it feels like their comfort for the most part.
What did we learn?
Well, we're going to take a little break before we get into map 4. Frosttails will have the pick when we come back. We'll give them a minute to figure it out. We'll see how they respond. Quick Esports up 2-1. Don't go anywhere. Your Master Division Grand Finals will return in just a few minutes.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino?
Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back!
Hold card, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back's on cart. Come on, back's on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that? Ah! Felix!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Dorado went to extras. It was as close as it could be, but Quick come out with the dub. Now sit with the 2-1 lead, particularly with an exceptional performance there from Dip on map 3. But it brings us to a Frosttails map pick. They've got the chance to turn the tide here.
Yeah, Dip and Yohem as well, I think, had a really good performance on the Kiriko, playing like a solo Kiriko on the off angles, getting a lot of picks, but finding value. And I think that this will be interesting kind of where we go in terms of maps. I was talking about it where it's like, if we are going to be playing as Quickies, not as Quickies, or as Frosttail, like being so kind of honed in on playing the Junker Queen as like what's our bread and butter, then it's going to be somewhere low ground favored, and Esperance is definitely that. Definitely a very good Junker Queen map where, you know, there is some high ground control and like the over archways and stuff like that, but mostly it's like played on flat ground, which is what you want to be if you're on Junker Queen. So making a good understanding of the map pick so far for this. I wonder if we see like anything in terms of like a Junker Queen ban or like a Lucio ban, but we already saw that in the last map. So now they're just taking out the other areas, you know, taking away the Sojourn with the Junker Queen comp makes sense as well with how good Kyo is on it. Sometimes that's going to force Kyo to play more of the Cassidy. And then if you're in a Cassidy matchup, you're like, again, you're feeling very good if you are or if you're Quick Esports in that regard.
Now, with JQ, Juno, and Lucio all previously being banned, now all available here for map 4, it wouldn't surprise me to see the Mach 5 comp. I think they go hyper speed here. And because that will also, so you're talking about like the bridge fights can be very important on Esperanza, but you have that nice stairwell. So we often see ground-based compositions played on Esperanza where they can rush up that stairwell to go take that all-important high ground. And I think having the double speed will do that. You can use one speed to get across, and then you still have a Lucio speed and a Junker Queen shout to be able to push and pull with that. So it wouldn't surprise me to see them just go full invest and go as fast as possible here in map 4.
Yeah, we're going to do some F1 racing here. But I think it kind of, based on what we see with the Ana ban as well, I think that definitely kind of like moves it towards playing a very like high-speed comp like that. Because if it is, you know, if you're playing this Juno Lucio thing and you're playing against an Ana, you get hit with one nade and then they're like your engagement's completely gone. So now you don't have the Ana available on the other side. You're going to be able to play a lot more aggressively without the threat of the Ana available to you to like get those anti-nades. And I think that, because like if you were going to play Kiriko, like it wouldn't matter too much, but because it is going to be that Ana ban, that definitely kind of leads me towards what you're thinking, where it is going to be like, yeah, we want to play the Lucio, we want to play the Juno, we want to be, you know, set the tempo very aggressively, not let Frosted or Quick Esports really just stand on ceremony with their DPS kind of continuously poking us down,
which has certainly been a problem. And I think we're also looping the Kiriko into that DPS, right? I think it's
for Yohem. Yeah, DPS. I think Yohem definitely. Yeah,
Yohem is definitely one of those DPS. Yeah. It's a triple DPS look, I think, so far here out of Quick.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. And I think the other thing about the composition that I'm seeing from Quick Esports and how they're going to deal with it, like, you only have so many ways to stop an engagement like that, where it's like, okay, so you have a boop, you have a stun with like the flashbang or something like that, but and like Suzu's good to kind of negate a little bit of the incoming dive, but like you're gonna have to really, you know, be very on alert with your head on a swivel to deal with something that's as aggressive and high tempo as this. Maybe they even bring out a Juno of their own where they're just going to use their own speed ring to try and disengage as best as they can, but it'll be hard against the Junker Queen composition where you just have so many avenues to just set that tempo, keep the tempo going.
So we are going to have Frosttails coming out, showing us the Junker Queen. Are in the red outlines here. Kyo opted so far kind of looking to match Zydra there in the Cassidy battle. That one surprises me a little bit, to be honest. I half expected them to try to go to the Ashe and try to outrange them.
Yeah, I think the Ashe definitely on this map in particular gets a lot of value too, but it is going to be Dip on the Pharah, so trying to offer a little bit more of that spam potential just into this Junker Queen composition, because there really isn't anything to deal with it, right? There's no negation on the spam, so I think this is a good decision, and you can play around this like initial pillar very good with the geometry. It's great for Pharah to kind of maneuver around.
Dip kind of dueling out with Pack at the moment, try to get control of this backside angle. Meanwhile, Frosttails are kind of holding up over in the tile area, just around main, getting robot control, but they don't really have any good sightlines down into the Quick Esports backline. Seems like Zydra is the one kind of playing with this cover, is able to peek at will. Now turning around and put pressure down into Crocs. Crocs hold up inside the cubby. There's the shout. Here comes the speed forward. Knife in, axe in. Willis is gone.
Yeah, and I mean, without Willis, there's no way that you can hold right now. And actually, interestingly, we are going to be seeing the Juno. It is going to be the Kiriko variety, so a lot of sustainability that this team does offer from Frostel Esports. Traded back and forth, but it's not going to matter too much as Crocs is just going to clean this one up. And this is really where the value of the Junker Queen is going to come through, is when you have these enclosed areas, when you have such a flat map. Junker Queen kind of just runs over Ramatra, and I think Ramatra is kind of the only thing that like Willis has shown necessarily that can like match up against a Junker Queen, besides just probably another Junker Queen themselves.
Sustain from a JQ, even though having that low health pool like I mentioned earlier, but there's so much sustain. Particularly with the upgraded perks, although we haven't gotten into perks unlocked yet here for Crocs, so they don't have that extra bleed damage online. Keo here is gonna have our first ult in the server. Beautiful pick on the dip as well. That was nasty. Zydra's gonna respond. Finds Gogo with the headshot. Now we get a showdown at the OK Corral. Rolling up high ground advantage here for Zydra. Not first time I've said that here today. And with that leveraged into a fight win, they're gonna drive Frosttails away.
Yeah, it's a battle of the Cassidys right here, and it feels like they're both going mono-y-mono, as now I think if you're Quick Esports, you want to try and see if you can find some picks off the back end of this and get a little bit aggressive against this game.
The Deadeye out of Zydra to try to negate this Kitsune rush out of Frosttail. Oh, even picks up Kiwi along the way. Rampage is good. Zydra's hurt. Willis is half health. Purple got hit by a big card. But the orbital comes in. The purple fades, and Willis is right back at full health. The chase down will get Gogo off the battlefield, and Quick continue to march.
Yeah, I wonder if Crocs actually might have, unfortunately, pulled the High Noon into a place where it was able to take down one of the members in the backline, and Gogo, unfortunately, getting taken down so early in a couple of these fights, not able to farm up towards that sound barrier. But it is still a pretty good lead for Frosttail Esports there, and they will be able to most likely contest before it's going to flip over in terms of the lead.
Slow approach. Crocs is just kind of watching the bot get away from them, decide if they want to go up to the high ground. They do decide to shout move up to that high ground position where Kayla's got to throw down a Deadeye. Crocs just drops back down, control the bot. After a small disengage, Quicker looking to come back in. Did swap it over to a Torb, eats a bunch of headshots. Willis moves in. Here's the blade. Trying to cut up the sustain out from behind Willis. Wily up though. Natsuki's able to stun and delete Pack, and Quick Esports will win a third fight in a row.
I love that decision-making from Quick Esports, just forgoing the fight that was happening and just going directly onto the cart, knowing that Willis has Annihilation. So if Frosttail Esports wants to fight at the bot, they're going to have to be walking into Annihilation. They don't really care that there's a Dragon Blade on the other side. A great Brigitte rally and stun takes it out completely, and Frosttail Esports feels like they're now in a bit of a sticky situation for themselves. Quick Esports going to go, retreat, leave the bot where it is, and go back up to high ground to continue to try and spam down.
Which means Frosttails can't just, beat engage into this. They gotta close this gap. They gotta find way up to that high ground. It's not as simple as just press Q and try to run forward. Although I say that, Willis is kind of stubbornly holding right here in the choke. Perhaps could be a weak spot from Quick Esports' formation at the moment. There's the push into the left side high ground. We're gonna send Gogo and Pack up there. See if I can get anything done.
It's so hard. I mean, Ramon Core's gonna come out actually and trying to just go onto the cart, but now it looks like actually Q's gonna end up going down. The sound barrier has to be used on just 2 members.
And it works! And it works! I would never advise just beat for 2, but you know what? It seems like it was date night here for Gogo and Keo, and they're celebrating.
Yeah. Popped over a bottle of some good Portuguese wine here on Esperanza, as now they're going to be able to take it all the way back. They don't have the lead just yet. They should be able to get control of this high ground, which is going to be the big thing because Keo's got this high noon, going to be able to create a lot of space for the team, and that's where potentially you can see Quick Esports end up losing this lead eventually, because Quick Esports don't have a lot to work with, I mean, in terms of ultimate economy.
I mean, and their lead, despite winning 3 fights in a row, isn't all that massive either. 1 fight win here will do it, and the Rampage is going to find 3. There's no Sluzu. There's no cleanse. Kiwi, where are you at? Oh, sorry, you're busy. Never mind. There's no Suzu available because there's no Kiriko here for Quick. There's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, and now it's going to be disastrous as well for them because I don't think they're going to be able to recontest before they lose this lead here, and they have to make sure that they don't lose any members. Dip getting taken down low. Manages to stay alive throughout all this, but now the lead is finally going to go back over to Frosttail Esports. There is a Kitsune Rush available, and it looks like we're going to have a high noon coming through. Can it find anything?
Oh. Yeah, that orbital is not going to protect you to the high noon. Willis, though, is able to strike back. Genesis form to find 2, and Dip is getting in the face of Pack here. It's amazing we got both checkpoints picked up. You don't often see both checkpoints picked up only 5 minutes into an Esperanza.
Yeah, I feel like this is one where it's like everyone just kind of huddles around those 2 bridgeways, and it's like, okay, guys, let's like let's do like how they used to do with like the muskets, where we're just gonna stand in front of each other and shoot and see if anyone ends up going down. But for Quick Esports, I mean, to be fair to them, they only had to use one ultimate for that team fight. Now they're gonna have 4 coming into this next one, and they're gonna be in a great position to use their macro to come back and try and get this lead. But there are only 3.5 minutes, so they need to kind of win these fights cleanly to be able to secure that lead and then secure their positioning on the high ground to just continue to milk that clock away from Frostel Esports.
That goes into the backline with the Blade. The Molten Core, man, combined with the Deadeye, is going to keep them at bay. Willis not able to find safety and gets melted with the Annihilation also being thrown in. So 3 ults simultaneously, and a couple of kills to show for it. It's a 3-1 trade favoring Quick Esports, and this should be enough to get them the lead.
Yeah, they should be able to get the lead here, especially with... I mean, I think it was a good idea from Frostel Esports because they knew that they were at an ultimate deficit, so they had to kind of throw a Dragon Blade out to see if you could find something. They get the Molten Core out. The big thing is that they didn't... Natsuki was really patient keeping this rally, because now you're going to have it for this next fight and have that sustainability, because Frostel Esports don't have support ultimates yet, and Gogo isn't necessarily quite that close. They are going to be doing a little bit right here on this low ground, so that might be a chance for Gogo to find a way to get to the sound barrier in time.
This is a dangerous rotation. Quick Esports tried to just back away to get high ground. They don't make it up to high ground, but everybody's able to make it into cover for this Deadeye. The rally from Natsuki, it was just fading throughout that entire Deadeye, so you do kind of waste that. That tries to dive into a 1v5. That was ill-advised. Just gets shut down. Another enormous rampage, though, and still nothing to deal with this. It's going to pick up 2 kills immediately, and this fight is getting messy. A bloodbath with Gogo finding a good pick on a Natsuki. The fadeaway shot to take the Brig out and put Frostel's back in control.
Yeah, Frostel's out of control here. 2 minutes left for them as the bot's going to start moving forward back over. I think that there is going to, with the spawns that they have, though, for Quick Esports, they will get time to go control back on that high ground, and that's going to be great for them, especially with Dip having that Torbjorn and having that turret being able to basically make it really difficult for any types of flanks to come through with that Torbjorn holding that positioning.
I think they're going to have to rotate back high ground. Frostel's move to catch them. Oh, what is there? Several things going on here. Quick Esports split in 2. Kiwi was trying to hold the bot. The rest of Frostel's meets to encounter the back flank from Quick. Quick are able to regroup, and we're going to get a 5v5 here right down Main Street. Deadeye coming out from Zydra's going to find Gogo, and got the AJ! There was a sound barrier that Gogo tried to invest mid-high noon. No such luck. It's intermission now up. That's not getting anything either. Things have turned disastrous here for Frostel. Willis with a big 3-piece.
That Ajax is going to come back to haunt Frostel Esports. It might be the difference between them actually just going down 3-1 here. Very expensive fight for Quick Esports, though, so there is a potential with the momentum that Frostels have to be able to continuously move forward if they do win this next fight, but they have no support ultimates to work with, which is going to be disastrous for them because they're going to have to fight on cart here, and if you're Dip, you can just throw Molten Core down onto this cart, and Frostel won't be able to move.
Same plan from Quick on this point. They're just going to hold through the choke, daring Frostel to get close. Dip, except for Dip. Dip goes on this magical flank. Everybody's trying to actually circle through, and we're just going to get a flip of the map here. Speedering Molten Core to get Quick Esports behind Frostel's. Got to be careful. Willis is able to maintain bot control, so Frostel's can't just run away with it. Zydra and Dip both come up with kills onto the opposing DPS.
DPS are down, and now it's just cleaning up right now. And I wonder, I mean, they're trying to stall here as best as they can, but they need to just die and get back to respawn at this point because there's only 21 seconds. They will get one last recontest, most likely, with Pac having this Dragon Blade in the back pocket, and Kiwi can teleport and use that Suzu, but it's last fight territory for them. And even if the Blade comes through, you've got Natsuki who's holding that rally, stun, insta-killed if this Genji is focused down correctly.
And it wouldn't be the first time that Natsuki had shut down a Pac Blade here today. Pac playing with a little roof slide off the top. Jumping in, trying to help deal with the double DPS in the back line. Dip and Zydra overwhelmed. Pac never got a chance. The rally can be used just to clean off the point. Don't have to worry about the Blade now. We're in OT. Player advantage for Quick Esports. They're going to take Crocs out of the fight. Orbital Ray on the point. This is just going to be the dagger, the nail in the coffin, the championship point here for Quick Esports.
And Quick Esports have finally broken serve. That was one of the best Junker Queen maps. That was the Junker Queen play from Frostel Esports, and Quick Esports completely read it, played so well. Willis's Ramatra has been phenomenal. The way that it's operating, I love that the way that they are kind of using it as like almost like an anti-dive where it's like whenever you see like these very aggressive pushes out from the Junker Queen, Willis is just like, hey, guess what? I'm gonna walk behind your team. I'm gonna throw my Vortex down. I'm throwing down my Annihilation. You don't get to play. You just end up dying. And even if we're trading like 1-for-1, 2v2, if we have the lead in terms of the bot and in terms of the macro, we're totally fine with that. Like, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from Willis, who going in, like in the previous series, we saw a lot of them opting in for the hazard mirror, but now this Ramattra seems like it's like the key to beating this Junker Queen composition.
Once again, Twitch are able to answer. God, even with, I mean, just these stones on this Quick Esports squad to be like, oh, we see you're running a Junker Queen. Nah, we don't need the carry.
Yeah. I think as well, the other thing that's really good about the Juno that I really like is the utilization of speed ring from Yoham. Like Yoham seems like a very mechanically gifted player and like didn't get to show up as much in terms of like the kill feed as the Kiriko did. But again, the speed ring, being able to maneuver around, like even using it as an engage tool, like we're seeing here where they're using that speed ring to send Willis into the back line so that he can use Annihilation and make it difficult for the supports to move, because if it's Lucio Kiriko, yeah, you have TP, yeah, you have Suzu and things like that, but if you're using those for an engagement, it's not going to favor you with how many cooldowns you're going to be saving for Quick Esports. So I'm really liking the way that they're maneuvering around a lot of these fights.
And now with, I mean, your two best Junker Queen picks are off the table heading into map 5. Things do adjust a little bit from regular season. But I'm curious as to now what Frostales do. Quick seems to have had an answer for every one of their strategies coming into this, and this seemed like their best shot to tie this up. I'm concerned for Frostales, and I don't know how you respond to this one. I don't know.
So I think the good thing is that they're going to get Sojourn back, which is going to be one of the big things, because I think in terms of like the matchup between Kyo so far and between Zydra, at least on Casti, it feels like it's super Zydra favored. And that makes sense because of how well Zydra played it in our previous series and this one as well. But I think that like getting the Sojourn back is going to help, because I think Kyo feels a little bit more comfortable, and that hero also offers you a little bit of mobility to get away from something like Ramattra if it's diving at you aggressively. Because a lot of the times when we're seeing the Ramattra go in, you know, Kyo's just ending up dying to the Ramattra and the Annihilation and things like that. So bringing in Sojourn, getting a little bit of that mobility. To be fair, though, I think Quick Esports with the ban phase has been fantastic so far with what they've been picking and banning. I really have liked what I've seen from them. But for Frostale Esports, I mean, this was a team that the 3-1 that they beat them last time in the upper bracket, it was rather convincing, Bullskunk. Like, they really took it to Quick Esports, and this feels like Quick Esports is a completely different team compared to where they were earlier in the bracket.
I love you mentioned how smart the pick ban phases have been. I mean, big shout out to PNR, who is a Quick's head coach, and it's awesome to be able to actually see the impact of coaching in this modern day in Overwatch. You know, where we've introduced hero bans, we've introduced kind of where you can choose your own game type, and all that has created such an awesome strategy going into this. And Quickers seem to be masters of it. Big shout out to their coaching staff.
Yeah, I've been asking for pick ban for like years. Like I wanted it for so long, and now that I get to see it, I get to like wax poetically about it. Like I'm so happy that we have pick ban, because it adds like another layer of strategy where it's like this was a map where, you know, even thinking about like, do they want to run the mock speed comp, we got a banana, things like that. So I think that like when we go to our next map, which we do have, I think it's going to be Blizzard World, it looks like, as our next, again, another map where actually this one's interesting because first is like very flat, second's like, no, I think Junker Queen's still good here. Now that I'm thinking about it, you can still kind of like maneuver pretty well with like Junker Queen, but it feels like what I'm looking at for Frostale Esports is like, you've been figured out on that last map. That was Esperanza, probably one of the best Junker Queen maps we have. Now you're going to Blizzard World, which isn't as like strong of a map that is kind of compared to Junker Queen, or compared to Esperanza rather, as Frostale Esports going to take the Brigitte off the table. Which I think makes sense with how good that Natsuki played that with the stuns and stuff. Genji doesn't really get to have fun when Rally is on the table, so taking that one out could help a little bit.
The downside of this, though, is Blizzard World is a map that also heavily favors dive compositions. You can play a D.Va here very effectively. And so I feel like you're giving Quick a couple of different options to find an answer here that could be problematic.
Great ban.
Frostales are running out of options. So
this is a great ban, though. I think this is a fantastic, because of how long Blizzard World is, right? When you could look kind of like, you have to go through like, first you have to go through that long gauntlet, second you have to go through that long gauntlet. Symmetra kind of lets you cheat the engagement in that regard. So getting rid of Symmetra, not letting them just TP forward and just like have that ability to cheat the the setup and get out of a way where they can like, whereas Zydra isn't able to hit you or anything like that, or the spam isn't coming through from Yoham. I think this is a good idea for them trying to take that away. And again, another fantastic round of pick ban, I think, from Quick Esports, knowing exactly what they want to do here on Blizzard World, which is where I think we could potentially see some longer range DPS. We talked about Ashe being a potential. I wouldn't expect Widowmaker necessarily. I mean, if there was a map, it could be this one. Ana gets a lot of value here as well, being able to have that long range potential with the anti-nades. If it is going to be Hazard, that's going to be played here from either of these teams. So I think that these are, again, really good pick ban. I think this is probably the one map that's left where I'd be like, okay, yeah, Junker Queen is really strong here. I'm trying to think of like other maps that could be really, really good for Junker Queen.
There's not that many. I mean,
it was Esperanza. It's like
Esperanza
yeah, with like Esperanza and Servasa, like those are the ones, and they went 1-1 and they got broken on serve. So Blizzard World, I think, is the next best option for what they could do if they want to continue to run Junker Queen.
Now, I suppose good news is well, there's really, it's actually tough. I was going to say the good news is they would get a reset in types, but the bad news is even if Frosttails win this, it's going to be all quick map picks from here on out. But hey, you know what? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. One step at a time. Frosttails have to focus on the here and now, have to focus on just taking Blizzard World.
Yeah, and again, they do get Keo back on the Sojourn, which is a potential potential boon for them, because I think that it's just the Sojourn has definitely looked a lot better for Keo than something like the Cassidy has so far, so they get that. And I mean, if you're Quick Esports, there's not really a lot of reason for you to change anything. Like you've been playing this composition so well so far. If it is going to be Junker Queen, you know how to beat it. If you do have to, be forced over to something like the Hazard, I'm sure Willis is totally fine opting in for a mirror on the Hazard composition as well, because they look good in that regard. So I think that this is for Frosttail Esports, really, this is your last, it's your last chance. You're down, you're on map point. You have to figure out some way to come back into this one. And I think right now, bringing in your comfort is probably the best way that they're going to end up going there.
Interesting that they're running the double flex, so Yoham gets to go back into the carry here for this defense, and Natsuki coming off of the Brig is going to pick up the Juno role.
Attackers incoming.
It's going to be the Juno, so they're going to try and use speed ring to maneuver Willis around, maneuver the rest of the team around. I do like that there is the Torbjorn again from Dip being able to.
Yeah.
This is what Yoham has been doing the entire time, right? If there is nothing to negate you, if there's no shields or anything right there, Yoham just finds these picks somehow. Zydra's also going to get a lot of value. Dip's going to get a lot of value. It's going to be a lot for Frosttail to try and make these engagements, because they have no ability to block anything.
How do you plan for that? How do you plan for Yoham just picking you off before you even make it through the choke? Unreal. Just nasty stuff here from this flex support, here from Yoham. But I will say, Frosttails have gotten the first leg of their journey done. They have somewhat forced Quick Esports back into the stable. Willis is trying to stretch out, see if they can deny some room inside of the Mega, but Frosttails are starting to kind of get themselves entrenched. Crocs now within striking distance of this high ground of this backline. Will force Yoham and Natsuki to rotate. Zydra back there to protect him. Here comes Dip to try to take it back. Zydra on the move as well. Recognizing a vulnerable Crocs. Crocs puts the block up trying to get out. They leave Pack alone in the 1v4.
And really good rotations from Quick Esports. They're maneuvering around so well, not letting Frosttail Esports get onto them here. Even though they're giving up some space, they're just playing effectively around the cooldowns that they have, as also the ones from Frosttail Esports, knowing that if there's a jump and that, if Crocs is in too deep, we have a potential to take him out, and that forced him out. Dip going to be pumping down this area. Has the turret up as well, so this is just, again, a lot of spam, but it's given a lot of healing over to Kiwi, who's got this Katsuna rush.
Yeah, very fast Katsuna rush there. Deadeye blocked by the wall and the Suzu, so got a couple of cooldowns out. That push almost put Zydra into the drink. They're able to keep feet on dry ground. Kiwi's able to find that kill on Yoham. There you go. Much needed one there for the ego of Kiwi. Unfortunately, they're going to get taken down. Crocs with the revenge. And the +1 here to Frosttails. It's just Zydra and Natsuki left for the defense.
Yeah, they don't have supports, but that's a really good dive coming in from Frosttail Esports. The wall from Crocs to start things off, forcing out so many cooldowns to keep Zydra alive from Quick Esports, really completely turn that fight on its head. And that's really what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to find, if Quick Esports makes these small overstep, that's really where we're going to see some value. And Pack on the Hanzo, that one-shot potential, also something that Frosttail Esports is going to have to be relying on against all the spam that Quick Esports have.
He's playing aggressively over the top. Okay, here comes Willis just sauntering down the stairs with a Kitsune Rush coming up Main Street. Frosttails do a great job of disengaging from this, though. They're able to get out from one of the most important ultimates without losing any casualties. Now they're going to have an overclock and some dragons to come back in with. Johan Swift steps past the wall. Dip going in for some heals. Just going to lava up that flank side. We're going to turn to main. There's a little bit of a welcome mat for the entirety of Frosttails as they're going to hang back for a moment.
Yeah, just waiting patiently, and I mean, just creating time. And now, actually, Crocs is going to be the one to go into the Ramatra matchup, not wanting to play against as Hazard against Ramatra, which we've seen be so difficult to maneuver against. Is actually, oh my god, look at how aggressive Dip is being.
Honestly, probably they didn't pick up that kill. The dragons are going to be thrown right over the objective. Willis was just gaining health through the dragons. My goodness. Orbital, happened to be a pretty good hit. Consider Rush coming out. There's going to be the Annihilation with Willis, still trying to stubbornly just hold this show. Frosttails would rather not invest any more ults into this. And as our Ramatra is just in a little bit of a staring contest at the moment, one that Zydra is going to win. Still player advantage, now exacerbated by pack skill onto Zydra, and even with Dip coming up with one, Frosttails should be able to get this cart rolling.
And I really like the decision-making of putting Pack here onto this Hanzo, just offering a little bit more of that long-range potential, because realistically, Quick Esports don't have anything to contest a Hanzo at long range, and now you're seeing the chess match continue where they're going to be bringing in Willis back onto the Hazard, putting Dip on that Genji to try and make it a little bit more difficult for Pack to kind of just stand on ceremony, on the high ground, and just try and hit some arrows. And Pack, in turn, is going to see that and go back over to the Tracer. Good chess match so far between both these teams in the Rocket Pursuit.
From Zydra with a speed ring, perhaps trying to catch somebody sleeping. There it is! It was Kyo who was not ready for that. Will was able to fight K-Way as well. Really quick, nice re-engage from Quick.
And now I wonder if we're going to see Crocs like switch back over to the Hazard now that it's been a Hazard matchup for Willis right here. I think you're going to probably see Crocs use Annihilation and then make the decision to try and swap, especially because you have a Lucio sound barrier, so you can be very aggressive right here with this Ramatra composition. And Quick Esports don't have anything to do with it just yet. Johan potentially could find a way to Kitsune Rush in time to match.
They're not too far away, only about 5%. Frosttails are going to beat up top at a 4v5. They've left Pack down low for cart pressure. Kitsune Rush thrown in for Main Street down from Quick Esports. They're going to turn all our guns in Crocs. Crocs doesn't even get a chance to pop that Annihilation. The rest of the team just going to try to back away.
Yeah, now you don't have a sound barrier to cover the Annihilation, which is going to be a little bit tricky. I think that Crocs is still going to stay on it because you just want to get onto the cart and just, make the fight a little bit difficult for Quick Esports to maneuver with, but you are sacking a lot of your time bank continuing to stay on this Ramatra. I mean, there's only a minute left here. By the time we get to the cart, there's no sense of a respawn advantage for them. It's going to just be off of this overclock and off of this Annihilation to try and win, and by the time we get to this team fight, there is a chance that Nsuka could find Orbital Ray, and then those two ultimates don't get any value.
Not to mention that this time continues to go down. Frosttails may not get another chance at this step. If they wait too long, this could be their last opportunity. Kyo's going to go ahead and pop the OC early. Will force all of Quick Esports up to the high ground. Kyo jumps up there with the slide, but not locking down any targets. Going to back away and pull up some cover here in the arcade. Quick Esports looking to regain some of this high ground, but Dip can't stand in front of Crocs for too long. Frosttails have gotten set up now and built up 3 ultimates to try to take this back. Under 30 seconds to go as Frosttails emerges from the top side using the Kitsune Rush thrown down towards the point. Downpour coming out from Willis right over the top. That hit at least a couple. Kiwi is going to go down. Orbital right now available from this defense. 12 seconds remain. Frosttails still have Widows to work with. They've invested the pulse and not been able to find anything. Dip comes in with the blade. He's going to go dash past one. Once Kyo. Kyo's able to slide out fine. Turn around, put a slash in. Crocs is going to pop an Annihilation. But low, Dip is going to find that final blow. Orbital right over to the point. So good for this defense. Extra healing, extra damage. Dip with all the kills in the world. Quick Esports are going to make a stop.
No ace for Dip, but I mean, Dip is slicing and dicing. And again, the decision-making from Quick, so instant. I love what I'm seeing from them where they're just like, okay, we don't want to go with the matchup. Let's just bring Hazard. Let's try and force Pack off of that Hanzo. They do exactly that. And then it feels like Frosttail Esports is just continuously playing into whatever Quick Esports wants to do. And yeah, you're saving Annihilation if you're Crocs in that regard, holding it until a team fight, but it gets no value whatsoever. And the Ramatra's not really having a great time moving forward and engaging and taking that space that's something that like a Hazard would do. So again, I think this is Quick Esports just really having a good understanding and being way more proactive in terms of their ability to swap and in terms of their ability to change their composition on them.
They are controlling this map. They are 100% controlling the flow of this map and controlling each battle, each engagement. And then I would have liked. I think Willis swapping earlier would have been. I think you just let go of the Annihilation at that point. Annihilation is an ultimate where it feels like you kind of have to have the defense on the back foot already for it to find value. You're trying to force them out. You're trying to provide that extra layer of damage and threat to where the defense can't hang on when they're already on the back foot. But trying to force a defense off balance is so tough with the Annihilation. Quick was just able to just pour all their guns, and Crocs died immediately.
Yeah, it does feel really bad to like give up Annihilation in that regard. So I can understand where like Crocs is coming from, but like in a perfect world, I think that like with 2 minutes left, you probably would have had time to get like a downpour or something like that and make it a little bit easier to make those engagements, as we're going to see Dib not finding anything with the Widowmaker shot. Usually those don't end up working out. They're smarter than that. But we go back over to that Torbjorn. Again, the spam potential against this Hazard just so impactful, and Dip has been playing really good in terms of just like putting down that pressure, because Dip is sometimes like 1v2ing people, and even though you won't secure picks sometimes, you're just putting down so much pressure and creating so much space by yourself that it's really difficult for Frosttail to ever set themselves up effectively like they'd want to.
And not to mention creating a mismatch. Quick have been very good at creating these mismatches in the middle of a 5v5 where they kind of force a 3v2 off from the side. And it looks like what they're doing here is they've managed to kind of corral Keo and Crocs to the front of Stables. Quick are just going to continue the rotation. Quick actually pounce onto the remaining players that are sitting in the back, looking for Keo, looking for the squishies. But Natsuki gets too close to the sun. Keo's going to melt them down. And Frosttail's do a good job kind of spreading out and pointing all their guns in the same direction. So they spider web out and wait for Quick to come into the middle and then pour all their guns down onto the attacking Quick.
Yeah, I mean, they're still trying to hold this positioning, but it's going to be very difficult, especially if you get booped into the drink like that. Zydra will trade one back, but it's not going to matter too much. I mean, really, really patient play coming in from Frosttail Esports. They were like all half health, it looked like, when I was looking at their health bars during that team fight, and just were able to survive and keep themselves out of that pressure. And now you see Willis actually going over to the Hazard, forgoing that Ramatra, and trying to be able to have that potential to just create that space for Zydra, who has a high noon, to just zone out Frosttail Esports when they try and come back into this team fight.
Slow approach up front. Okay. Frosttails are trying to set the tempo here, trying to regain control of this battle. Crocs goes in onto the Mega, actually steals the Mega away. Surprise, the rest of Quick doesn't try to pounce on the fact that they are. Yeah, here comes the reinforcements as the call is made. Man, kills start lighting up the feed. Crocs just ends up isolated. It took a little longer than expected. They're eventually wrestled out.
Yeah, unfortunately, the TP and Suju just a fraction too late to save Crocs there, and the High Noon really did a lot in terms of just zoning off members. Again, the way that we're seeing Quick's play, just the high tempo, being aggressive, every time I feel like I'm looking at Frosttail Esports, and when we see Crocs in particular with the usage of cooldowns, it's always defensive. Walls are defensive, dashes are defensive, like always trying to get away from Quick Esports, and I don't think that's where you want to be if you're playing Hazard.
Crocs trying to change it up. Get in a position to just force Willis out. Willis is staging under. Crocs is going to match. Kind of playing a game of leapfrog here. See if they can get aggressive, but with a Kitsune rush up, they found themselves in a really bad spot. There's a sound barrier in from Frosttails, and that's going to actually flip this. What a play out of Gogo to help them survive through that Kitsune rush. The aggressive play paying off.
Yeah, they need to secure these kills, and they are going to be able to do so. Now they can hold and start taking away a lot of the time that's on the clock for Quick Esports. Quick Esports do have very key support ultimates in their back pocket. Specifically, you're going to have this Orbital Ray, which is going to be great for just moving them forward here. But if you're a Quick Esports, or if you're a Frosttail Esports, you don't want to get too aggressive. You don't want to just lose a fight in the neutral. You want to force ultimates for Quick Esports to get through here.
Downpour from Crocs. And there's Pack able to follow up. One core coming in from the attacking Quick. He's going to melt through one. The rest of Frosttails are just kind of backing around this corner.
I don't think without Crocs, though, I don't think that they can hold this position. They're going to have to get out of here. Actually, okay, that is a big pick, though. Johan does end up going down, so that's a lot of healing that's lost, and that might get enough time for Crocs to get back in here, but it actually means that they will have to give up that positioning because of the respawn advantages. So it looked like it was a good fight to start things off with, but unfortunately, the most important member ended up going down.
Whipping back in, Crocs is... Ooh, threat is going down again. It's actually Gogo who gets picked on that. Crocs manages to get out It's using the cooldowns just to stay alive through this. Anybody who comes onto the point is dead, and then that box of victory, and that is the championship box for Quick Esports, is a mere meters away from them right now. Right at 10 meters separates them from the championship.
Gotta be a hero play from Kyo here. Overclock comes through, but this match by the high noon.
Zydra's zoning everybody out. There's the overclock fade, and Keo trying to peek, but it's so dangerous. Peeking into Zydra, Dip lands it. Nobody on the cart. Quick will claim the championships. They stand alone on top of the mountain. Are your grand final champions.
Quick Esports going 7-1 today in maps, and when they won, it looked convincing throughout. They 3-0'd that lower bracket final, 4-1 here in the grand finals, getting their revenge against Frosttail Esports, who pretty handedly beat them, Wolfskunk, in that upper bracket final. Now in the grand finals, when it matters most, it's Quick Esports who come out on top. Both these teams will be heading to that promotion relegation battle, but it's Quick Esports who are going to go as the number 1.
And what a story. You're talking about a team that lost 2 of their 3 matches at the end of the regular season. Looked like they were kind of falling off of it. I was starting to worry. I think fans were starting to worry that Quick was not going to be the top-tier team that we had seen from them all season long, that they were predicted to be going into this season 4. And then what a turnaround, and particularly with their star starting hit scan player finding themselves in the hospital, unable to play. It seemed like disaster had fallen upon Quick, yet they dig deep and they turn lemons into lemonade. In fact, it is championship drink right here.
Yeah, and I mean, lemonade is the best Gatorade flavor anyways, but I think that realistically, when I'm looking at this, like, Zydra deserves a ton of credit, I think, for, like, being able to, you know, if Snowdrop is on this roster, Snowdrop is kind of like the star hit scan, and then you talked about it, how Zydra hadn't played for, like, 2 months, comes in, looks like one of the best hit scans. Like, I mean, the Cassidy was phenomenal in this series and the previous series as well, never copped a ban, but I felt like at some points, maybe it should have deserved one. Like, Zydra's Cassidy was fantastic every single time we saw it, and a very well-deserved win for Quick Esports, who take it 4-1. Again, the way that they played around their macro, too, was so fantastic. You talked about how Frosttail Esports loves playing, like, in the mid-fight, but they never got into a mid-fight. It was always Quick Esports setting that tempo, being the, like, even in that last fight where it's like, okay, yeah, we have overclock, I'm just gonna high noon. What are you gonna do? Yeah. You can't beat me with high noon. I end up going down. You're all zoned. Like, just a great understanding. The way that they were able to switch also in, like, the mid team, or like being able to go from, like, Ramatra composition to the hazard composition, just forcing Frosttail Esports to play Quick Esports game. And I think that's kind of the difference maker.
Quick set the pace. They are your champions, and the hot up-and-coming team. These next ups, it's such a joy to watch them grow. I can't wait. I can't wait to see them move on. I can't wait to see them in the promotion relegation matches and what the future holds for this championship Quick squad. As they showed us so much depth, so much awesomeness. I mean, be it from the back line, be it from the subs coming in, the super sub coming in, or the Star Willis themselves there in the tank role.
Yeah.
It was an incredible performance and a lot of fun to watch. I think we're actually gonna get an interview in here, as we're gonna get to talk to Dip, talk to Flex DPS player here from Quick. I don't know if we're quite set up for that, but you know what? Something to look forward to, friends. I can't wait to talk to Dip.
I think Dip was like a very interesting person, because I want to ask him like what the Torb was, because it felt like I think when they played like previously, I saw like no Torb, and I felt like that was something that when they played like in the first series against Frosttail Esports in that upper bracket, we didn't see like a ton of it. We saw like mostly just like, you know, Genji more so than anything, but maybe they found something like in their matchup against TA, who was like a super like dive heavy team, and Torb is like very good into that, but like maybe they just found something where it's like, hey, Torb's pretty good, like just in general, you know, once you get that perk as well, the spider turret, just throwing it on the wall, like maybe it does get some value, and it felt like it did, because a lot of the time when Dip was like on those flanks just like 1v2ing people, again, you're not showing up in kill feed necessarily, but you're just creating so much space, and then you get Zydra who's able to pop off, you get Willis who's able to pop off, like, I mean, you get Yoham who's able to pop off, who was just like on Kiriko just throwing kunai at people's heads like Teru. Like, I mean, it was really, really fantastic play from Quick Esports. And, you know, we talked about a lot of these players kind of like being up and coming. And I think this is a great win for a lot of these up and coming players who like get that championship under their belt. Now they get to go into the promotion relegation battle with a little bit more momentum on their side.
Oh, it's so fun to watch. So fun to watch. The next generation. I mean, it's the new era of Overwatch, and it's been a joy to watch it grow, to watch the next generation of players come up, really find their own. I mean, again, Will is just turning 17 this year, just eligible to play in these games, and all due to age requirements. And I mean, it has been grinded for years. Now has that drive. Now has the ability, and now has the path set to move into OWCS for the first time. I mean, it's so exciting, so cool, so cool.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's like the new version of the Path to Pro, where it's like we're seeing these players who are, you know, might not be known, you know, like a 17-year-old superstar kind of being raised as a tank player, you know, coming in, wasn't able to play last season because of the age requirement, now finally gets to play and show stuff. And Will has played, I mean, the Ramatra looked great too. Like I was very impressed with the breadth and the pool that Will has had, being able to play a lot of things effectively. Didn't see like something like a Winston or anything like that, but the Hazard looks great. Like the Ramatra looked great. Like I think the sky's the limit for this Quick Esports team and also for Willis.
Hey, you know what? You got to save some surprises for those promotion relegation matches. You know, you can't show your entire hand here, I suppose. Hey, it looks like we are ready. We're gonna get Dip in here and have a little chat with our champion. Talk to our Flex DPS player. Dip, Dip, can you hear me? Hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on winning the championship. My goodness.
Thank you so much.
So, so talk to me a little bit about, you know, this matchup, because, you know, you had to play 2 games today. You beat TA pretty convincingly. I'm really interested what are your thoughts on Torb, because it felt like Torb was something that you were playing particularly for TA because they like the dive a lot. They pretty much play only that, but you kept it going into this series against Frostel Esports. Tell me a little bit about what your thoughts are on Torb.
I'm a Torb lover. I think people can tell from the matches. Like I play Torb everywhere I can. I think the character is like really broken right now. It's really good against many matchups. So just had to figure out when to pick Torb and when not to. But once you figure that out, you just go all the way and you win.
Okay, so what's the magic sauce? I mean, the extra armor on the Torb is good against divers, you know, good against Hazard and stuff. So when is Torb bad? Against Sojourn?
I guess against really high poke comps where you cannot live, I think it's really hard. Like when you get to play against Farah, I think it gets really hard. But anything outside of like Farah or Sojourn Hanzo, for example, when they had double like hit scan, it was really hard. But then outside of that, Torb always good.
Was there like a bounty for you to get a hammer kill here today in the grand final?
Yeah, I had to do it with style. You know, you can't just win and not get a hammer kill. If you get to play Torb for like 3 maps, you need to at least get 1 hammer kill. Else you're just not a real Torb.
Okay, listen up, Torb mains in the chat. You gotta do that. But you know, kind of walking through against like Frostel Esports in general, you played them in the upper bracket final. It was, you know, not as close, I think, as like the 3-1 and then you like play here. This seemed like it was very convincing. What were your thoughts going into the series as a team, you know, to play? Obviously you wanted your revenge after being taken down to the lower bracket, but it felt like you were super prepared with like the Ramatra comps, and it felt like you really knew how to beat that Junker Queen comp that Frostel Esports was really adept at.
Yeah, I think we worked really hard to figure out the comp, so I have to give credit to my entire team and coaching staff. I think everyone worked their ass off to make sure we knew what to do against Squid. So we did have a hard time on Suravasa, just like last time, but this is just ban issues, I guess. We just figured that out later, just play Torb or Farah, and we made it work. And we were also in a very good dynamic, I think, since we beat TA 3-0 right before. I think everyone like was feeling really comfortable, and we had really good comms. Everyone was trying their hardest, so I think every single player on our team was ready to win.
Tell us about that moment, because I know with Snowdrop having some medical issues and stuff that you know, things took an unexpected turn here in the middle of playoffs. What was the energy like of the team? How did you respond? And what were you thinking going into that team match, which led into this historic run to the championship?
Well, fortunately, Snowdrop is feeling better now, so that's the most important. But now we just like won when Snowdrop was missing with Sidra, and we just kept running with it. So I really think like it's not definitely like related to just swapping a player out. It's just the mentality of the team overall. I think it's really hard work and not giving up. since we had a hard time like earlier. I think like even though we won our first match against SR Peak Shake, I think that wasn't as clean as I would like to see it, I think. But afterwards, even when we beat TA, like it got a lot better, and it kept getting better after matches, despite us losing to Frostales the first time. But as I said, we figured it out, so it's all good.
Okay, awesome. So tell me a little bit about like the dynamic of the team, because it feels like you all are like super coordinated. Do you get jealous of Yoham at all, because Yoham gets like a lot of picks and like takes away like your ability to do that? Like it feels like you're super blessed with like the players that you have around you to be able to like have that pop off potential, and like it feels like you're all just a very well-oiled machine. Like the dynamic between all of you seems like very, very good. Even though, you know, it's a mixed roster, you all seem to have like a very good cohesiveness to you.
Love to see you getting early picks. Huh? I take that every day of the week. But I think, yeah, we have really good bounds, like team bound. Like I think we all enjoy playing with each other. So I think it matters a lot when it comes to coming into big matches like that. Like you need to show up, sorry. And if you don't have like players that enjoy playing with each other, then it's not gonna work out anyway. But we worked hard for that. Like we prepared hard for our bands, everything we could. So I really think like having a good team bond really led to this grand final and this result.
How does it feel to be the last Frenchman standing? Feel good?
I mean, there are still a bunch of French in relegation, but I'll take it. I guess I have Skytor, who also speaks French.
In this tournament, you're the only one left, so t'es le dernier alors, c'est bon.
I guess. Well, that's cool. Best French, I guess. Best French in FACEIT League, I'll take it.
Let's talk about those relegation matches. If you're able to get through, whether it's in front of you, theoretically you make it. What would it mean to you and the rest of this quick squad to make it into OWCS for stage 2?
I think it would be amazing. I think everyone's been working so hard for that. That's the goal. Like obviously the goal was to win FACEIT League, but like FACEIT League is just not enough. This is not something you can be satisfied with in the end, because like if you win FACEIT League but don't make it to OWCS stage 2, then like what for? What are we playing for? So obviously we're gonna work even harder to win the relegation, hopefully make it top 1 as well, and just get the better seeding, better spot, just go as high as we can, and try our best, I guess, in stage 2.
Well, I can't wait to see those matches. Wish you the best of luck in those. But you know what? Go celebrate this championship. Your team is $7,500 richer from this first place. You've also got the bragging rights as the best team in EMEA T2. Big congratulations, Dip. You are a champion.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Dip.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. We got one in the books, Kenobi. We got one champion crowned.
One down, and you know, 2 of those teams are going to be hit. I mean, I'm very excited to see kind of what Frostel Esports is going to do. You know, having gone through this upper bracket, you know, going through this heartbreak a little bit, they still have to play in that relegation tournament. So I'm really excited to see what both these teams end up doing as they get into promotion relegation. But you can see how we got here with the season 4 playoffs. Quick Esports taking a small trip down to that lower bracket, but then going 7-1 in their last 2 games. Dominant performance from them, and I can't wait to see what they look like in that promotion tournament, because if they continue playing like this, I'm not sure there's a lot of teams that can stop them.
I think you may be right. We may be destined to see Dip and the rest of Quick there in OWCS for stage 2. I know all the Quick fans out there are hoping so. You know what? It'll be fun to watch Frostales too. I mean, you gotta love the power of friendship. You gotta love a team that's willing to throw out a little Roadhog Lifeweaver every once in a while. I don't know. It's fun to watch. It's gonna be a great event. Next weekend's gonna be a lot of fun. But we still have a lot of wonderful action coming up for you later today. You know, we are done with EMEA. We have crowned your Season 4 champion here for EMEA Master Division. But of course, that means we still have 2 teams from North America to send over into the OWCS promotion relegation matches, and we still have a champion to crown. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, get set up for our next matches, but when we return, we're going to crown another champion. Don't go far. FACEIT League Master Division Grand Finals will return in just a few minutes.
match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back's on cart. Come on, back's on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Time to get into the second half of our day. We're in Season 4 FACEIT League Master Grand Finals. We've already crowned one champion over in EMEA. It is time to head to North America. We got 3 teams fighting it out for a chance at that first place slot, $7,500 in prize money, not to mention 2 slots in the OWCS promotion relegation matches, all on the line here in front of us. My name is Jeff, returning with the King Kenobi on the mic with me here as we guide you through these second matches, or next 2 matches as a matter of fact. See who we're sitting on to those promotion relegation matches.
Yeah, we're across the pond now, back in NA, where you and I are a little bit more comfortable here with our accents in particular. But gonna go into this one, and we're starting things off with Rat Academy versus Supernova, and how we, again, this is kind of right back where we were in EMEA, where we had these 2 teams, and this is probably one of the most important matchups because the loser of this does not get to go to that relegation, and the winner gets to go to that relegation. So a lot of pressure on both of these teams, especially Supernova, with how they got here.
And it feels like there's just as much gravity, if not more, on this lower bracket final match as we see in the grand final. Obviously, being champion carries so much weight with it, and you've got that first place prize money to boot, but it really is that slot in OWCS that is the big golden carrot dangling at the end of the stick in front of these 3 teams. That is the true prize that they're going after. That will be determined here in this lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that's the big deal here, Bullskunk, is that Supernova is in this bracket, which is a shock in and of itself because it feels like Supernova should have been in OWCS already, but they lost to, I believe, Amplify was the team that took them out. Phone played out of her mind, and it was fantastic. But I think that, like, when I look at the Supernova team, not only are they in this tournament, which feels like it shouldn't have happened, they're in the lower bracket and they went early, which is even worse.
I don't think, we've kind of talked about this before, but live, I think literally no one would have ever bet that both Extinction and Supernova end up knocked down into the lower bracket in those in the semifinals. They end up having to face each other in the lower bracket semifinals. I mean, on paper, your 2 most dangerous teams here. A lot of recognizable names on both of those rosters. I guarantee you, y'all have seen some of those names before out there, and yet huge upsets coming through. This tournament has been about the rise of the next ups, about passing the baton to the next generation of all-stars here in our Overwatch community, and I think we're seeing that right here, right now, in this bracket. I mean, just perfectly laid out. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Man, this one speaks volumes.
100%. And Dilduck's kind of just shocking everyone, I think, making it to the grand finals from the winner's side, a 3-2 against Extinction, a 3-2 against Rat Academy. Like, that team has a lot of really key members on it that have been around for a long time that I'm very familiar with, covering T2, and you as well, covering as much as we have with Collegiate and stuff like that. And again, it's going to be interesting to see kind of where this Supernova and Rat Academy roster go, because they did play each other earlier in the bracket. You saw that it was Rat Academy who sent Supernova down here. And again, Supernova, with the roster that they have, we'll take a look at it when we get to those rosters beforehand, but like, it feels like they really shouldn't. Thank you, Prod actually is going to go right into it. Like, if you look at this team, like, all of these names are very big names that you feel like should. I mean, there's OWL players on this roster. There's very good tier 2 players that have been on this roster. Like, I'm very surprised that they're here, like, with a last shot to get back into OWCS when it feels like they probably should have already been in OWCS.
I mean, okay, I got a couple things I want to touch on. First off, that loss in the upper bracket semifinals, that was the very first loss Supernova has had since that game against Amplify back in mid-January. They have been flawless since the losing those OWCS qualifiers until now. This is where this team... they felt unstoppable, and you can see why. Every single one of these players feels like the best in class for their role. I mean, you can literally go down the list here and be like, yep, that's probably the best tank in NA right now is Astro. Hit scan, Jutsu looks unreal. Maybe one of the newer names has been uncanny good on the Widowmaker. Ryan may be the best mechanically talented player in all of FACEIT League. I mean, I'd say up there with Haven, probably tied with Haven. Ryan has been nutty. And then you talk about the Overwatch League experience. You've got Renko kind of leading the charge on that play for San Francisco Shock back in 2023, and is absolutely an S tier caliber Ana. I mean, yeah, this roster's lights out.
Yeah, I mean, Renko and Grips is one of the support lines that I like. When I just look at it on paper, I'm like, okay, this should be a support line that should could carry you through a tournament like this, and make it relatively easy to get back into OWCS. But it just hasn't worked out that way for this team, as do have the other side of the coin that is going to be Rad Academy, but the Supernova team, I mean, we talked about it, how it looks like. I mean, these are all players that I'm super familiar with because they've been at like some pretty high levels of Overwatch, and it feels like they're scrambling to get themselves. I mean, they're literally in a last chance, last saloon type of deal where if they lose this, they're going to have to go through FACEIT League again, which is not something I think you would have expected at the start of the year.
Not at all. I mean, this is the team. I mean, this is the team previously known as Fluffy Dreamland. If you were watching OWCS in 2024, you would definitely recognize most of these players. Maybe they had a little different name at the top, but it's almost the exact same roster. There's been a couple of changes, notably in the DPS line. Ryan was a sub for that Dreamland roster, Jutsu really being the only newcomer as far as DPS, but both are now starting since Chime has now moved on. Haven got picked up by Extinction, got picked up by another squad. So the DPS line new as starters. Otherwise, this is the same squad that has the same synergy that got 4th in stage 4 of OWCS, beating out NRG Shock to claim that, which was a huge upset. Astro getting the MTD over Kellen in that series. I mean, this is a real shocker to see him here in this lower bracket right now.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair to them, they're like, if there's anyone that I'd like think about kind of having, you know, the chops to make a lower run bracket, it's this team. Like they've been through in this position before. They're totally fine with it, I would imagine. As we eventually can look at the Rad Academy roster, but I think that again, the Supernova team, it's been super interesting for me that they are in a position like this as we do look at the Rad Academy roster. And this is a roster, I mean, there are some, you know, big names in this one as well, performing very well, sending Supernova already in a 3-1 down to the lower bracket. Like this is a team that I think is kind of not coming out of nowhere, I would say, because there's a lot of good talent on this roster, but definitely I think punching very high, especially because they were, I think they were 4th, I believe, in the regular season. So performing relatively well to get and push their way into that top.
Oh, they've definitely punched up recently. But it's been a glow up. This has been where Supernova, you've kind of got this plateau of excellence. You expect them to be good. You expect that plateau to be above everybody else, and they just sit up there, and it's hard for anybody to even climb that distance. This Rad Academy squad, or Radicad, as you'll probably hear me refer to them throughout this series. It just flows off the tongue so nice. But Radicad are on a meteoric rise and have shown, I mean, that slope is just getting more and more of an incline as they continue to accelerate up through the ranks and able to get that first win. As I mentioned, the first team to beat Supernova in 3 months. Supernova had 5 map losses in the entirety of the regular season. Radicad had 24. Just to give you a comparison of their regular season performance, Radicad, I mean, really demonstrating how far they have climbed and able to take that victory in the upper bracket semifinals.
And I've been really impressed with what I've seen from Radicad, being able to play a lot of varieties of different compositions. Like, I think based on what I've seen, they have kind of the most diversity of like any teams in terms of like team comps, being able to bring out Malga, bring out Diva, like Dive. Archetypically, it feels like they can kind of play anything, especially with the DPS and support, where the hero pools are almost hero oceans, it feels like. So that gives them a boon. There is kind of like a double-edged sword to that, where they do rely on like having 2 tanks, where it's like, okay, if Santana's in, we're playing probably like Malga or playing Winston or something like that. If Destine is going to be in, we're playing something a little bit more different, like a Diva. But I think like if this was like a 6v6 team, this team would be fantastic, right? So they're spoiled for choice a little bit when it comes to their tank play.
And shifting gears just a little bit, but one of my favorite things about this Radicad squad is it's a real testament to the Calling All Heroes system. As we have seen that tournament now being able to feed here into the Path to Pro system, and players that have found enormous success there in Calling All Heroes now migrating over and showing the chops that they've learned through that competition and bringing it here and trying to take it all the way up to OWCS. I think it's such a wonderful testament of just how all the breadth of tournaments here in our Path to Pro system are so important, culminating here in this FACEIT League Master Division Grand Finals day. But man, what a cool story. What a cool story. You got so many players coming through that. Desatine, Hutch, Santana, all coming through from that system. Valerie, who will be Fluttershy in-game. And all graduating through that Calling All Heroes path. So just a really, really neat story there.
It's what's good about FACEIT League, where it's like you have all of these like other tournaments. Is if you have collegiate, there's like a mix of like collegiate players calling out hero players, and then some new players. Like there are players that are very known to us, but also new players that come in through the FACEIT system. And I'm really just loving what I'm seeing. Again, it's like we still have that story of like the old guard versus the new up and comers. So I'm really really excited to see what happens as we go into this matchup to start things off with a chance at that relegation tournament on the line. As we see the bans, there's going to be the Pharah ban and the Juno ban. Pharah makes sense on a map like this because it's Nepal, where we start off. Like a very good Pharah map, all things considered, kind of has been for its entirety of its existence. So I think this is kind of standard with what we'll see from the ban pace. It'll be a good litmus test to kind of see what these two teams are going to be running compositionally. Again, I think that Nepal offers a lot of variety. When you like go to village, it's a little bit more of a brawly style of map. Shrine, you can play some more dive and like things like this. So I think that this will be a good kind of appetizer for what we'll see for the rest of this year.
It's an interesting ban, and it forces me to kind of highlight our two flex DPS players here. So Lich is one of those hot up-and-comers that you're talking about that kind of is outside the system, does play in collegiate, but really grew up here in FACEIT League over 2024 and has become one of the premier next up flex DPS players in all of NA. Lich is so darn good, so talented across a multitude of flex DPS players. But then you look at the other side. Ryan, I talked about Ryan was kind of a bench player for this team when they were known as Dreamland, but Ryan came in to play the Flyers. That's exactly what Ryan did. That's why we're seeing Radicad ban out the Pharah, despite Lich having such a strong Pharah in their own right.
It's going to be a mirror of the Ramachas actually starting things off, so a lot of poke potential coming in from both these teams. Anti-nades as well, going to be a big deal. There is no Kiriko on either of these sides, so big anti-nades could be the difference maker, as Astro already gets hit with an anti and a sleep, but so does Fluttershy. Both these Ramachas so low, but it's both of them who actually end up going down.
We end up with a tankless first fight. 4 squishies from each team kind of just backed up for a moment and then went, wait a minute, we got to fight for this high ground. Move back in. Ryan made the decision a little quicker, has a positional advantage and the health advantage over Lich, as our piles of squishies are looking for first blood and trying to stall long enough to see which tank will make it back here first. Jutsu's going to take down Ivory, and it's a distinct advantage. Radicat tried to get the point position, but Astro's back on the case.
I actually like the decision from Astro to go over to the Winston. It does make sure that you get a little bit faster back to the fight. It is going to be a bit tricky here operating against something like a Ramatra, because you do have that Vortex that is so impactful, but with Renko being farmed up very quickly towards this nano boost, the Winston is going to get a ton of value in that regard because you have a very, very good nano target. Whereas Rat Academy, not necessarily the same thing. I mean, you could throw it on your Ramatra, you could throw it on maybe your Sojourn as well, but realistically, the Winston's going to be a great potential for a nano boost here.
Asher just appears out of the sky! It's raining Winstons, and Ivory got squished, Goomba stomped by the Donkey Kong. Oh, but Asher stood in dangerous territory way too long. Wrinkle couldn't get the heals down in time. The Nano's still just a little bit too far away.
Gotta wait here patiently. I mean, they're going to be able to get back onto this point. This is exactly where you want to play if you're a Ramatra, just on the point, making the enemy team come to you. You are going to have that nano boost relatively soon, but Grapes goes down 10% away from a sound barrier.
Huge play from Lich, and the nano boost onto Ryan, though. Takes Lich back down. Ooh, and finds Cinnabar! But Cinnabar can't get the, Ryan can't get the kills fast enough. As quickly as Ryan's putting him in the feed, Rat Academy's doubling down.
And it's actually a really, the nano goes on to both the DPS, which is not something I was expecting here. I was for sure that nano was going to be going on to Astro, but actually Ryan makes something good happen with it. So does Ivory on the back end. Doesn't necessarily find the picks, but the amount of pressure that was being put down by that Sojourn made the difference right there, as Pulse Bomb going to be available for Ryan here. Nothing on the enemy team, like to have that one-shot potential, but that sound barrier is going to be so important. You cannot see an age out for it.
Supernova able to move on to this point. I mean, for free. They're just going to flip this at the beginning of the fight. Whether casualty I didn't see, I don't know. But Radicat are now going to make a move, try to get back onto this point. It looks like a bit of a game of chicken on who's going to pop this sound barrier first. Neither team wants to go first, it seems like. Astro dives in with the Primal Rage. They're going to hit the go button. Sound barrier now unleashed from both of our squads. Grapes, too late to save Rinko with that. Fluttershy's going to find the honor, remove a lot of the staying power here from Supernova. Push up onto Hutch, but they're able to find the high ground and survive. Lich goes down, but you take that trade onto Astro 2 times on Sunday.
I mean, you saw a fantastic Vortex there. Astro was trying to dive up and secure a pick, but it completely disregarded by a great Vortex from Fluttershy, making sure that that Winston wasn't able to jump out. And now it's Rat Academy who get to start moving their percentage forward here and have a very good amount of ultimates to work with. I mean, their ultimate economy looks very good. You have that Annihilation. If everyone's diving into you, Annihilation is so good for that. And you also have a Dragon Blade, and there's nothing on the enemy team to deal with it. It has to be like a sleep or a boop. There's no support of ultimates. If Radicat can rotate these ultimates effectively, they can very easily take the rest of this 40%.
Ivory in a bit of pressure. Sleep on the outside with the OC. Red Academy could try to take us a little bit slow to build up the rest of that nano boost, but they're going to go and pop the overclock early. See if that'll be the first pick. Nano boost is actually thrown onto Ivory. Once again, just to enable this overclock, and that's going to get the point without even getting a pick, although it does cost you 2 ultimates.
Yeah, but I mean, you still have the ability to use this Dragon Blade and also the Annihilation, and they're just moving forward aggressively here. Here comes the Dragon Blade, slept by Renko!
Oh, and the deletion! Even gets the purple on the Fluttershy. That's going to be the end of Fluttershy as well. Renko, you madman, that was amazing.
I mean, what I say, Bullskunk, I said you had to get the sleep. There are no supportive ultimates, and that's exactly what Renko does, showing their stuff, being able to get that sleep. Because if that Dragon Blade is going through, that fight's completely different. It's probably the end of the map, as Hutch is going to end up going down at the very end of it. So more time taken off the clock here, and Radicat have nothing to work with. Ryan looking for something with the Pulse Bomb, but there is a Diva on the other side now, potentially could be eaten.
This team low on health, find the time to try to get back on the boop. Oh, miraculously, Rat Academy are able to get the overtime going, but they're going to have to fight it in a 4v5. Fluttershy and Cinnabar both already low, and Ryan still lurking with that pulse. Doesn't even need it. No other touch to get on the point. Good boots from Supernova. Maintain control.
And this one, you kind of have to tip your hat to the enemy team, where you're like, okay, like the nano boost slept, like we can't really do anything about that with how well Renko played that entire team fight. Then also committed, there was the Ramattra Annihilation committed onto that, was antied. Like, I mean, really, sometimes it just happens where a support or like any other player will just completely turn a fight around, and that's exactly what happened. They're really, really well played to Renko, and this is what we talked about, where it's like this team on paper and this team mechanically is so incredible. It's a shock that they're even in a tournament like this, because they have all the mechanical skill to make plays like that and turn fights completely on their head.
Yeah, I mean, to not just get into OWCS, but it feels like Supernova have the chops to thrive at that level. You're seeing Renko basically win a 1v2 against a Blade and an Annihilation.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if it works, it works. And we see actually some changes here. Rat Academy going over to the Hammond, and I'm so interested to see how this is going to end up working out, because Hammond is one of those heroes that if you can pilot it effectively, you can be a complete nuisance. And realistically, I'm wondering how the peel is going to end up going.
I was warned that Destiny actually has a pretty darn good wrecking ball on him. So far, it's just kind of playing, let's scoop up all of the health packs like Pac-Man. And Lich on this Tracer, this is not a normal pick for Lich. You don't often see Lich on a Tracer, and yet they find first blood here, and an important one on that. Taking Astro out of the fight, this should get first cap over the Raticat.
Yeah, I mean, the health bars are pretty high up for Raticat right now. This is getting healed up, but actually, Supernova haven't given that much positioning away, but a nice slam from Fluttershy, able to take some more positioning away. They're still fighting around, and now we're going to start spinning to win.
Supernova actually gets capped. I'm surprised Rat Academy didn't get more aggressive on the pick onto Astro. Now they find themselves down, and Cinnabar falls for the second time. About half of the charge to that first sound barrier of Grapes. Grapes moving up, trying to pursue Fluttershy alongside Ryan here, but they're going to let this one go.
Yeah, I think one of the things about this Hammond composition, if you're going to be running it, you have to kind of get value off of these dives and the space created from the Hammond, and unfortunately for Raticat, they just weren't able to do so. Pulse Bomb relatively here soon for Ryan. A lot of good targets on the other side to be able to get potentially a pick at the very start of a fight.
The bounce from Hutch got 2. That was, I mean, it didn't lead to anything. It was just cool. Oh, but Hutch is in a lot of trouble now. Ryan was mad about that. Goes find some revenge. Take down the Ana. Well, I mean, Fluttershy's still looking low. I mean, it was pretty even. There's a clapback. Cinnabar gets 2 on this. This is still anybody's fight. Raticat are going to take control. Unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you say it didn't get much, but it got a lot of space, honestly, with that bounce. Completely turned that fight. I think the bounce was really just made it so that the Supernova couldn't really go aggressive because those DPS were antied. So Hutch ends up making it work, and now Nano's available for both of these sides. Cinnabar a little bit behind the 8 ball, though, in terms of that sound barrier. That could be a difference.
We are going to get the Nano and Astro sound barrier thrown on it as well. This is one powerful Winston, but are there any targets to hunt down? Hutch has got a self-nano. Ooh, but that nerf means it fades 2 seconds earlier, and Hutch is going to drop. Beautiful pursuit there from Renko. Pulse in the corner from Lich. Does at least exchange the Anas, so with that, Astro has to pop this Primal Rage to secure this fight and flip this point. Decent juggle will take care of Ivory. Jump down. And they are right back out. Good primal from Ash, or at least decent enough. We are going to get a bit of a stall here from Fluttershy. It doesn't look like it's going to last long, though.
That is a lot of ult charge that they are giving away, and actually, Radicad wants to continue to fight for as much percentage as they can right here. They have to be careful, though. They don't want to give away too much, but actually, Astro ends up going down. Sound barrier. Oh, that was so close to an Ajax.
What? Whoa, Radicad are just living on the edge of the seat right now. They are playing with fire here with Supernova, and it's working out. They're turning out to be the fire tamers. They've quelched this flame.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Rat Academy with this composition, you just kind of want things to get ugly. Like, you want to just be in a complete mess of a team fight. You want things to not be as, like, crisp and clean with, like, a dive composition that we're seeing from Supernova. And it's working. I mean, the way that they're taking these fights and making things really chaotic is what you want from a Hammond composition like this. Even though I mean, you're playing on a knife's edge like we saw. Like, I think Cinnabar was, like, 35 to Ajax in that.
Yeah, I mean, at most. Xana's thrown in. Jutsu with an overclock as well. In fact, we got dueling overclocks on the point. Red Academy at 93%. Supernova have to be aware of who's going to touch. You got Astro on the point. Going to find Cinnabar out of the back line. Graves still with a sound barrier available over here. 99% on the board for Radicad. Bit of a battle on the outside. This is looking messy, but Supernova are keeping it under control. They don't let this one completely get away from them. They're able to contain the chaos, even though it does look a little brawly there in the middle.
Yeah, they are able to hold on to the sound barrier, which is really good patience from Grapes, because if they used that one, they would have had nothing to continue to try and take up this percentage. But you've got two very key ultimates coming in from Rat Academy, and a third one with Hutch on the way towards that Kitsune Rush. So a lot for Supernova to deal with. This sound barrier from Grapes has to be perfect.
Oh, that's a tough choice. Use it for mines. I guess you got to save it for the Kitsune. You might just leave Desitine open for a huge minefield. Radicad still don't have control of the point, by the way. Kitsune Rush thrown onto the objective. Almost got it there. Sound barrier from Supernova trying to move back onto this point. Looks like Radicad are just able to kind of duck back and hide behind their mines out of Desitine. So the sound barrier fades, and here comes the counterpunch. Fluttershy with a beautiful pile drive in, combined with Lich. Able to find a couple of kills, including onto Grapes. 4v3. Lich is going to turn that into a 3v2. Couple of Tracers dueling on the outside, and once we've gotten messy, and I think Rat Academy has got this under control. Fluttershy's still here on the point. Astro has returned with the Primal Rage, but that massive health bar has just been chonked away in a heartbeat. Fluttershy with a good pile drive for the finish.
Yeah, Renko 1% away from that Kitsune Rush. Not going to have it in time, but now throws it out. Let's see if they can win without their tank.
It feels like a desperate situation. Lich here trying to defend against it, and Desitine in the backline keeping the supports busy. Jutsu is able to utilize the extra damage, take Fluttershy out of this fight, aka Desitine. So, Supernova keeping a foothold here despite feeling down in the fight. Now, here comes the sound barrier out of Cinnabar. Just huddling up in the back, trying to stay in the bubble. Supernova's hiding, hoping they can survive it. The sound barrier fades. Hutch is low. Coming to the outside, Lich is trying to put some pressure in from the flank. Here comes Fluttershy to join, but Supernova are staying nicely bunched up and have not given over any casualties. We're now in a 99-99 fight with Destiny dropping mines in on top of the soldier in the hell and the supports. Graves and Renko both fall in that, and a boop on a Jutsu. Radicad will swing it here in the very end. Man, it was close.
Yeah, it was close, but it was chaotic, and that's exactly what you want from Rat Academy. Fluttershy piloting that Hammond super well. A lot of the minefield placements were really, really impactful. There was that one fight where it just completely split the team after the sound barrier from Grapes, and then Supernova wasn't able to take a fight like they wanted on their own terms, and I really, really liked what I saw with this Hammond. Now, as we go over to this map, Sanctum, it's unfortunately not going to work as well because of the fact that this is just not a map where Hammond gets a lot of viability just by the geometry of how the map is. So it's going to have to be going back over to the Diva, but we'll see if they can continue to make things a little bit more chaotic, because it feels like if they can get Supernova off of their game, Rat Academy's got a chance here.
I love how the mines are being almost used like a spike strip. Yeah, you know, it's like this street's inaccessible. You can't cross here. Sorry, detour.
You don't want to fly down. Actually, Jutsu's going to be on the Ash here, which I really love against the composition that we're seeing from Radicad. It's going to be really reliant on Fluttershy to try and negate some of the value that's going to be coming through with these dynamites, but actually it's just not going to be Jutsu playing those dynamites around the Diva at all, wanting to just throw it into the clump of those DPS and see if you can find a pick after that.
I also love this positioning. So they've got Astro to hold the bridge. Instead of sending Jutsu bridge side like you often see with the hit scan, keep it to control this flank angle. Oh, but Lich is able to muscle past get some damage in. Fluttershy, they sneak past all the poke damage of Jutsu to find entrance back towards the Mega. It has forced a rotation, but so far no kills.
We'll see if Hutch on flankers looking for something like an anti. Rat Academy's health bars are dwindling because the constant pressure of Jutsu, and Fluttershy does get DMAC. That's a big pick. That means that it's just going to be the Ana and also the damage coming in from the Ashe being able to pump down, and that's going to be Rat Academy eventually losing this one.
That felt like just like a slow chokehold, just very gradually the walls closing in on Rat Academy on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I think they did the right thing, where like trying to go aggressive on the Jutsu with the Genji, but they never found the pick, and because the peel was so good from Supernova, and then kind of once you've used all your cooldowns like that, it's very hard to get back into a team fight now that it's Supernova who have control of every single one of these angles, and this is where Ashe is really going to thrive, just having control, especially without a Diva on the other side now, and it's just a Ramatra. It's even going to be worse for them to deal with this Ashe.
Not to mention the anti-nades of Rinko, both of which can find max value now. We're already seeing Rat Academy super low health bars as they even approach. Nano Boost thrown on the Fluttershy. I think as much just for the healing as well as the sustain. Gets behind Astro and creates a nice little sandwich. Follow up on the Grapes is good. Okay. So Rat Academy finds some wonderful value on the back of that Nano Boost. Beautiful 3K there out of Desitine.
Yeah, not bad, but now it's going to be on the other foot where Renko's going to be having that Nano Boost available. They're probably going to save it for when Astro is going to have that Annihilation. Or, I mean, you could also just throw it onto Ryan, and Ryan can get a lot done in terms of just going into the backline with something like a Pulse Bomb. That is a possibility as well. But now it's going to be a little bit more difficult for the Ashe to get value. I think you can throw Bob in to create some space and then really make it difficult for Rat Academy to hold position.
Oh, what an anti. Lich is going to dash through, but that was really all Hutch. Now, I mean, it's a 2v3, it's a 2v2. Astro is able to immediately kill 3 in a 2v5 to even the odds here. Does have to back away, but impressive nevertheless.
Yeah, I mean, but Rat Academy don't have their healers here, so that means that it's going to be positioning that's going to be lost. Supernova's going to come back into this one. They still have a Bob to make this a 6v5 and the Nano Boost as well. Rat Academy don't have anything because Cinnabar is not at that sound barrier just yet.
The Bob is thrown onto the objective. Forces Destiny just to hold on there and not give over a free cap. A couple good shots. The third one lands. Cinnabar gets out with 1 health. That was amazing. Had to have the AF heal on that, otherwise there's no way you survive. Astro gets the Nano Boost. Rinko gets Fluttershy. Summer on the point, but the tank is already dead. It's not going to get any kind of value. The sleep for Lich into the hole. Rinko comes up with a pair. Wow, what a finish.
Yeah, and they swapped as well using that sound barrier. I think that's one that they're going to want to have back for Rat Academy. 70% and ticking upwards right now for Supernova. They don't have any ultimates to work with, which is the big thing for Rat Academy because they have their DPS ultimates. They also have a Nano. You can Nano Blade this fight. You can Nano Overclock and pretty much just win it by Fiat unless some miracle happens again, like with Renko Nade. Like this, 2 health instantly blown up. Very well played.
It was both the nade and the dynamite that come in. You're talking about how they're gonna find so much more value without the Diva. That could just be map winning right there. Ivory desperately trying to swing this. Very little health to work with. You got a Nano boosted Cinnabar on the point. Well, I don't know if Valerie's gonna be able to get it done here. He's just forced out. I mean, trying to stay on this. Lich pulls out a blade at a 1v2. Okay, you're gonna be able to chop down Grapes, but there's just no other reinforcements here. One last purple for the road from Rinko, and Supernova are gonna take map 1.
I mean, it's close though between these two teams. As Supernova does take map 1, like you mentioned. But I think like the biggest thing for me was like there are just some mechanical plays that I see from Supernova where it's like you can't beat it. Like the Renko sleep is like the big one, right? Where it's like we saw in the first sub map where you sleep that Genji. You also dig down an Annihilation. Like I mean, it's very difficult to deal with that in that regard. I think the other thing that I really liked from Rat Academy was that we saw them. That's such a disgusting thing. I really like that we saw. I really like that we saw the Hammond play, and I wonder if that's something that we're going to continue to say because we see Rat Academy has a lot that they can play in terms of their hero diversity and compositional diversity, and it's really going to be up to them to force Supernova off their comfort, which they did. They played that Hammond pretty much the best you can, making it super chaotic, making things really difficult for Rat Academy or Supernova to set up and play because that really feels like where Supernova gets a lot of their value is when they can start these team fights on their terms. When you don't let them do that, they kind of struggle.
And I think that in the old matters, particularly Nepal, is one of the hardest places to play the Wrecking Ball. I mean, you have a lot more options going forward to kind of bring that out if they do want to continue throwing different looks at Supernova. And you can clearly found some success on trying with that pick. So you know, perhaps things could definitely get easier here. Definitely an opportunity for Radicat to swing this one back. God, that was what a nasty play. That was so bad.
Yeah, I mean they do have map pick as well, which is going to be good for Radicat because they can, if they do want to play like the Hammond, they can bring that to they could also, you know, pick Amalgam map if they want to do that and like, you know, bring Santana in if they want to try to switch up kind of the archetypes of these compositions, because I don't think you can play Winston into Malga. It's just suffering. But there were some really good moments, I think, from both of these teams, and Supernova just had that, I think, little bit of mechanical advantage at the very end. Like those last two where we saw like Renko get that one nade and then Renko get that sleep, like those were really big difference makers between these two.
We're gonna get another Renko kill. Just getting the auto diff on the Hutch here. Hey, I mean, it's got to be the star of the show. It's got to be a linchpin of the Supernova comp, and really, I think part of the win condition for Rat Academy is controlling Renko, be it either just take away their value or get on top of Renko over and over again, similar to like what we see Dust Team do in this fight, where you corner the Ana and don't give them any room to escape. Rat Academy are going to have to keep that kind of pressure on. I think, God, that was unbelievably close.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a couple of those almost jaxes that we saw from both of these teams. Very, very close on a knife's edge between them, but it is going to be Supernova taking that win. And now, I mean, like pick ban and map pick, I think are pretty important here. Like, are we going to start taking away the Winston because Astro looks very good on it? Ana, I think, is like at some point I think we see an Ana ban for sure. Like from Rat Academy, I think I would be very surprised if they didn't end up doing that with how good Renko looks on it, and how good Renko has been, you know, in the past with a hero like that. I think Winston's also something you can take a look at as being potentially a target ban here from Rat Academy. But Rat Academy, I mean, they have all of it in their court right now because they do get to pick the map, they get to pick, you know, bans as well. So looks like it's gonna be Route 66, which is interesting to me because this is a very good Winston map. And now I'm like, it is also a very good ball map. So I'm like, okay, did they just want to play like Hammond, or what are they opting in for? Are they bringing in, I think you could also play Malga on this map. Malga seems like pretty viable on a lot of the picks that we see. Even after the nerfs, I think he's still pretty playable on a map like this. It wouldn't be my favorite though. I think it's playable.
No, I've seen him selectively since the nerfs, but obviously not nearly as much. It's pretty limited. Although if any team is going to pull it out, I mean, Radicad would certainly be the team. We are going to get that Winston ban. They waste no time getting rid of Astro's best hero. Now, the problem with Supernova in this tank ban is Astro's got a pretty wide, vast hero pool to choose from, and is good at all of them.
And I think that's going to be the interesting thing as well, because like if you're going to target ban Astro, I mean the Winston, especially on Route 66, you just can't play Winston. I feel like, or I mean you can't like let Winston go through if you were picking this map if you were Rat Academy, because it's like we kind of just serve that one up to Supernova if we're letting them play Winston on a map like this. And it's going to be Brigitte that's taken off on the other end. So I think that this is just a really good ban from Rat Academy. It feels like Supernova, though, are totally fine with pinching the support pool, which kind of makes sense, especially when you have Renko and Grapes who can play pretty much anything under the sun when it comes to the supports, and would probably feel very comfortable in that regard. So they're kind of trying to put the, you know, they're trying to kind of put the screws to the supports of Rat Academy by limiting in what they can play in terms of those heroes.
That's a smart choice. And can be, I think, a better way to control what your opponents want to do. You know, it might be more direct to ban out the tank, but you can have more influence, I think, with a support ban, just in how much it affects what's viable, not only for them, but for you as well. I mean, I think, you know, the Brig ban is a wonderful example, because it not only can you no longer protect your honor, provide kind of protection for any composition where you're wanting to just have a safe, stable backline, but you know, you no longer have that flank control either. You know, you're no longer able to send them in to try to help protect against, you know, the Tracer Genjis coming in. So, you know, it kind of has a multi-purpose use.
Yeah, and I think as well, kind of when we look at the tank matchup, I do wonder if like the Hammond is something that we're going to be seeing from Rat Academy. I think Diva is also something Fluttershy is very good at. So on a map like this where you do have that ability to play like high ground, and high ground control is very important. I think Diva does work very well. It's also going to work very well if Ana is going to be something that we see, specifically from how good Renko was playing it. You have that ability to eat sleeps, eat nades, makes it a little bit easier to pilot against an Ana matchup.
Because I don't expect Renko to stick with the Moira, but funny enough, we have actually seen Moira starting to come back in, but it's not in any way like it used to play. Yeah, no, it's like the Nolan Corona hyper aggressive backline Moira is kind of the thing.
Oh no.
Yeah,
It ain't
yeah,
so.
it's come back. Yeah, it's come back.
One. Attackers incoming.
I mean, I think it's definitely possible, especially if you're going to be like running like super aggressive, like you mentioned, like just diving onto the backline. But I think like with the Hazard in particular, you definitely want the Kiriko, and against an Ana or against an Ana, you definitely want the Kiriko to be able to cleanse any antis that are going to be happening. Because without a diva on the other side, there's going to be a lot of antis that most likely hit from Hutch here. So Renko has to be crisp and clean with these Kiriko Suzus.
No, the Moira pick was definitely a meme, just not as big a meme as it once was, I guess. Oh, quick attack from Riot. I mean, Cinnabar just gets caught up there. Was trying to help out the diva, but ends up far too forward. And not only does the Lucio go down, but Fluttershy is going to get demeched immediately. Big Earls falls, and it's a very swift attack here from Supernova. Still a chance for a recontest.
That was really good from Ryan. The Ryan basically one-clipped Cinnabar at the start of that fight, and without the Lucio, it's just going to completely fall apart. Radicat should be able to get one last recontest with Fluttershy back here on that diva, but now the positioning is all in favor of Radicat.
They're trying to take the high ground. Astro's just right in their face, keeping them contained, feels like. Does let Fluttershy through, so able to move on to the cart, and Lich comes in from the opposite angle, down by the billboard to try to regroup, but Fluttershy gets demexed, and as Rinko throws in the damage, I believe Jutsu was pouring a lot of it in there as well. And now it's just die on cart from Radicat, and Supernova are going to pick this one up at 2:30 to the clock.
But now you can see a little bit of, and Hutch is going to switch off the Ana, but you saw there exactly the problem with Ana in a scenario like this, where it's like if you just throw up the wall in front of an Ana, like they can't do anything, and they could, like Fluttershy couldn't get healed, Lucio's not going to be able to do it, so now you're going over to the Kiriko to make sure that if Fluttershy does get caught on the opposite side of a jagged wall, you have Swift Step, you have Suzu to get out and help, because Ana's just not going to be able to do that, especially on a part of this map where you really need to be able to maneuver quickly and crisply.
Astro holding up on that top walkway at the moment. Fluttershy dropping down under garage. Looks like Superstar is trying to take the top of this garage. Actually an eat onto the jagged wall. Pretty important eat there from Fluttershy to allow him to get out. But you have given up some of that garage space, and Supernova are slowly tightening their grip around it. Now they've actually dropped in low. Fluttershy drops down inside the garage to help, and I think that was a bait. Fluttershy gets surrounded. Lucky to get out of that one in one piece. Kitsune Rush, I mean, we got all 5 check marks here for Supernova. This is about to get messy. Kitsune Rush is going to come out over the top of the garage, but Ivory finds the kill. Downpour from Astro. Now I don't know if they were caught in the downpour. It's just for the Kitsune Rush that is able to net those picks, and Supernova are able to hold on to their other 3 holds.
Yeah, it was basically just a free fight for, I mean, they basically walked all into that downpour, as now it's just Fluttershy staying here, trying to hold firm to be able to get back onto that cart and stall before they catch second. But look at the swarming that's happening right now from Supernova.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's not good.
The Sound Barrier obviously hopes to try to get a good fight here. You got to get the touch in before the cap, and that just doesn't happen. So it's a wasted Sound Barrier, and it's a wasted fight. I guess the only good news for Rat Academy fans is, well, Grapes use theirs as well.
Yeah, that's really good news, because now at least Rat Academy are going to have 2 options with their DPL so ultimates to basically win this team fight. I mean, there's nothing to really deal with it on the other side, besides maybe like a Pulse Bomb, or if Jutsu goes first with their own overclock and is able to take out the fight before Rat Academy can get their DPS ultimates online.
After trying to open things up for Jutsu. Create a little space for that overclock to find Painter. Hutch wants to shut it down. Just goes right up main. She says, no. You can't give him that corner for free. And quick disengage here from Supernova.
Yeah, really good. I mean, this ultimate's going to get nothing. I mean, it's going to create space for the team, but like overall, no kills. And now it's just going to be Supernova running back onto this point. They do have, again, very key DPS ultimates in their back pocket. So do Rat Academy.
Ryan is trying to sneak in with a pulse bomb on the top. Lich with the blade, shut down. Gets absolutely nothing. Barely even finished the voice line. Red Academy trying to make things messy here, but Supernova kept him contained. Fluttershy drops, and Supernova are just sauntering forward. They've got the road trip music on. They're rolling 3 points to Dorado. Now they're going to hold the door. Catch on to Ivory. Staggers things out even worse.
I mean, again, it's Supernova who are going aggressive there. They use the overclock first. They also use the pulse bomb first, and there it felt like Rat Academy were just trying to buy back in with that Lich Dragon Blade, but gets hit by an overclock shot and then ends up getting no value. Now Supernova are going to hold this positioning until they get their sound barrier, but here comes an overclock from Ivory. Can it find some picks?
Ivory sitting on top of the truck. Yeah, there's nothing to be found. Supernova just all high. They turtle up immediately, wait for it to fade, and now they're going to respond with Rinko's Kitsune Rush. Now, do you throw it over a high ground, try to go take the back of Semi, or are you just going to throw it right up mainstream? Might depend on where this downpour is. Okay, looks like they're going to go towards the Mega. There's the Kitsune Rush in, but it got stopped by a Fluttershy's wall. So, brilliant wall to neuter that Kitsune Rush. And still, Supernova doesn't look like they needed it. Actually, look at all the care. They used that tiny little rush as a sidewalk. And still all the assists there for Rinko in the feed.
Yeah, it doesn't go all the way through, but it gets just enough to get them through that team fight. And Astro had a great ultimate on top of that with the downpour. And again, the way the Supernova team is playing right now is just feels like it's so proactive, right? They're the ones who are setting the tempo every single time. It feels like Rat Academy, whenever they're pulling out ults, they're just always reactive. They're not kind of getting that tempo that they really would like to set up on these dives. And really, they're on the back foot the entire time. I think, like, I'm trying to think of like an ultimate that ended up working for them from Rat Academy. Like on third, we saw two ults. Like we saw the Kitsune Rush just get disengaged. We saw an overclock just get disengaged. Like the way that Supernova is playing around those ultimates is very effective, and they're totally fine with just being like, hey, you want to use this one ultimate? We'll just disengage. We know we have like a huge time bank, and then we'll re-engage with our own ultimate economy. The macro play is really good from Supernova here.
God, now that you mentioned, I don't know that we saw one successful ultimate. You got me thinking on that. Like, I'm starting to think that, like, I don't know that we actually saw one successful ultimate out of Ratacat on that. Oof.
And it's just because they're playing, I mean, they're playing like reactive, right? And that's really not what you want to do in a composition like this, where it's like you want to be continuously proactive, right? When you're pulling Blade after overclock, you're kind of like coin flipping to be like, this is either going to hit pay dirt or I'm about to get railed by the Sojourn, and then I don't get to have fun. Like that's kind of how it feels like it's working a little bit right now between these two teams and how they're being proactive versus reactive. And it really is Supernova who always seem to be on the front foot, and we have to see from Rat Academy them try to make a little bit more happen and be a little bit more proactive.
Gotta fight their way. Gotta make things happen. Yeah, can't just wait for something to happen. Ooh, aggressive positioning on Asher. Sneakily hiding in the 45. Trying to ambush. Looks a little outmanned here, but Ryan's there to back up Astro and ends up getting out with one piece. No, actually a kill the boot, so there you go. I guess the close hold successful with Cinnabar going down.
That's working out pretty well, and I mean, this is what you got to do if you're a Supernova right here. You know you have such a huge time bank. Just make Rat Academy work for every single inch to get out of spawn right here. With how much poke there is going to be happening, that does mean Rat Academy should be able to get to this Nano relatively quickly, and Nano Diva or Nano Sojourn realistically could get a lot done, but it's going to take a little bit of time for them to break this defense unless they find a pick with something like an anti or a sleep.
Actually trying to use that lead to get out. Call for the disengage. Ooh, Destiny was hoping to push through that lower side and get stuck. Body blocked. The Diva's gone. Ryan and actually the rest of the team has. Yeah, they've just thwarted this. They're just not giving up anything.
Yeah, I remember someone telling me that whenever there's like a Sojourn and there's a Lucio on the inside, Lucio's job is just to eat rail shots, and that's unfortunately what's happening to Cinnabar a lot of the time. These rails are just continuously finding their head. Really well played from Jutsu on the other end, who is kind of living up to the expectation you set, where Jutsu is very, very gifted on this hit scan roll.
I mean, we're $130 in this attack, and Cinnabar is just now halfway towards that first sound barrier. Fight on the corner, Supernova have at least given up the close hole. Nano boost thrown on to Desatine, and he's back up to the top of Big Earls there for Supernova. Ooh, perhaps fighting a low Jutsu, but Fluttershy opts not to take that, giving an opportunity here for Supernova to strike back. They throw in a Kitsune Rush, but Rinko dies, making it happen. Astro turning in all directions, looking for a target to jump on. Sees Lich emerge from the tunnel, but a great anti-nade lands, and Astro's going to go down, but Jutsu and Riot are still on the case. The D-Mech on to Fluttershy, even the self-destruct. They won't get back in Meg. Jutsu, oh, with the firing squad. That was dirty.
Jutsu completely turns that fight around. It looked like the ante was enough for Rat Academy to be able to push their way to a team fight win, but just only the Kitsune Rush used for Supernova, and Rat Academy back to the drawing board for them. A minute and a half left in their time bank, and they look like they are in a dire strait right here, potentially about to get full health, especially with Supernova's ult economy that they have coming forward.
Yeah, the discipline to only throw the one ult in on that from Supernova is insane. What a read. Ivory's overclock needs to be enormous. And you're going up against Jutsu on the other side. Jutsu's going to pull the trigger first. Ivory doesn't even get a chance to hit Q. Supernova once again are continuing to set the pace here on map 2.
Set the pace, set the tone, and now it's only 55 seconds left. This D is also about to get staggered so nasty right now. This is going to be brutal. That means that by the time... Yeah, by the time we get to this next fight, it's going to... And actually, they're going to be aggressive right here. Supernova want to try and get as many picks as they can before Rat Academy retreat back into spawn. Don't manage to find any just yet. And now, with 36 seconds, this is last chance saloon for Rat Academy. 2 DPS ults with sound barrier available as well. Is that going to be enough to break the defense of Supernova?
I've already taken damage after hitting the OC. Leaping up, it's wasting a lot of time just to get in a position, but making good on it. What a pick to take Graves down. Destiny is up on the high ground and try to pursue onto Astro, and now Cinnabar has a huge sound barrier advantage, but still a long way to go. They don't want to use it just yet.
Oh, big stick though. Oh, it's two. Oh, no.
That might just be the map. Ryan just delivered 2 supports and 1 press of the Q.
Oh, I mean, Ryan's gonna end up going down.
Yeah, we got a downpour onto Destiny though, and I think Supernova have, with great sound barrier in, it's just overwhelming odd. Lich is gonna pull out a blade, will not get anything, doesn't even get it out of the sheath. The sound barrier late and dulled here from Rat Academy. Of course, they're gonna fight till the bitter end, but it's overwhelming odd. Supernova will move up to match point.
I mean, Volskog, that was probably the worst thing that could happen at the end of that team fight. I was like, okay, maybe you lose the Ana, that's fine. You lose the Ana to a Pulse, it's like, it's whatever. You lose Nano, it's whatever. The fact that also they lost Cinnabar with that sound barrier made that fight unwinnable. Like, really, really good play from Ryan. Unfortunate that the support just ended up going down like that as a duo with both 2 very key support ultimates in their back pocket. And Supernova looks like they want to get to that grand final as quickly as possible.
Come back with a bit of a chip on their shoulder from Raticat, sending them into the lower bracket. My goodness.
They're playing angry. It feels like they don't want they want to just go as quickly as possible towards that grand final, and they're playing like it. I mean, the tempo they're setting is just so incredibly quick. They have the pace all the time. Like, even there's moments where like we see like there's an advantage for Rat Academy. They're throwing out ultimates and they're just not finding pay dirt.
Supernova seems to know what Rat Academy want to do before they do. Where they're already prepared for the disengage, as the ultimates coming in. They're already starting to move away. Even with a Kitsune Rush, Rat Academy can't catch up, can't find value on it. And then, I mean, just a couple of unfortunate events. This was one of them. That team fight was one of them.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the little sidewalk Kitsune Rush. They still managed to get some things done, but again, you see that downpour, I mean, that was in the back line, that Astro God just completely turned the team fight around, and I'm loving the idea that we're seeing some combinations from Supernova with their ultimate usage here, but the space that's being created from Astro is just letting Jutsu, letting Ryan get all of this space to work with, and making it hard for Rat Academy, who have, pretty good DPS players. They're just not able to find a foothold the same way that Supernova's DPS are.
And Jutsu and Ryan inheriting the starting spots from, Overwatch veterans and legends of Chime and Haven. And it looks like they got the baton with their blessings. They have certainly, are filling out those giant shoes, coming up with huge plays in both rights. Oh yeah, give me the stick. Give me the stick, you!
I was like watching, okay, thank you, Prod. Prod's the go for some of this. Oh, that's just so unlucky. Hutch just, unfortunate delivery service there from Hutch. I don't think that's a package you want to see.
Oh no.
That's not one I'm opening in my mailbox, I tell you that right now. That is just an unfortunate, unlucky situation that we saw there.
Why jump onto the point? Why jump onto the point?
That's tough. I think there...
Was it a boost?
I don't know. Well, Was there actually some? I wonder if we didn't see like overhead there was someone
In
that
the-
just
or
like
in the
threw them
cave.
down. Yeah, that potentially that's what could have happened. We'll have
Because
to
that
ask.
Ana went flying off that high ground onto the
Ana
objective.
did go
And there's no way
Ana
Hutch is
did
like,
go
I got
quick,
pulsed.
yeah.
Let's go jump onto the objective with my 3 friends.
Yeah,
Right? That
I don't
doesn't
think. Yeah.
That had to be
I
a
think
boop.
Hutch was like, I'm gonna give all of you a hug. We're going down together. I think it wasn't a boop, so it was just a jump. They just jumped onto the cart.
Okay.
So, you know,
Just-
unfortunate. I think it just unfortunate trying to get to the cart and just die on cart. I guess in that scenario.
I
but
suppose. Oh,
delivered
I was trying to give
pulse
Hutch the
bomb.
benefit of the doubt
Yeah,
there.
mistakes happen. Mistakes happen.
Of course.
And, we're gonna see Supernova benefit off that mistake with the 2-0, and Numbani is gonna be our next map here. So another very good Winston map, interestingly enough, which I'm curious about because Astro is very good at Winston, and you can't ban it again because you played it on Route 66, or you banned it on Route 66 rather. That's what I mean.
I knew what you meant. We knew what you meant.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scratching my head a little bit here. So, I mean, do we see Santana come in? Are we going to see the Wrecking Ball here? We do get Radicad now banning out the Yana. So, and this was a little bit of what I was referring to earlier of trying to control the composition that Supernova can play by attacking their back line as opposed to attacking the tank directly. So, I'm guessing Red Academy are hoping that Supernova won't play the Winston without the Ana, I guess.
I mean, I would also be that, but also I'm like thinking it's like, okay, you just play Lucio Kiri here, and then you're just like,
right.
I think they could still probably pilot it pretty effectively if they wanted to play that. I think getting rid of to be fair, I was talking about it earlier, where it's like with how good Renko has been playing Ana, it's probably just worth it to at some point get rid of it off the table completely. And this is a great map for Ana, Numbani in particular. And if there is going to be Winston play, getting rid of it also very good. But I think like if you're Supernova, you're probably saying like, okay, we'll just play Kiriko if we need to. We know that we have a really good Winston player in Astro. We know our support line is incredibly adept at playing pretty much anything, and I wonder if we see what Supernova is going to do, because they've been the one banning out the supports for the most part. Now they have to ban something else. Do they take away the Diva? Do they take away, one of the DPS that we've been seeing as well? Maybe like a Tracer ban or something like that. I wonder where exactly their head's at in terms of what to ban, because they're in such a lead where it's like, do we really need to ban like that much more? Like, it seems like we can ban Lifeweaver here and we'd be totally fine.
You also don't want to get, too much hubris on it. But it does, you probably want to say something in your back pocket. Just in case Rat Academy try to turn this around.
We did see a Lifeweaver ban, though. We did see a throwaway Lifeweaver ban. We did see that.
And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me to see Supernova just going for the jugular here and trying to come out with the most effective ban they can. Maybe I don't even know.
The thing is, I can't think of like. I think you could attack the Genji, but like also I'm like thinking I was like, okay, you could ban Sojourn, but also Juice is playing really well on it.
Yeah,
like,
you just hurt
okay,
yourself
it's gonna
on
be
that
the
one.
Hammond.
Okay,
so like this is a good ban, because I think that this was the one thing that when we saw Supernova lose, it was because of the chaos created by this Hammond, just taking it off the table completely. I think this is a pretty decent map for Hammond as well, so it's gonna pretty much negate that ability to really get this fight a little bit more muddied, which doesn't seem to be where Supernova wants to be. Supernova wants to be the one setting the tempo, and if it's against Hammond, it's a lot harder to do that and kind of play with your flowchart.
And I was thinking this does eliminate the one dive tank that Desta team can play going into a very high ground oriented map. So would not surprise me to see changes. I'm curious to see how Rat Academy respond. Of course, the bans do come through first. So Rat Academy knows what heroes are banned out before they decide which lineup to use. So we had talked about at the top of the series, they do run 2 tanks here, and Santana, who we haven't seen yet on the battlefield today, tends to run more of the Winston Diva style tanks.
Yeah, and I think it looks like we are going to be seeing Santana come in, so that does make sense, that especially with what we're seeing without the Hammond being there, because I think that we did see Fluttershy pilot the Diva a little bit, but I think that if they want to like maybe play Mauga at any point, I think that that's something that we kind of have to look out for, especially with how good Santana is at Mauga. But also the Winston, I think if they want to try just a full Winston matchup, it's not something we've seen too much of yet. So I think matching Astro, who, I mean, to be fair, is a very formidable Winston player overall, I think that this is definitely something that they're trying to think about in terms of like hero pool usage, because I think D.Va does work on a map like this. It's just going to be better if you have like a Winston player to make it really, really important to play Nimbani.
It's a bold choice. I mean, you're trying to match Astro in the Winton. That's what this is looking like. Also,
it's hard.
That's hard.
It's a lot to ask for this team. I mean, you're playing up against like 5 of the probably the best players that are in FACEIT League, right? Like just overall, like in anywhere. So I mean, it's definitely. But if you, I mean, think about it though. If you win on a map like this and you win in like a Winston mirror, it's like the momentum you can get very, very strong for this Rat Academy team. But it looks like Supernova is still very much in the lead when it comes to this matchup and the pace that they've been able to set. And I would expect not a lot to change if it is going to be a Winston mirror, because that you're playing right into what Supernova wants to play.
Yo, I've been playing this game for 8 years.
You didn't know about the bugs?
No, not the bugs. The Mega is 3 minis.
Like, there's no way you didn't know that, really?
I didn't know that. It's 3 minis piled into a cube.
You've been casting this game way too much to have not known.
I'm sorry, I never sat and stared at the Mega before. The camera zoomed in. It was just like staring at the Mega. I'm like, wait a minute. There's 3 little mini canisters in there. Yeah, look at that.
Because it's 150 health. Each one's like a 50 health, so then there's like a 3. It's cute.
That's
I think
clever.
It's really
I've never noticed that. I've never. Thank you, Prof.
The more you know.
The more you know. Hey, let me enjoy my little things, okay? I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? You know what? That's my bad. That's my bad. I'll let you enjoy the little things in life. We definitely need a lot more of that in the big 2025. I'm down to be amazed by 3 health packs and a mega health pack. I'm totally down with that.
That's amazing. That is amazing. All right, Radicat's starting off. They have chosen to go on the attack here. So, we'll see. Let's see what works out. Santana does come in, picking up the hazard.
Yeah, it's going to be the hazard, which I think kind of makes sense in terms of what we're seeing for hero pools. And it looks like actually Radicat's going to try and set the tempo a little bit with the dive. Speed ring was already used, so that's a cooldown that they're not going to have along with that loot.
Definitely makes sense over trying to go into the Winston match. Oh, what a wall out of Astro. That just sealed Santana's fate. No escape. Santana goes face first into a jagged wall. The rest of the team trying to get out. Cinnabar's low. Good heals, and Rat Academy get out okay with only the 1 loss.
Yeah, good wall. I mean, that's one of the things that you're going to have to be looking out for with this matchup between both these hazards, is that wall being able to section off members away from that healing, because I mean, it's going to be a little bit easier for Supernova to maneuver around because you have the Kiriko that has that ability to swift step and use that Suzu, but for Rat Academy, you don't really have that. You have just a Brigitte and a Juno, so reliant on being able to see the tank to be able to heal them.
Rank to the back line under guard. Astro holding down the high. Ooh, Astro now finds themselves in a 1v3 with a great wall. This one from Santana, creating a mismatch in the middle of this 5v5 team fight. That's gonna start the dominoes of falling. Okay, let's go Radicat.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Like, in the tempo right there, it was 2 really good engages from Santana, getting into the, forcing cooldowns, forcing out Suzu, forcing out the teleport just into that tiny area where the Brigitte was waiting patiently with Cinnabar. So really good heads-up play starting out from Rat Academy, who look like a much more well-oiled machine already on this hazard composition than they did previously.
With plenty of time to work with, coming up on a couple ultimates as well. Gotta keep an eye on the flank. You can see the little outline of Ivory with her gun pointed off into the right side direction. That's because Riot is trying to threaten in all the way from the backside. Could leave a mismatch for Rat Academy to take advantage of around this front corner. We're waiting to get this Juno ultimate online, and I imagine we're going to see this orbital just throw down. Ooh! A big pressing from Astro, who actually gave them the opening they needed. Never mind the ultimate. Astro puts themselves out of position. Rat Academy capitalized.
Yeah, and this is the kind of the weakest I think we've seen Astro look. Well, I mean, farming up towards this downpour relatively quickly, but just not being punished really effectively by Rat Academy. The target selection has been great, and Santana with the walls as well, just sectioning members off, not letting Astro. I mean, Astro, if they're sectioned off, you have to force the Renko to go in with Swift Step and with Suzu, and then you're just caught.
Gonna continue to run up from the defense, but Lich has the blade. Bringing it back as Radicat are down 3v4. Santana equalizes, jumps directly in, and Ivory gets pounced on. Supernova able to win out in what was a close fight. Supernova will make a stop for the first time.
Yeah, and that was one fight, though, where Supernova finally did get their tempo back in. They used their ultimates aggressively, and Rad Academy has to play a little bit more reactively. They're actually going to switch over, or actually, it's going to be Renko switching over to the Juno just to offer a little bit more of that speed and healing to the rest of the team, instead of something like a Kiriko where they was relying super heavily on just the Suzu and the Swift Step, but now Ivory gets taken out already. That means more positioning for Rad Academy, or for Supernova, and Rad Academy has to retreat a little bit more.
Academy will come back with an overclock of their own right. That was a straight rail shot on that one, but still, Ivory might be able to open up something, find some revenge on Jutsu. You can see Santana jumping all the way across, pushing up the single wall, just to move on to the This is going to open things up, and you find Jutsu with a wall. Oh, how does that happen? What an ingress there from Santana. Downpour comes in, is going to catch two in the back. Oh, Legend. Everybody caught it out with Sound Barrier, Downpour, both thrown in and working out beautifully there for Supernova.
That was so filthy from Astro. Astro hits like a 4-man.
Yeah, that was enormous.
A 4-man downpour and just completely annihilates what Ivory was trying to do with that overclock, because you're just standing there still. You don't have a defensive ultimate to deal with, and Graves just walks up and says, thank you very much, take you out in the head, and that's going to be Supernova still holding their ground effectively right here. They also have a Dragon Blade to work with and no support ultimates for Rad Academy, and that really good time bank that they had to start things off has dwindled away significantly. Only a minute and 50 seconds left here, Joe.
What is notoriously pretty attacker favorite point. There's a one point in our life cycle where body second just didn't exist. Rad Academy, no ult here. Watch out for the Ryan Blade, playing through inside of Axiom at the moment. Could push out towards Rhino and have free access onto that backline. Our Hazard's just going toe-to-toe right now. Astro's able to dance around the jagged wall. Santana's trying to take some more space around the Jeep. Gotta be careful not to get surrounded, though. Gets booped out from the cover and has to use the violent leap just to get away. He's opening things up for Ryan to move in. Goes onto those squishies. Finds two with the blade. Both supports are gone. Santana one, no chance. There's the finish. A flawless hold. Nice three-piece from Ryan.
Love that positioning. A pincer maneuver from Ryan going in towards the back line, just taking down Hutch early. 98% towards that orbital ray could have made a difference there, but now it's going to be matching orbital rays for both of these teams. Dragon Blade is going to be available for Lich, so it is going to be probably something that you're going to try to force out early with the Dragon Blade. See if you can get an orbital ray, then use yours secondarily to make sure that you can have that ability to push through.
I like the idea of Radicat giving him a different look, but man, Supernova just clogged this choke. 5 guns pointing down that hallway. No good for Rad Academy.
Yeah.
That wasn't even a fight.
Yeah, that was, and then now that makes this last fight for sure. Luckily for Rad Academy, they are coming up on some very key ultimates to match the ultimate treasure trove that we're seeing from Supernova. Both support ultimates online. It's really going to have to be Santana finding a way to get this downpour in time, because Astro's going to make this fight very difficult to maneuver with downpour.
Let's go ahead and over the top, Santana down low. The blade pulled out, and Graves is already dead. 96% defeat. It's a good start for Rad Academy. Here comes that downpour, and it's enormous once again. Gets into bars. Rally keep him alive. Looks like they can. Lich is able to counterpunch and take Astro out of the fight. And the rally hangs on here. It costs Radicat everything, but they get it done.
And that was all. I mean, that was all Santana. If Santana doesn't find that pick on the Grapes, that fight looks completely different with the sound barrier. That was really, really well played. And there have been a couple of times where Santana has just at the start of fights been able to find someone with the jagged wall, take down a very key member, and that's going to give an extra life to Rad Academy to start moving through second here. They also have an overclock to work with, which is fantastic for them. Maybe force out that sound barrier and force out an overclock and then come back in.
I mean, the overclock used first. Rad Academy doesn't have to force anything. Oh, but Santana gets caught. Looked like they were trying to dance around as the Lego bricks got built, but Astro was better at playing that game. Play more builder games, apparently.
Yeah, play more Minecraft. It feels like always, though, that we're seeing again, these ultimates from Supernova are just always the ones that are being used first. Taking down very low. Ryan goes down. Great pick to start things off for Rad Academy. This might be a chance for them.
Look, the overclock from Ivory to 5 Wrinkle as well. This is a great chance. And the pursuit. Now it's just Supernova just yeeting in Dion Cart. What a wonderful opening pick. This is going to turn the final corner here for Radicat with 30 to go.
And Graves still hasn't used this sound barrier. Like, Graves has been holding on to the sound barrier for a very long time, just not having a good moment to do so. This should be enough to make sure that Rad Academy don't cap, but Graves needs to be careful and make sure the sound barrier does not get Ajax.
At this point, yeah, just gonna run in a beat blade attack. Exactly what they're gonna do. Bolstering the katana, right? Easily cuts through Cinnabar like a knife through butter. 3 slashes onto Ivory. Will end this map. No chance for Rat Academy to get back. You got one person waiting for the stall, which actually will initiate the yellow bar, but no one else is even close.
And I mean, if you're Rat Academy though, you got a lot of extra credit, I feel like, in a couple of those fights. Like, it was very easily, like, holdable halfway through first, but getting second, getting all the way almost to third, like, that's pretty good, considering how dire it looked a couple of times during some of those team fights and some of those engagements for Rat Academy. Getting that far is definitely good, setting a win condition for them.
I also, like, think, I mean, Santana did a wonderful job of kind of going toe-to-toe with Astro on that. Astro had some better ultimates and, you know, probably... may have gotten the better end of the tray, but Santana was in there neck and neck. I mean, that pick onto Grapes to solidify that point B cap, huge, absolutely enormous, great read. And Santana, this looks a heck of a lot better than trying to match Astro in the Winston, at the very least.
No, 100%. I think Santana has been like the shining star for a lot of what Rat Academy has been trying to do with these engagements. Like we saw that pick on the Lucio, like you mentioned. There was another one I think where they had at the very start of the map. Santana got a pick very early and they just weren't able to convert on that. So if they can continue to convert on these first picks that Santana is giving them, that might be an option and a way back for Rat Academy to hold this defense.
Santana it's awesome to see Santana playing here in FACEIT League. I remember seeing a post from them at the end of last year just talking about how badly they wanted to play in FACEIT League and get into the open circuit. Loved calling out heroes and how they were able to grow in that tournament, but to get the chance to play here, this is really something special to see. And get to see Santana kind of fulfilling that dream. Now looking to see if they can hold here and take a map off of Supernova, keep this series alive for Rat Academy.
Going to be seeing how these two teams are going to operate. It looks like they're going to try and rotate through that coast side to get a little bit of sight lines, but it actually looks like it's a pincer maneuver because the Brigitte and the Sojourn are sneaking around the backside, but they've actually been found out.
Oh, yep, no, never mind. You just left your supports alone. Rat Academy, recognize it. What a raid. That's an easy pick.
Yeah, fantastic read from them, and they're able to take down 2 very key members, and that's just going to be more time taken off the clock, and that's what Rat Academy are going to have to continue to do on this defensive end, just find picks in that way in the neutral. Actually, Grapes is going to be going over to the Lucio again just to offer a little bit more of that speed potential to make these engagements faster.
Ooh, double speed available here from Supernova. Cinnabar almost got an environmental. Astro holding stubbornly on the corner while those two supports try to push into the high ground. That same play we saw before, but Astro's able to regroup with them this time. Radicate don't get the easy 3 picks onto the back line. Lich goes down, overwhelmed by the peel, and Astro now free to hunt down the Radicat supports.
Yeah, and I mean, now you can see just kind of how much better it is with the Lucio, with the tempo that you can set for Supernova, bring Grapes onto that pick. It really just completely overwhelmed Rat Academy because you saw, I mean, Cinnabar's POV. Cinnabar's just getting dove on by a lot of members, and if you don't have that whip shot and you don't hit Pater with it, it's a completely gone thing for you. So Supernova gonna have to move forward, or gonna get to move forward here 5 minutes in their time bank.
Look at all the space they're picking up. Just a little poke. They're going to go ahead and draw back. I think they were hoping to find somebody out of position, catch somebody sleeping. Rat Academy only 3 strong. They don't have any ultimates left to stop this with. This could be very difficult for them to make work.
Yeah, Renko is super ahead of Hutch right now. It's about 20% difference, and that orbital rate could be a difference maker.
Which goes down immediately right out of the gate. Yep. Ryan's gonna hunt down Cinnabar. They don't even need the ultimates. They don't even have to wait around for, you know, to build up an ult to get back in the fight. They just send Ryan and Jutsu in, claim some skulls, that's it.
And that's like the worst thing that could happen now, because look at all the ultimates that Supernova are gonna get towards. Is there even gonna be a chance for Rat Academy to get back onto this point? I think actually it'd be better if they just let it go, because I think if you try and get back onto this point and you lose the fight and commit ultimates, the round's over. Like, it'd be very good. They're gonna try though.
They're going for it. I mean, you know what? You get the orbital out from Renko. That's 1 of 4 currently sitting in Supernova's pocket. Downpour from Santana did land, and Irene's able to leverage that into a pick. Sound barrier comes in from Graves. Ryan trying to get a couple with the blade, but the rally from Cinnabar. No, it's not going to be enough to fend it off. Ryan cuts through your rally and your Brig, not to mention your Genji.
I mean, you do get 4 ultimates out of Supernova, but it's still a 5-minute time bank for them, and they don't even have to get it. They basically just have to get it to the end, and they're going to end up winning. Luckily, though, they have the Orbital Ray comboed along with the Dragon Blade. That should be enough to stall, but with Jutsu having this overclock, there's not enough long-range damage on Rad Academy to deal with it. They have to play very carefully around the space that's going to be created.
Rad Academy are trying to convert from multiple sides on the back of Lich's Katana. The Dragon Blade up to the high ground and quick disengage from Supernova.
Really, really good disengage. I mean, the speed ring and also the speed from the Lucio just completely negating whatever that blade wanted to do.
Yeah, there's the F1 racing we're seeing on Supernova right now. And just as quickly, they're right back on the attack. But Ringo gets isolated by a good wall there from Santana. And Lich is just going to dash through, continue getting reset after reset. Lich will get 4.
And that's when but if you're Supernova, that's one you're totally fine with taking. You get out the Orbital Ray. Now this is really where the the overclock is going to get a lot of value, because you have to disengage from this. You can't stay in front of Jutsu, because you have to respect that incoming damage. So this overclock, if it doesn't find any picks, it will definitely secure space for the rest of the team of Supernova.
Seems like Rad Academy are anticipating it. Everybody already back up to the second corner. Supernova makes the approach. There's the speed ring in. Wall. Ooh, an overclock. Everybody goes to the left side. It was a bait from Astro while the entire team goes to coast. Riot finds Cinnabar. The overclock is popped. Couple shots into Ivory. There's the third one for the finish. Supernova claim 2. Full strong. Not only do they create space, they get kills on the back of that OC. And are looking to move all the way into the grand finals and the OWCS promotion relegation matches. Is there time for a touch?
I mean, there's potentially one. Ivory's going to be coming back with the Molten Core as well, so it could make this fight a little bit risky.
Molten Core onto the point. Lich is able to stall, but only momentarily. A good shot, a good deflect will be the end of the Flex DPS and the end of the road here for Rad Academy. Supernova take the 3-0. We'll see you in the grand finals.
Rad Academy unfortunately bow out, but a very convincing win for Supernova. They look angry here, Volskunk. They want to get back into OWCS where they feel like they belong. They get into that relegation tournament. Now they want to be able to cap it off with a win in that grand finals. Well played to Supernova. I feel like they had the tempo throughout pretty much the entirety of the series, and well deserving of a victory. And they're going to be going into that promotion relegation tournament.
Spectacular performance, and you can see why we were calling them, the best in each role. I mean, every single player from that Supernova squad stepped up at some point in that series, provide big moments. And, of course, that does not exclude Astro here. Most importantly, Astro here at the front line. Whatever tank they were picking up here today, be it Turbot, be it the Hazard, be it the Winston, Astro was always a force to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about how Rad Academy was very, versatile in their compositions and, what they could play, but it feels like, it's kind of similar for Supernova, where it's where do you ban out this team in terms of, it feels like the DPS can play whatever, Astro can play whatever, Grapes and Renko, we're banning themselves pretty much the entirety of the time. We saw, I think, 2 support bans from Supernova in those first 2 maps. They don't mind playing anything, so I'm really interested to see how they're going to be going up and matching against Dilducks in that final.
Well, first step down. Supernova have bought themselves a trip to those OWCS promotion relegation matches. We'll see them alongside Dilducks as they take on Shikigami and Amplify to determine which 2 will end up in Stage 2 of OWCS. Those matches will be happening next week. That's on April 13th. But also, we've got a grand finals ahead of us. We still have a champion to crown, and I guarantee you it's important to both of these squads. Hey, you got prize money, you got bragging rights, all on the line, all just ahead of us, all coming up right after this break.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Kudos up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, Babel.
Oh, no.
I got pulse
Bob.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in, going in, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Well, Supernova sent Riot Academy out with a bang, ending their season and moving on into the grand finals. They now face Dildux here for the title of Grand Champion of Season 4 Master Division. My name's Jeff, back here with Kenobi as we guide you through our fourth and final match of the day. Man, they say time flies when you're having fun. I can't believe we're already on our fourth match. What an amazing day this has been.
Yeah, I was hoping that we weren't going to get too many 3-0s, but it feels like all these, the teams that were on the lower side just want to get to those grand finals, man. They've been playing angry back in EMEA and now here with Supernova, but hopefully this last match that we have here between these two is going to give us a banger grand finals. Dildux versus Supernova. And Supernova, we've seen from them, I mean, already how crisp and clean they looked earlier today, but Dildux is a team that you were telling me during the break, a little bit of a silly team, and a team that based on who is on this roster, I'm very familiar with a lot of them, going back into the contenders days. This feels like kind of like a classical contenders match between Supernova and between Dildux, and I'm very excited to get in it.
It does have a very classic vibe about it, and you bet. This Dildux squad is led by Baz in the tank role, and Baz will just play anything. I mean, it feels like just anything from the hero pool. Baz is not afraid to pull it out, and the Ducks by no means like they play some meta, but by no means are they married to the meta. They will throw you a lot of different looks. They have a lot of fun, and they even will bring out some strange stuff that you've never even seen before.
Yeah, I think this team, it's so interesting to me with the people that we have on that roster, and with the players that we have. We can look at the rosters here relatively soon. I love their logo, by the way, but Razor, I think Baz also is there, and Redx, and a lot of these players that I'm kind of very familiar with. They've all played with each other kind of like in mishmashes of like contenders teams and things like that, so I think that they all have like a very good cohesion to them. They had a brutal, run through the upper bracket. They 3-2'd and then they 3-2'd again, I think, to get here, beating a very good Extinction team that you were telling me about. that potentially should have just already been in a position like this, but Dildux never saying die. And I think that one of the things that I was really impressed with when I saw them play was their coordination. And I think that's because that they've been around the scene so long. They all know each other very well. And I think that I'll be interested to see what happens when they play against Supernova, who probably also knows some of their tricks, right, going into this, because they are definitely that old tier 2 Vanguard that does have experience with a lot of these players.
And and they've played each other throughout the season. Yeah, Supernova was able to beat them in the regular season, and was able to take that one. Now coming back here again, yeah, Supernova very aware of what Dildux can bring to the table, and I think it's just going to be Supernova trying. I don't know if they're going to change too much to adjust. I think Supernova are going to continue to do what they do and leave it up to the Dildux to try to find an answer, because we talked about it before, the lower bracket finals. It seems like every one of these players that were on your screen just a second ago were all best in class in their roles.
Yeah. But I mean, look at the run that Dilduxes has. A 3-1 against Sienna Heights, 3-2, 3-2, brutal games. I mean, when you look at this Dildux roster, and I mean, that the one thing I'm a little bit worried about is the fact that this was a 3-2 against Rad Academy, and Supernova just beat the brakes off of Rad Academy in that last series. So I think that this is a team that I wonder if they have a lot of momentum going forward, because Supernova, like we mentioned, I mean, they're playing angry, it feels like, with a chip on their shoulder. This is a team that probably we were thinking shouldn't even have been in a position to be, having to play in a relegation tournament. They should have, been able to get through the first season of OWCS. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. They are already guaranteed into that tournament, but they now want probably a little bit more momentum and kind of to put their foot down and say, like, we are the best team that's here. Let's there's no breaks about it.
Well, I mean, these two teams theoretically are going to be playing each other. I'm not exactly sure how that bracket's going to lay out for the promotion relegation matches, but there's the potential that we see these two teams have to face each other to determine which team makes it in or something of that nature. If Supernova already have beat them, very recently, I mean, you got a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence into that. There's still some weight behind this. I mean, on top of being champion, on top of first place prize money available to these squads, I mean, I think just even having that momentum and that confidence heading into promotion relegation also has a lot of weight behind it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dildux, like if you get through this bracket beating Extinction, beating Sienna Heights, and beating Rad Academy, and then you beat Supernova on top of that, like what a run and what a pedigree of results you have for yourself going in. I feel like you'd be unstoppable at that point when you were thinking about the confidence in yourself and the ability to play pretty much anything. I'd be very interested to see what that would look like. But they still got one last hurdle. It is to beat this very, very good Supernova team that we've been seeing playing phenomenally so far. Nepal's going to be our starting map, which is kind of the standard right now. I would expect probably a Farah ban, especially with Razor on the other side. That's definitely something that I would want to take away, especially on a map where this, like, Farah is just really good at Nepal. Like, I've been talking about it all day since we've seen Nepal as our control map. Farah, very good. If you have an experienced player like Razor playing Farah, just take it off the team.
What's surprising? And that DPS line is, I mean, between PDK and Razor is really one of the strengths here. PDK is a fascinating story too. Actually started off as a manager. And managed on like old school contenders teams and T3 teams like G-Force and some of those days. PDK was always in the background managing at a very young age, then just recently came into playing age, and is over the past year over this past 3 months has really stepped up to be a premier Tracer player. But so really cool story, a really fun story from this Dildux squad. We're actually not getting that far bad. In fact, surprisingly, I was talking about PDK's Tracer, and Dildux banned the Tracer.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that we're not seeing. I mean, Ryan was very good on Tracer. I was super impressed with how good Ryan was. And I mean, I just am really. The Kiriko is being taken off the field. I wonder if that's like a specific pick to Dildux, like pinching the support line. We talked about it a little bit earlier, how it feels like the supports of Supernova can play pretty much anything, and they're willing to self-pinch their support line just to make the enemy team uncomfortable. So that kind of is where my head is at with that Kiriko ban. I think though that like this leaves Farah up on the table, and Razor is very good at it. Not to say that like Ryan or Lich can't play it, because they definitely can, but I think that this is something that you're feeling very good if you are if you're Dildux and you're getting the Farah to be played here by Razor.
Okay, ready to get to it. It is your NA Grand Finals here for Season 4.
Ready for battle.
$7,500 prize money on the line.
Gonna be seeing these two teams come out on Nepal. Shrine is going to be our first map here, and Astro, I wouldn't be surprised if it is just the Winston kind of play at the start of this. With the fact that Baz can play anything like you mentioned is something that I'm going to be really looking out for, because it's kind of going to need to show Astro's ability to play a lot of different tanks, and I always love the Ramatra into the Winston matchup kind of to start things off, where it's like that Vortex just makes piloting Winston so much more scary. You have to be very, very careful with where you're going, and if you go a little bit too over aggressive, bam, there's just an instant vortex there. You can't get out, and with the Cassidy and with the Pharah, you can get blown up super easily.
Yeah, good call. With Razor does in fact pull up the anticipated Pharah. The PDK on the Cassidy. The Cassidy, not just a niche pick that we saw out of Zydra earlier in the day. The Cassidy has actually come into the meta a little bit with the little bit slight buff that we got in the mid-season patch. Working here towards Statue Side, has been able to chunk down Astro a little bit and force them off, but Astro survives and Baz cannot. PDK's gonna leverage that though, and despite not having a tank, Dildox now have an advantage in this fight. They still have Astro to deal with, but a good anti-nade from Frothy Philly is gonna make that much easier. Astro chunked down by the Pharah, and here we go. The Ducks grab first control.
Dildox played that so patiently as well. Even though they lost a member incredibly early in Baz, they were still able to just maneuver around the geometry, keep Razor alive, keep PDK alive, and then they were able to secure a pick onto Renko. And once the Ana is down on the Supernova composition, there's no way to come back into that. That's all of your healing that you've lost as Ryan takes a little bit of damage, but will get healed back up. And now it's about Supernova trying to go through this onslaught of the Cassidy and of the Pharah spam.
Brand has swapped to a Pharah to try to help with that. Razor played from the exact opposite side of the map, still able to corral Supernova, but Astro gets it far ahead of the rest of the team. While the supports were corralled, Astro was getting fanned.
Yeah, PDK, I mean, the positioning from PDK was great there. They saw that there was an aggressive dive in from Astro, and Astro just backs up to try and play against the geometry. Bam, there's a fan the hammer right there, takes out that Winston. Oh, Ryan double directs Razor, and that's a great pick. This might be a moment where Supernova can get a little aggressive.
Oh, that might be a moment that just lives in Dildock's head for a while. PDK slept out of the Deadeye. Bionades onto Astro, but they're still going to continue to push forward. Sleep lands, Nano onto PDK to try to isolate. Gets the shot onto Grapes around the sleeping Winton. And Astro will not make it out. What a play. Razor with the nice three-piece there to close it out.
Really good peel as well. You saw the sleep was on the PDK during that high noon, but a nade from Frothy Philly was perfect. It hit and healed up the Cassidy, but also was onto Astro. So the anti forced Astro to pull back and use bubble really early. And then Dildox, after all those cooldowns were out, could re-aggress. But Supernova have a very key amount of ultimates right here. 5 in their bank, but they need to win this team fight. It's 85%.
Supernova with the nano boost onto Ryan. Direct lands. Astro's down. Astro really playing off of that top side. 93% in counting here for the Ducks. Oh, an aggressive push. BDK is just going up close and personal, and Jutsu wasn't having any of it. There's the push over the front line from Astro and company. So we will get Supernova on the board for the first time.
And I think that was actually like pretty decently played by Dildox, where it's like, okay, we know we're at such an ultimate disadvantage here. Let's just try and see if we can find any picks, and they don't manage to do so. The biggest thing, though, is that Supernova played that so patiently with the rest of their ultimates, right? They're going to have now 4 still in their back pocket. Only having to use that nano means if they continue to rotate these ultimates effectively, they should be able to maybe even get to a point where they can match the percent of Dildox or even win the map, because they have 4 very key ultimates in their back pocket, and Dildox don't have, they have to wait a little bit longer for their support ultimates to come on board.
Yeah, so some support ults that are so key. Although Razor's strong enough on the farm, maybe he could use something with the barrage. We'll see. Astro, Primal Rage on the coast could be nasty. Just using the Primal to isolate Bass. Bass has to pop the Annihilation for the extra armor. Ooh, try to catch PDK. They're able to roll out from the juggle, but Baz never gets the healing they needed. Isolated off that side, and a boop onto PDK puts them down in the drink. Razor does end up popping that barrage, but it's too little too late.
Yeah,
I mean, you get sound barrier.
Yeah, Founds the sound barrier, which is kind of like the only thing that's going right for them right now. They do get the Primal Rage as well from Astro, so it's like, it's kind of okay, but still now, because of the way that this has been going so slowly, Renko and all the spam that we're seeing from Dildox, Renko's gotten another nano, about to match the one coming in from Frothy Philly.
So fast on that old shot. That nano's gonna be thrown onto Ryan. It's gonna be the Drip Thrusters Barrage over the middle. One of the coolest perks they added to the whole game, and Ryan making wonderful use of it. Beautiful sleep from Renko amidst all of that as well. We're going to 99.99.
999, and Red X is like 20% away from this sound barrier, and it's last fight territory for both these teams. Supernova have nothing to work with, so if there's a way for Red X to farm up towards this sound barrier in time, that's what they're gonna need, but they don't have a lot to work with. It's 9%. Look at Renko on the flank, looking for a nade potentially to ruin this fight. Oh, got caught.
He runs into Razor on the outside. Renko's going to go down, so Supernova going to have to win this out without their Ana. Give up the flip for free. Dildux now able to just hold on the cart. Astro trying to push it for the front door, gets thwarted while Jutsu's pouring in shots from the high ground, but not able to find anything worthwhile. Here comes a move in from Red X to dislodge Astro out of that corner. Sound barrier in. Only hits 3, but Razor's able to get Jutsu, and it looks like even just getting 3, it's going to be enough. The key was keeping Baz alive through it, and Redix succeeds in doing that. Dildux are going to open things up with our opening sub-map.
And it was a good attempt, I mean, from Supernova to rotate those ultimates effectively. They played really patiently, but unfortunately, they were just behind the 8 ball too much at that 9, losing a lot of those fights early, getting to that 99%. Then it was just a matter of time before Dildux were able to find a crack in the armor there. It was a really kind of cute swap to Sombra, just completely catching Renko off guard. Renko was trying to go for that very cute anti-nade off the side, and then just finds a Sombra right there. No sleep, no nade. You end up going down. Really heads-up play from Razor as Dildux take that first map. And now, I think we're going to be seeing probably less Winston on a map like this. You know, it's a lot more enclosed in Sanctum, and we're probably going to see more of that Ramatra matchup. I wonder if Jutsu is going to stay on this, and it looks like they are. So PDK doesn't want to really take in a duel like this at like longer range where Ash is going to have a little bit more potential to thrive. This is PDK on this is going to make it a little bit easier for him to match up against that long range damage that the Ash brings.
I mean, talk about PDK, is the long range stuff's not really their strongest suit. So PDK kind of trying to duel against, admittedly a stronger duelist. Yeah, there it is. Jutsu immediately puts PDK back in spawn with 2 quick shots.
I mean, also Razor's going to be on the Pharah as well. So, and Pharah on this enclosed map is like very hard to pilot because you can, you know, Genji can take you down very easily. You're also in prime position to get shot by Jutsu. So, I think this is going to be difficult for Supernova to maneuver. It's not impossible, but they are certainly making it hard for themselves.
Jutsu and Ryan trying to come in off the left side mega flank. Close the gap against Razor. Oh my lord. This is going to get explosive inside this room. Baz is able to pick up Ryan and Grapes. Supernova tried to push through, muscle past, and Dildux disengage and catch the 2 kills.
Yeah, really well played. I mean, they basically muscle their way into that side area. Really good vortex as well, slowing the disengage. And this should be Dildux being able to get control back. Astro will eventually end up going down. The anti is nice, looks nice for the stats, but not going to manage to do anything. It's just going to be trickled down to stall. And I think at 40%, I mean, for 40% from 1 fight bull skunk, that's totally fine. Like, I would take that any day of the week if I'm Supernova. Now I'm going to be able to have some very key ultimates to work with to come back in and potentially get to that victory.
Not too shabby. Rico still waiting to get the last little couple percentage of that nano boost. I think we'll be engaged toward it. We already saw a bio nade land from Frothy Philly, but that opens things up. The nade's not available, so here we go. It's actually a nano under Ryan into the back line. Perhaps try to get at the rest of this blade. Not able to lock down Razor, though. Razor staying elusive, dancing up towards the skybox. Runs out of air thrusters, though, and Ryan makes a move. Catches Red X. Was looking for Razor, and you get the Lucio instead. Uh-oh, that's not where you wanted to disengage to, though. Nowhere to go, but a couple of good shots. Put Baz low, forces out the Nemesis form early. They're slept out of the block. PDK is going to find Grapes.
I mean, through all this, though, it's still Dildux who have control. Finally, Razor's going to end up going down to Jutsu, but the point is still ticking over. No one's fighting on the point. They're just fighting everywhere besides the point. Astro's going to end up going down, and now Baz is here, back with an annihilation that you can just hold this point with.
With an annihilation is to just mow through Red X, and they're able to hold on control. With Astro down, you have, Ryan was playing tank there for a moment. We've seen Jutsu come up with a couple of picks through all this, though, so we'll see how long Dildux are able to hold, but they strike right back. Just when you think the Ducks are down and out, Razor's going to deliver a pick.
Yeah, but I mean, they can't walk to card because there's actually, there's a barrage that doesn't manage to find anything, but eventually Jutsu does end up going down, so it's traded DPS.
And this leaves Dildux still in control of this point. Now, Supernova do have, I mean, this is going to be close. They don't have they have the nano advantage. Sound barrier to come out here. Rico trying to use this nano early. Sound barrier is going to come out from Graves first. Redix only gets themselves and Baz with their beat, but it's enough for Baz to whittle down Ryan with that annihilation.
Oh!
What? Wait, what?
Ooh, that's...
I didn't expect that!
That's our first certified Charles the Ninth of the day. That was really...
I thought they had the ton. Like, I just went...
That was winnable. I guess they didn't proc overtime because I saw Grapes was right there.
Yeah.
And I guess Grapes I guess they never just procced overtime. That's really unlucky if that's what the case was there.
That little cubby of the point there on Sanctum, like the line of the objective is prior to the cubby. So where we saw Grapes kind of hiding in that little cubby on the side, they never actually crossed the threshold. Oh.
I'm really surprised that actually didn't proc overtime. That was really shocking because that fight was very winnable for Supernova if they actually procced overtime. Because I mean, I think like Astra was coming back onto the point and had Nano with like Ramatra. Like that was a very winnable situation for Supernova.
This is not the place you want to be making those kind of errors. Given the Ducks the first map on the back of an unforced C9.
I mean, unforced errors really do sometimes make the difference between a couple of these teams. And I mean, it feels like, though, Dildux, that was a really nasty shot for mine. But I think that when I look at Dildux and the way that they're playing, the coordination that I'm seeing from them is incredible. Like, it's fantastic the way that I'm seeing them combo their ultimates as well. Like, it feels like everything is so just, like, by design when I'm watching Dildux play. Like, even that, like, one Sombra swap by the end that, like, Razor just kind of, like, does at the very end. Like, I think that was just really well played. And I also got to give props to PDK, who, like, PDK had this one moment where PDK just lost the fight initially, and then they never took a 1v1 again, which I think is very smart, right? Because Ashe is still very valuable in, you know, if you're playing with the core. Like we saw PDK do a lot more after that initial loss.
It's such a good point. I talked about how Jutsu's, I mean, from PDK, probably admittedly the better hit scan here, immediately loses the duel. And you're 100% correct. Like, PDK just opts, okay, so now I'm just going to avoid that silent, play in a position to where they don't have to take that. They can sit here and support the team. Because Jutsu's got the chops.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Jutsu's got the chops, but also Jutsu's playing against 3 different people, right? You saw, like, in that, like, doorway, it's Jutsu versus 3, and, like, you can be the greatest hit scan in the world. I don't know if you can match up against 3 people. Jutsu tried, like, there were a couple of times where Jutsu managed to bring, like, you know, a miracle fight to happen, but to do it consistently is a lot to ask for a DPS.
That was a cool shot. We got to see the Jutsu shutdown of the barrage. That was something we didn't get to see in real time. That was really neat to see it from their angle. But it goes to show you that teamwork really is far more important than individual skill and mechanics in Overwatch. I mean, I would give the entirety of Supernova that nod, but that's still the Dildux who have the 1-0 lead in our grand finals. Their teamwork was impeccable. Their macro was impeccable on that one.
I mean, it makes the dream work. That's like the whole quote, teamwork makes the dream work, and it's working really well. I mean, even like the mid adaptations that we're seeing, and just the playstyle, like, I mean, again, I really did like that the second that PDK lost that first initial duel, it's like, I don't want to ever duel that again. We're just gonna make sure Jutsu is like the target, because they know that like Jutsu is the respect that they're giving over to Jutsu, being able to be that carry potential player. I think just like understanding that like if we push Jutsu out of the fight, give a little bit more help to PDK, that's gonna really enable us to get a little bit more value. And instead of like PDK playing by himself, maybe play the Genji by himself with Razor or something like that. I think it was just really good understanding from them to kind of like not shoot themselves in the foot necessarily when they're playing a composition like that. And our next map is going to be Dorado, it looks like. So we are going to be seeing that one, a very Winston heavy map, long range hit scan map as well. So Jutsu versus PDK will be another interesting matchup. The Zen is going to be taken off the table. That hasn't been part of any pick ban or any play so far. So Supernova's cooking something.
I couldn't tell you what it is.
What do they know?
I mean, they know Ducks play some weird stuff.
Yeah, it is a map where
I don't have Zen in my notes.
Yeah. It is a map where it's like if you have like long range volleys on Zen could like do a lot in terms of like, but like also I just don't I don't feel like Zen works really in like the current meta. It feels like Zen would just lose pretty hard. So interesting ban for, but I mean, it does kind of fit the MO of Supernova, where they're just like, we're gonna pinch the support pool as much as we can. It feels like. I'm surprised they didn't take away Ana, but maybe that's just one because they're just like Renko wants to play it, and I would hesitate taking Renko off of something like that where he's that good.
We did see Supernova banning out a few supports in their lower bracket final series as well, so it just kind of seems to be the game plan here for Supernova and company.
Winston ban too, which is, I think the Winston ban makes sense on this map in particular as well, where it's like now it becomes like, is Diva going to be played, is Hazard going to be played? Those are like kind of the tanks that we really see start to thrive, because I think that the way that we saw Dildux play around the Winston, specifically Astro's Winston, was very good. Like the Cassidy, I think, from PDK was really, really impactful in making that Winston hard to maneuver around, and I think it's something that Supernova, or that Dildux probably just don't want to opt into, because even though they like had some success against it, it's probably Astro's like best hero. So forcing him off of that into something else like a Hazard, where you can feel a little bit more comfortable with your own matchup, I think is good.
Ready for battle.
We'll see if it shakes Supernova up the way that Dildux were intending as Astro rolls out on the Wrecking Ball. Jutsu is sticking with that Ash here coming in, and we are going to get Rinko into that comfort pick of the Ana. I say comfort pick as if Rinko can't play everything. Just Rinko
It is his best. I think Ana is his best hero though.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you know, the pick where it's like, you know, you can play everything, but there's always that like one hero that you're just like, man, that one has my heart. And I feel like that's probably Ana for Rinko. I feel like that's how it is honestly for like most flex supports, where they're just like, if I could play Ana forever, I'd be happy.
I will say I tend to see a lot more carry out of Frothy Philly. Although, I mean, they are playing the Ana here, but it kind of made sense with the carry ban we saw last map. I feel like that more rings true, but you know what? The carry was available, and Frothy's still going for the Ana. Still picking Grandma here as they come out on the attack.
We're seeing some Hammonds coming in from Astro, so this is something that, you know, we were talking about Astro and how much he's able to play a lot of different things, and this is just another, you know, layer to the hero pool that we've seen from Astro, and it's going to be able to create a lot of disruption with this composition, but already an aggressive push from Dildux. They're able to get one, but it's traded back in for PDK.
Baz low, I think Dildux. Ooh. They can keep Baz alive. They might be okay here. Big Biodate lands in from Rinko. Ryan's hoping to pursue, but Redix is able to survive. So 4v4, and of course that big spot advantage for Dildux is going to get him PDK back into this fight sooner than later.
Yeah, Grapes also isn't going to be in the fight, which is a big deal, because that means that Grapes is going to be behind in terms of ultimate charge as well for those support ultimates. Frothy Philly getting very close towards a nano here, 81% farming it super quick.
Might need it too. Basil, one health gets stunned, gets DMAC. Yep. Oh, the headshot almost got the pilot for him. There it is.
That's going to hurt a little bit not having that Diva. Now they're going to have to retreat a little bit. That's going to give Renko... Oh, Jutsu is on one right now. I mean, this is going to give Renko time to get towards a nano boost. Renko does actually end up going down. I don't know. Ana's a little bit slow in terms of getting back. The granny legs don't move as fast as they used to. This might be a moment where I think Dildux can probably take a lot of space away here, especially with the nano engagement. Renko should be able to make it back in time.
Yeah, it's not like they even have a Lucio to go taxi.
Yeah, I think he's going to be... Oh, thankfully, because if Renko's not in this team fight, it looks way worse. But actually, look at all the positioning they had to give up.
Yeah, and I mean, and Dildux, happily take that. They don't try to over push. Dildux just take what they can get. They take the courtyard area, this high ground, and keep Supernova back in, with their back up against the fence. PDK able to find Rinko again! Rinko has once again got to put their walking shoes on, but no Anas are allowed in this fight, apparently. Sound barrier now thrown in from Dildux to try to counter the rally on the other side. A bunch of burst healing was going to be enough for the ambush on a PDK. Just caught completely blindsided up there.
Yeah, PDK was trying to go for a flank and just didn't manage to find anything. Got found out completely, and these fights are very chaotic here, Jeff. Not really kind of the way I think Dildux wants to be playing. They're playing into a little bit more of that chaos that Supernova is bringing to the table. With these engages, Astro is doing phenomenal with these engages, comboed along with Renko with these anti-nades. Every time we see a pile driver, there's a nade followed up.
Nano boost thrown on to Razor. Rinko gets the nade down, but still the slices come through with the nano. It only took two. So Rinko's struggling to stay alive. Clearly, Dildux have decided they're going to attack the Ana over and over, but Only once has it led to a fight win, and this time it's Jutsu clapping back.
This is not good for Dildux. I mean, yes, they do trade out Ryan, but Ryan will end up getting back into the point relatively quickly here. Self-destruct going to have to be used from Baz just to keep the tempo, because now there's only 48 seconds left, and this offense from Dildux has been completely stifled right now, and Jutsu has a bob to make this a 6v5. Unless there's some miracle high noon coming in from PDK, this looks incredibly full holdable for Supernova.
And with 30 seconds to go, it's the last opportunity for the Ducks on point A. As we just heard Athena say. Astro with a little chandelier cosplay going to drop onto the back line. PDK with the dead eye almost got somebody. Everybody avoided that. Now he's going to come back onto the point. Ryan finds Razor immediately. That bomb is thrown out, and we're in the 6v5. Almost gets the one clip. Won't quite get the poles, but the second round will do it. Frothy is gone. Dildux just have no more staying power left on this point. What a hole as Supernova dominate here on their map pick.
Yeah, that was really fantastic by Astro as well, playing this Hammond. I mean, just completely comboed along with Renko. Every time we saw a pilot drive from Astro, there was an anti-nade. Even if it wasn't securing picks, the biggest thing was just the amount of pressure that was being put down, because that just means the healing resources have to just continuously be pushed out and pushed out and pushed out, and eventually there's going to be a break in how much healing you're going to be able to put through. So really, really well played from Supernova to basically make the mental RAM of Dildux just go through the roof.
I'm curious how Dildux want to approach this. I mean, what do you even do at this point? you thinking about map 3 now?
You try for a full hold. I think the problem is now that like this is a map where it's like Jutsu just seems like they're on one, and it's like it's a lot harder on a map like this to just forego the hit scan matchup. You could do it on a map where it was like what we saw in Nepal, where it's like you can kind of circumvent and move your tank around a lot easier to deal with the hit scan. You can't do that on a map like this because they're just so far away from you. And you talked about how PDK is more of like a little bit more of that mid to close range DPS player, where Jutsu is just, you know, lives and dies by the long range hit scan. And if you're playing Cassidy, or if you're playing Cassidy into Ashe, it doesn't feel fantastic. If you're playing Ashe versus Ashe, it feels like already Jutsu has an advantage in a lot of those scenarios. So we'll see what Dildux are kind of sticking to their guns with the composition that they like to run more so than anything else. PDK is still going to be on this Ashe, needs to play carefully around those sightlines from Jutsu.
Up to the high ground. She was hoping to get the shot. Almost got Razor right out of the gate. Yeah, that was a tense moment. Razor holding their breath as the bullet whizzed past their ear. Ryan already grabbing some important position on this top side. Means Baz can't press out here too much. He's really hoping to put some poke damage down, trying to stall this. Okay, he's going to jump down to the point. Bionade in conjunction from Frothy Philly. Astro pops the adaptive shields and is out. Baz forced off that point.
Yeah, they can't really hold a lot of space, though, with this Hazard. I mean, with the amount of spam potential that's coming in, they have to be very careful, because if Hazard just kind of stays there, you're going to get, with the spam that you're seeing from Ryan, with the spam you're seeing from Jutsu, it's going to be very difficult to move through.
High flying pile drive, a little sky ball out of Astro. Incredible damage on PDK. I mean, you force him off that high ground, trying to get Supernova to fall back into this courtyard to make this a one-fight scenario, and that pick on the Heretics might just do it.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. I mean, the good thing is that Frothy Philly is starting to match Renko in terms of that ultimate charge, so they are going to have a nano to work with, and you can throw that on the Razor, who is looking for a flank here, but actually might have been found out due to looking through. Oh, gets the headshot!
PDK just backs away from the window, has to get some healing. What an angle here from Razor, though. Beautiful flank, was pouring a bunch of rockets in, couldn't quite secure a pick, but you force Baz to fall back, respect the Pharah. Good. Oh! They'll turn on to Astro. Razor somehow survives through that. Big Bionade lands, though. Frothy Philly goes down. What a name! And Razor gets two! The Nano Barrage is trying so hard. Dildux even in this fight. PDK is down. It's just Razor to put the damage in. Jutsu's gonna find them as well. It's both DPS falling to the rifle of Razor. Of Jutsu, rather. And now it's just one lone Baz here to try to hold down the fort, and the cart is handful of meters away from a victory.
So close to the downpour was Baz, 1% away. Now it's just going to be desperation stall tactics to see if they can get Dildux back onto this point, but the health bars are running low.
PDK doing their best to try to stall. Red X doing the same. Red X is just going to get shield bashed and deleted by the rally. I don't even know what happened to PDK. There goes PDK. PDK shows up back out of the ether only to watch a respawn timer. Mine's on the point to deny any further cap. And Supernova will tie us up, assuming they can clean up this wrecking ball of Baz. There's the purple, there's the boop, there's the return from Redix, right into a mine.
It's going to be Supernova with a very convincing win from Supernova. Also, I mean, that Hammond play from Astro really making the difference. And this is where I'm going to start being like interested about what they're going to do about Jutsu, because it feels like the long-range hit scan battle is very in favored right now Supernova, and it's going to be on the Dilducks to find a way to deal with that, because if Jutsu's going to continue to play like this for the entire if Jutsu plays like this for the entirety of the series, this should be a 4-1 in the next 3 minutes. Like, this is going to be very problematic for Dilducks to deal with it. They have to probably take you to maps where it's like you can't play. I mean, first off, banning the Ashe actually might be an option, but also just like you can't play these long-range hit scans. You have to play on maps that are a lot more compact, where you can get onto the backline DPS.
I mean, banning the Ashe is an option for perhaps one of your wins, but what do you do for the other 2 maps, assuming you win that one? Good news is,
I mean, I think at that point, though, yeah, I think at that point you still have the map pick to work with, but like,
yeah,
I think it's probably worth trying to take Jutsu off of this, just to be like, you know, with how good he's playing so far. Like,
maybe just interrupting the momentum is enough,
yeah,
you know?
Interrupting the momentum's good, also because of the fact that, like, it doesn't, like, PDK, I mean, has, like, been playing well in, like, the casting and stuff, but the matchup in the Ashe v Ashe is not working out. Not in, like, a solo matchup. They need help to usually cover, and Jutsu seems to be playing, like, very alone, very much for themselves, and doesn't need as many resources, and if you're throwing a lot of resources into winning the Ashe matchup with Jutsu and PDK, you don't have resources for the rest of your team.
I mean, we see that one little clip, and Jutsu gets opening pick on the front line, peels and kills Razor to clear off the back line, then goes back and helps in the tanks do all in a matter of like 10 seconds. Jutsu's everywhere.
The other thing is it makes the Pharah a little bit harder to play as well, right? Because if Jutsu's playing as well on like the hit scan rule, Pharah starts to drop in value pretty significantly, and that's something that we've seen that's Dilducks is really want to play a lot more of in terms of not. So I think that this is like where you were talking about some like composition where I think you called it the glitch composition, where it's like Sombra. Sombra I think would be like really good actually to kind of like deal with Ashe or something like that. I think that that's definitely where my mind's going to be going, because I think just like going mono with the hit scan just isn't working out for them in that map.
I don't know, maybe it is time. Maybe it is time for Dilducks to bring out the glitch comp. We'll see. It's a funny one. It's a funny one. You'll know it when you see it. It is definitely, it's got some Sombra in there. It's wild. It's wild. We'll see.
It is
we'll
Razor,
see.
so Razor's a very good Sombra too. So I think if there was any player that I think would, or any team that would bring it out, it would be Dilducks. But that was a very convincing map for Supernova. A lot of momentum is on their side. I wonder now if you're like thinking about banning the Hammond as well. But I mean, if you do play Sombra, like Sombra's really good into Hammond, so I think there's a lot of opportunities for Dilducks in terms of just like picking map or ban, like really where you can go in terms of trying to negate this composition from Supernova. Because Supernova, I mean, that wasn't close to, let's call a spade a spade. That was a complete wipe.
I mean, and I also think, here's what I'm thinking when I was talking about. You've got so many maps you still have to get through as well. I don't think you can like choose a short range map and ban the Ashe out at the same time. Like, you've got too many wins you need to get through. You've got to parse this out very wisely if you're a Dilducks to try to just choose a home. You know, you've got your map pick now. Hopefully Seraphos is the pick. Okay, a little bit more mid-range, and try to save that Ashe ban for a Supernova map pick. I think is going to be ideal, because Supernova are going to want to take you to more of those high ground style maps. I think you've got to save the Ashe ban for that. You can't spend it too early.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right about that, and that kind of comes down to the strategy as well. It's like how much I like bans, where it's like, okay, when do we kind of pull the trigger on like dealing with this? Do we give it another map? Do we have anything else we can ban? And it looks like we are going to be going to Seraphos, which is a lot more of an enclosed map, and I think that it's good against the like longer range hit scan don't perform nearly as well on a map like this, as it is going to be Dilducks banning the Hammond, which I think makes sense. A lot of the value was by Astro on that Hammond, and it is one of the most annoying heroes to deal with, I think. So just getting it off the table completely is going to be good. It's going to not be as great as like creating space for the rest of the team, because one of the things that you can do on Ashe that's so impactful is like once you hit that pile driver, it's basically serving someone up for you in terms of being able to get a headshot, and with how well Jutsu's playing, just that space creation and that layup is very, very adept. So I think getting rid of that makes a lot of sense. Interesting though that is going to be the Lucio taken off the table. which I do actually agree with, because if there is going to be this like Ashe play, one of the best things that we saw Dildux do was use the Lucio speed to rotate around and try and get to that Ashe and get their, you know, tiny T-Rex arms onto it. If they can't do that with Lucio, that means they probably have to bring out Juno, which means, I mean, there's still going to be one for Supernova to play with, and they can maybe use that as well to move around that Ashe when these engagements come through.
Well, and the Juno, I mean, though they both have speed, the Juno is not nearly as adept at going on flanks, as helping out your flex DPS or your tracer. If you want to try to go into that 2-3 split, you need a Lucio to accompany your flex DPS on that kind of 2-3 rotation, and the Juno just doesn't provide that. The Juno needs to stay with the core. They need to stay with the tank.
Yeah, they do, and we'll see like if there's going to be some. I mean, Lucio Kiri, or not Lucio Kiri, sorry. Kiriko is still something that's like an option. I think I think you have to play Juno, just because of the fact that like speed on this map in particular is so strong, right? Like you need to be able to rotate, especially on like flashpoint maps where you need that ability to get onto the back line, set yourself up, and make sure that you are able to get sightlines for your DPS. And we'll see exactly how these two teams are going to be using them, because I would assume that Dildux are probably going to use it a little bit more aggressively to get onto Jutsu and the backline, whereas I think Supernova will use it as a disengage tool more so than anything.
Initial flashpoint. Marking.
Good stuff to watch out for. We're all knotted up, headed into map 3. Dildux map pick. Grand finals here for NA Masters Season 4 FACEIT League. Supernova was definitely the favorite pick from y'all out there. I saw much more people think if Supernova going to take this, but look at Dildux. They're going to go fast, just as you're talking about. But the disengage is good. Supernova back away, but they give up important placement doing so. Important percentage.
But they do also,
all of those things.
But I mean, they let Jutsu stay alive, which is kind of the biggest thing right now. And now they can reset up, get Jutsu back into a position where Jutsu's going to be able to get a lot of damage done.
I was worried they were going to give up first cap, and Dux would just be building percentage this whole time. But Supernova make it back. Unfortunately for them, PDK is already picked up an important one that's led into 2. There's the attack in onto Jutsu. Nice cap there from Dildux. Good first fight.
Yeah, now this is where I'm going to be a little... Because Rinko died actually so early in that team fight, I'm a little bit worried now about the chances of Supernova winning this point entirely, because they're going to be so far behind the 8-ball in terms of that orbital ray charge. And also, look at the Brig charge as well. Like, Dildux have such an advantage right now with these ultimates. Supernova didn't really get anything done in that team fight. They just disengaged with the speed ring, and then it was Dildux taking all that positioning away. So Supernova have to make something happen here in the neutral, potentially with a pick, to find a way to beat this macro advantage that Dildux have.
Razor and Astro both kind of fending off their own individual duels. Now trying to see if they can make it up the stairs. Oh, the pulse, that was a millimeter off from landing on Griggs. They're wiping some sweat off of their brow right now. Dildux throw down their speed ring, looking to engage with this Deadeye. That's one skull up. Doesn't quite get the dash out from Ryan just in the nick of time to avoid disaster. PDK still trying to push it on that side. I thought better of it.
They got all the spacing available to them, and now it's going to be a rally coming in from Reddick so far ahead of Grapes, and Jutsu's going to end up going down.
Oh, and Astro's not going to survive this either. That is going to be a 100-0 here for Dux as they take market. What a start for Flashpoint. Flat back from that shellacking they got on Dorado.
Yeah, and now I'm really a little bit worried about like this Ashe pick, because it feels like Dildux are doing a fantastic job so far of just like neutering it completely in terms of the value that it was getting on those, just playing around the geometry, creating that space. Dildux also get very lucky with this respawn of the point, because now they have all this positioning to work with, and Supernova who have to be the aggressors and moving into a lot of these scenarios.
Oh, and this can be such a tough flashpoint to take. Dildux already have the defender's advantage. Fortunately, they're not able to set up on coast. This coastal side is going to be so important. We got the orbital rank coming in for both of our squads. Griffin's going to go and pop the rally. Flies forward with a shield bash, and it's enough to assist with that kill into Red X. With Ryan's blade, they're able to pile on. Hey, that was pretty. Oh, is it going to be enough? Baz has got a Nemesis form in, but they've lost Frothy Philly. Astro able to kind of cut the knees out from underneath Baz's Ramatra. Block is up, and they're going to stall for as long as possible, but Supernova will take this.
Yeah, it was a really good pincer from Dildux, but the way that Supernova was able to absorb a lot of that pressure made that fight go back in their favor, and Supernova's finally going to get rid of the Ashe. I think this is a good decision. You need something with a little bit more mobility, and now you're going to have that so Juju just doesn't get instantly pounced on every single team fight. You have some escapability now, and you have some mobility to work with on this as you continue to accrue this percentage up for Supernova.
good news for Supernova. Well, Delux don't have any ults on. Well, at least not yet. PDK is not far away. But this one's going to have to be done in the neutral.
High noon's not a real ultimate. It's fine.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, maybe we'll mix with the speed where you can get something done with it. This coastal position, though, very definitively favored. A really advantageous position that Delux have managed to kind of sneak away for free. Not to mention control of the point.
They have control. I mean, PDK is art. I mean, PDK got a lot of space with that high noon, and now they have control of that point, like you mentioned. So it's going to be about these two teams pushing and pulling with the spam. It is going to. I'm wondering to see what Jutsu's going to be doing. Has the rail available? Can they find the pick?
Using that speed ring to engage this time. They know they've got to get aggressive. You can't just ebb and flow with the Ducks now. You've got to push. And the Nemesis form is fading, and Astro's not able to get much done. But Ryan finds a limited angle to work with off of this side, clears it out, and ends up with a kill onto Razor before it's all said and done. So 5v4 as PDK tries to equalize with the Deadeye, but Redix and Baz are both so low. Nemesis form goes right through that round, that bridge shield. Redix never stood a chance. Supernova on track to take the second flashpoint.
And I mean, they did get a lot of percentage out of Dilducks. I think there is going to be a chance to get back and recontest. Maybe not. It's going to be very close if they want to try. Razor's going to try to, though. Razor's going to try at 90%. Oh, Ryan didn't scout. They didn't scout it. Razor can get a touch here.
Check your corners, Ryan. There's the touch. Ooh. That went past the ear of Jutsu. Yeah, the yellow bar. Oh, so close, so close.
Good attempt, good attempt. And unfortunately, the pulse bomb ends up going away, which is just really unlucky for Razor, but it'll be one back in the pocket. As now, actually, it's time for Supernova to get a very favorable defensive position right now with this flashpoint spawn.
Yeah, Ruins couldn't have gotten any better. They're just going to back up and start to lock this one down. Another heavily defended flashpoint. Yeah, Razor just go over to the far, rally up here from Dilducks to try to get past that big defender's advantage. Nothing doing. Barely even get through the front door with the rally. The rally's going to fade. I believe Riot is still hiding behind. Yeah, Riot is still positioned behind the Ducks as they move on to this point. Orbital rail available for both of these teams. This fight could get messy here in the middle of this claustrophobic objective. Give me the orbital from Dilducks thrown in. The beam from the other side in response. The Annihilation and Rally piled in with it. Redix never stood a chance. Late Annihilation from Baz. Just back up against the wall.
And that's a macro disaster for Dilducks there. I mean, they use the Annihilation, gets nothing. Redx also died through the rally and just not managing to find anything. So now if you're Supernova, you're feeling fantastic. You have a rally to work with. You know Dilducks have nothing in terms of support ultimates. And Razor is going back over to that Pharah just to offer a little bit more of that spam potential. It's going to be a little bit harder for Jutsu and Ryan to deal some damage, but this is hopefully a time for Razor to really start to show his stuff on the Pharah.
Trying a bit of a door on the outside. Whoa, that was pretty. Put that one in the pocket of PDK. Take that one home with you. Immediately, Astro just pops a Nemesis just to run away. Excuse me, Baz pops a Nemesis just to run away.
Gotta get out of there. It's still positioning that's in favor right now of Supernova. Dilducks haven't been able to engage. PDK is on this soldier trying to find a way if there's a pick potential, and Razor continuing to spam, but they haven't been able to find the picks they need.
They're going to try to turn attention onto Astro. PDK kept going for the high ground. They would love to get right into the supports, perhaps the DPS, but no. Grapes is going to come get in your face. Barrage over the top, wrestle to the ground from the Vortex, but not before getting Rinko. And PDK finding pay dirt with that ultimate as well.
PDK able to find another one off the back end of the Grapes. I mean, Grapes did the right thing, I think, going very aggressive to try and take down Redx during that, but Redx was able to survive with some great peel from himself and the rest of the team, and now Dilducks, I mean, they're able to hold this positioning. That's going to be good for them. Razor's going to get a lot of value just spamming through these very close corridors. The problem is that they don't have like a ton of ultimates to work with. They're coming up on their support ultimates, but it's going to really be, we're going to see if Supernova is going to be able to engage in time to get out those support ultimates.
They try to attack up main, and now just the slow rotation, and we get both teams staring at each other across the gap. Astro making a move, wants to see if they can find a way, use that flank angle, perhaps create some crossfire here onto this point. With Jutsu so close to the overclock, couldn't work out well. Oh, there's a nice lane onto the point. Grapes goes down, and Redx with the rally. No, the rally gets shut down from the Annihilation. Orbital raise a touch late to save the Brig or the Pharah. Now Baz is trying to respond with their own ultimate. I don't see any... This has gone wild here, Kenobi. What is going on?
Yeah, this is going completely awry for Dildux. I mean, Dildux looks like they had all the advantages with their support ultimates as well, but it finds nothing. It's a complete disaster. Red X died during Annihilation from Astro, and that means the rally isn't there to just continuously prop up the team with the overhealth, and that's one that Supernova completely robs from Dildux at the very end there. Now they're up 2-1. They have the support ultimate advantage going into this last flashpoint that potentially that we're going to be seeing from both of these teams. And I think Dildux just completely misplayed that one.
That was flabbergasted. I was like, none of that happened the way it was supposed to.
No, it's just a house of cards that completely fell down for them. And we're going to be seeing, I mean, you're walking into Orbital Ray. Like, this is just a fight that you have to try and just force out as many ultimates from the enemy team as you can to try and even out that macro.
Oh, you're not even getting a chance. Supernova are confident to hold on to that important ultimate through the player advantage. And Baz has to use Nemesis just to back away. They're not able to put pressure down, not able to force out anything. They're barely able to get out in one piece.
Not able to, and that's just one ultimate that they use, so now that means they get to keep the rest of their ultimates cycling up forward, keep Renko on this orbital array, keep Grapes getting towards this rally, because look at the ultimate charge for Dildux. There's nothing. You have nothing to work with for a significant amount of time.
I'm trying to take the high ground. All right, fundamentals, see if they can get Razor in a position, just able to peek in and out, perhaps build up the rest of the barrage. Perhaps that's the ticket to open this thing up. You could definitely get some kills through an orbital with that. Razor, all guns pointed at Astro. Astro gets very low, pops the Nemesis. Ooh, a great concussive into the barrage for a pair, and that's just what Dildux needed. When things have been feeling like they were going so stealth, Razor's livening up these comms and giving some motivation back to this Dildux squad.
Yeah, why get a Zarya when you can just grab for yourself there with the barrage? Really well played from Razor, knowing that there was that opening available to take down those members and just win with the barrage. That means that there's going to be a chance now for Dildux to get Red X and Frothy Philly back up towards those support ultimates, those very key support ultimates to match the ones that are coming in from Supernova. But oh my, PDK on the flank, the stun, doesn't manage to find the pick.
Oh, that's not going to end well. Rico's able to take him down. Those double support ults are used outside the point. And if PD came able to get out of there, that would have been amazing. Unfortunately, they did not, and it was not. Supernova's going to flip to this point. Ooh, 70%. On so close. There might be a recontested. So close.
They did layer support ultimates, though, so there is going to be a chance for Dildux to come back into this one. But like you're mentioning, ticking up in that percentage, there isn't a tracer also for Dildux either, so they can't send someone to the point right now. High Noon used aggressively just to try and zone off.
And the rally has to be...
Oh, no!
Oh! They try to use the rally to block against the Deadeye to get to the point, and you end up just wasting the rally. And that's Supernova taking the map, taking the lead here with a confident 3-1 on Flashpoint on Saravasa.
I think that's one that Dildux are going to be kicking themselves in the Supernova stole that one. That's that third flashpoint that we saw. An absolute robbery, but well played to Supernova for keeping composed in a fight that they were at such a deficit at, and they just tried to. I really just don't know what happened. It's weird too, because I feel like Dildux, that doesn't happen to them often, where they like have such an ultimate advantage and then just kind of collapse. Like, I'm not used to seeing that team do that. And Supernova, I mean, they're showing their experience, cool, calm, and collected, not taking the advantage that was given to them and really, really setting the tone.
Yeah, I feel like I need to go study that Ruins fight. That was wild. It looks so good. They started off so good here, Kenobi.
They did, and they basically forced Jutsu off of the Ashe, which is one of the things we talked about going into this, which is like the big deal. It's like, can you get Jutsu off the Ashe? It's not working out for you, and it was working well. And I mean, again, to be honest, they should have won the flashpoint, but then it just kind of fell apart for them with their ultimate economy. I think PDK looked a lot better on the Cassidy than we saw. Like, they were using the high noons effectively with the speed ring to create space, but Jutsu, to the credit, had like going over to Cassidy themselves, going over to the soldiers themselves. It didn't look as bad as it could have, especially with how well there was a difference between the way that Jutsu was playing that Ashe and the way that Jutsu was playing the other.
Well, I thought PDK was absolutely looking a lot more comparable in the duel, even with the Sojourn. But I mean, Ryan steps up in a big way on this map, and well, Astro just as good as Ramatra as they seem to be on every other hero. Yeah. God,
Astro's
Ryan
good
was
at
just
everything.
stick after stick. Yeah, Astro is really just good at everything.
Yeah, this was a nice, really good play from Razor. I think I like the decision making from Dildux here. I know it was like they were going for that like little flank kind of play, but they knew that they were in such a disadvantage with their ultimate economy that like the only way they were going to win this team fight is if they did manage to find a flank at the very end, and then it's just desperation for Redix to try and get on the point. I mean, even if they don't die there, I don't think they proc that overtime anyways, so it was just a very difficult one. And I think, again, I think that's just Dildux making a mistake I'm not really used to seeing them make like that on that third flashpoint.
I mean, they had no speed. You know, they had. I mean, I guess they had a Juno, but they didn't have a Lucio, didn't have a Tracer, didn't have a Genji. It would have been very difficult to get a touch on the end. And definitely, I mean, it just goes to show you the strength of Supernova. They're able to force Dildux to make unconventional mistakes, to make, you know, to look a lot more uncoordinated than we're used to seeing out of Baz and company and from this Dildux squad. And honestly, I just gotta tip my hat to Supernova for that one. That's where we're landing on that. That's just how darn good this Supernova squad is they made the Ducks look disheveled.
Yeah, I mean, they can clutch up, and they can, I mean, they find these ways that, with how experienced the team is, like, it makes sense that they are able to take, like, an advantage that, like, Dildux give them, and then take the entire map off of it. Like, very well played to them. I think that if you're Dildux, though, you are kicking yourselves a little bit, because that one felt like it was in the palm of their hand, and they just got snatched out of it.
Well, they're going to get a few minutes to breathe, try to decide how they want to respond. It's going to be Dildux map pick again. We're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, you're going to have Supernova 2-1 up, and try to close out this grand final. We'll see you back here in just a minute.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Supernova dominating through those last 2 maps. Despite dropping map 1, they found their groove here. And even on Dilduck's map pick, they're able to take the dub. Now sit 2-1 in the lead here in your NA Season 4 Master Division Grand Finals. It's Jeff and Kenobi returning at you. We got the back half. Remember, this is a first. Let's still fight their way back into this, and they'll get another map pick here heading into map 4.
Yeah, still a lot to play for, and I mean, this is a team that we've talked about, you know, brings the silly a little bit sometimes, does Dilduck, so they definitely have some tricks up their sleeve that they, you know, can bring out now and really make it difficult for Supernova to take this a 4-1 victory. But the way Supernova are playing right now, I think that, you know, we were talking about it before the break a little bit, that Dilducks probably feel a little bit hard done by losing that last Servasa, especially because it was their map pick. But now we're going to Esperanza, one of our push maps, and this is going to be interesting to see what we see in terms of tank play, because I think that this is a map where it's like Junker Queen is really viable, Hazard becomes really viable. I think also like Hammond is like pretty okay on a map like this too, so I wonder if that's what we're going to be seeing from Astro, because we saw the way that they were able to really get value with those pile drivers from Astro, the combination with the Annonades, and also just serving up shots to Jutsu on the Ashe, being able to really get a lot of value done. As Supernova actually takes away the Sombra, which is something you talked about, how it's like, you know, this team loves Sombra on Dilduck's side, and it seems like Supernova knows a little something about what Dilducks want to maybe bring to the table here.
Yeah, that's one of their little secret strats. You know, part of the glitch comp is the Sombra is involved in that glitch comp. I'm hoping we see it. We're not going to see it here. This also leads a lot of credence to your wrecking ball theory as well. You know, if the Dilducks want to come out on the Hammond, take that Sombra off the table immediately. I mean, you already know that, you know, you've got Razor's got a fantastic Sombra on the other side, so that, I mean, this is all making a lot of sense actually.
Yeah, and I think if you also want to like play Jutsu on the Ashe, it gives you that opportunity to use the Hammond as a way to like create that space. I'm wondering, especially on a map like this where it's like Ashe feels like always good on this map. Like no matter where you are, being able to hold those high grounds, you have some sight lines to play with that are like mid to long range, where Ashe really gets to thrive in. We'll see if there is going to be Dilducks, you know, moving to much more of a like rushy style of composition where they can try and get onto the Ashe effectively, but we'll see, I mean, what we're going to be opting in for in terms of those DPS, because now that there isn't the Sombra, that kind of makes me think that Razor's going to be playing more of something like the Pharah. And on a map like this, Pharah does work because you have a lot of geometry to play around in terms of being able to negate like hit scans on the enemy team. But beyond that, like I think they really were probably thinking, man, Sombra would be great here to negate a lot of what Dilducks wanted to do, or Supernova wanted to do rather.
Hey, but you know what? You're still able to ban out the Ana. You know, so
yeah.
At least you take, you know, you've got that bit of solace if you're the Dutch. You know what? Hey, at least we're able to take Rinko off of their best hero. We had seen some struggles, you know, with dealing with those anti-nades. So there is that. We are going to see Baz leaning into that Hazard. This is kind of where I thought they might go. Frothy Philly's able to fall back into that Curie as well. I think this is Frothy Philly's best hero pick. In fact, from what we're seeing from the Ducks, this might be their individual best picks across the board, aside from Razor.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think Razor, yeah, because Razor's like kind of the Sombra player and like the Pharah player. I think Razor's like pretty serviceable on the Tracer as well, but Ryan has been playing fantastic, so it is a lot to kind of play for right now, as Supernova is going to be coming out on the a little bit of a different kind of mix-up in terms of the supports. It's going to be the Brigitte and the Juno, so it does offer a lot of appeal to be able to keep Jutsu a little bit standing more forward, whereas it feels like Dilducks want to be a little bit more aggressive with the Curie Lucio.
And of course, Jutsu themselves opting into this Cassidy battle. So I think PDK is probably a little happier about that. I mean, the Ashe, I suppose, can be vulnerable, you know, trying to stay in the mix. And Supernova, that's a good choice, particularly with a Hazard coming against them. The Ashe can be so vulnerable against a Hazard dive in particular. So that smart pick working out. And Supernova's fast rotation, they're able to stay 100% of the curve here. You know, opening blood. They're going to lean that into another kill on the PDK. They did lose Rinko through all of this. And it's not quite done. Okay, there it is. Astro Grape's able to clean up. That'll be first fight going over to Supernova.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Dilducks with this composition that they were going to be running, they're not running it anymore because of the way that it worked, but they really need to make those dives like really hit pay dirt. Not necessarily in terms of like just getting kills, but just getting space, and they weren't able to do that. It was really good rotations by Supernova, just rotating around anytime Dilducks wanted to take that space. Now they're going to be going on to the Ramontra just to offer a little bit more sustainability in that front line to kind of hold with the shield, block some of that incoming spam, but it's already great for Supernova as they're going to be moving forward. They get that 40 meters, and they also get control of this high ground, which is one of the most important.
Dilduck's rotating around towards the stair. So yeah, we're looking at Baz hanging out underneath the arch, but yeah, the rest of the team It's got to challenge that high ground to some degree. You can't just let Jutsu sit up there for free. It looks like they dropped off of the bridge to try to push through main. Push up a little bit more direct approach onto Supernova, but so far, whatever way Dildox are trying to get in, they have not been able to find ingress whatsoever. Juicy's able to find and pick on the Red X, but Razor takes down Grapes as they drop from the high ground with that rally. Grapes trying to get aggressive, and that's when Dildox are able to punish. So they can't take the high ground, but they'll kill Supernova when they jump off.
Big clutch up there from Razor, being able to take down with the Pulse Bomb, take down that Brigitte. That means no rally throughout all of that. And actually, Astro's going to switch over to the Hazard just to offer a little bit more agency with the potential to create space for this team. Don't want to be opting in for something else. As we're going to be seeing now, it's the high ground controlled by Dildox. PDK gets to have a good time up here. But, I mean, I think with Supernova's ultimates, they can come out of this spawn and create some space for themselves, especially with that high noon.
Good attack from Astro, and there's the Deadeye from Jutsu. They're able to get Jutsu onto that high ground with an orbital ray, but a wonderful disengage. Dildox noped out of there so fast. They're rotating back here towards the tiles, but Rico and Astro are there to cut them off. The incredible speed out of Supernova gets them in front of Dildox and intercept that rotation.
They disengaged, but they basically got corralled into an area where they were just easy pickings for Supernova after that. And I love just the patience of just using that high noon with the orbital ray combination, just moving members out. And once they knew that they had the advantage, they didn't just stand there waiting for kills. They got into the backline, got that engagement, and they should be able to be rewarded with a first point cap. And they're probably just going to leave this one, go back up to that high ground above the bridge, and then just continue. Actually, it looks like they want to fight on point. And I mean, with the Hazard, why not?
They made the read that Dildox were trying to push through Mega Room. So Dildox didn't push through Yellow Bus main, which means Supernova all drop and can take a bit of an advantage where they've lost Astro. So a great ambush out of the Ducks to get on top of the tank and give them a clean advantage in this 4v4, although they are missing their sound barrier. And it says both teams just got to back up to the respective quarters. Supernova's heading back to the high ground.
Yeah, Dildox actually were able to steal the bot, which is a big deal because now they're not just kind of down in the muck over there by the enemy team, and they can start accruing some percentage themselves. They have the hog run, and they're actually going to be using the Kitsune Rush to go aggressive.
Try to continue to push downstairs. Astro gets in front of the rest of the squad, get the block up. So everybody else get behind me. That Kitsune Rush fades. Oh, but Red X picks up Ryan on the point. Able to loop back around. And what a great read. You abandon the 4v4 up top to go help out and create a 2v1 on the bot.
That's got to feel really good for Red X because Ryan has been bullying Red X pretty much the entirety of the map so far, and finally Red X is able to get one back, and now all of the control is here for Dildox. They have a high noon as well to make sure that they can hold this high ground and get the bot.
Block will negate some of that damage from the Deadeye, but Astro still, yeah, he's not going to survive that. This is going to be some free progress here as Dildox are just going to clean up off the point. We are going to get a late stall, but they get this checkpoint early enough that this bot's going to get moving before Supernova has respawned. PDK lighten up the feed.
Yeah, I mean, Jutsu tried to use the high noon there just to buy back into that fight, but it didn't manage to find anything. And I think as well, like, that's an ultimate that you want to have to be able to create that space. Luckily enough for Supernova, they still have 4 in their back pocket, so it's not going to be totally disastrous for them. But I think that's one that they, in an ideal world, would want to have back.
I mean, the Deadeye would team up with Ibot here. A great wall from Supernova means Baz does not get that sound barrier. Orbital Ray onto the point, but Baz is able to muscle through Jutsu. Right coming back into the fight. Try to isolate Red X inside the small room. Beautiful accuracy to track Red X as they're falling in from the sky. Turns their attention onto Razor as well. Ryan is just so nasty. My goodness, I can watch Ryan Pive all day long, man.
And this is really where I like what I'm seeing from Supernova. The patience when they have these like big ultimate fights to just use one and then just try and win the fights off of that. They're so patient, and it's so important for their macro because now they have a sound barrier to work with against the Kitsune Rush from Frothy Philly, and then they also have the downpour if there's going to be an aggressive engagement. So they really have a great ultimate economy to deal with whatever Dildox are going to bring.
So tempting to throw an extra ult in. There's the Kitsune Rush. Red X is felled. The sound barrier from Graves hits all 5. So far, so good here from Supernova. It's happening just as they drew it up. Annihilation up from Baz. Deadeye thrown into the mix as well. Astro gets caught in that Annihilation, so not able to get out of there despite the heavy mobility from a Hazard. And then Deadeye, well, that forced away all of the squishies. So for 2 ults, Dildox are able to buy some space, but Jutsu comes up with their second kill of the fight. Razor running away with this bot, though, is going to give Dildox extra meterage and stack onto this lead.
Really good heads-up play. I mean, Jutsu's getting a lot done in the backline, but it doesn't matter because the bot has been stolen throughout all of this, so a fight win kind of just doesn't end up mattering whatsoever. Jutsu's heroics kind of go to the wayside, and it's Dilducks with a really good heads-up play from Razor to be able to negate any of the value from that team fight win. And we'll see if what Supernova wants to do. I think they're going to try and hold this high ground. Jutsu's getting close towards that overclock. You can use it to create that space and try to get back a little bit more even kill. They don't have the checkpoint yet, or no, they do. Oh no, they haven't actually gotten it, so they need that checkpoint to continue to try and get back in. Jutsu gets a nice shot onto Razor. That's a great start.
Hello, good to see you.
Back into this windows directly across main. But quick shots down. Jutsu drops down into Luger right on top of the bot with the overclock. Trying to lock down Redix. Gets him with that final shot. And now it's just a die on cart call. So this cart will continue to move. Checkpoint has been picked up. Close spawns, and we're on the road.
Yeah, Jutsu's cooking right now. Supernova also have a two key ultimates. The support one's coming into this next fight. Redix not close towards yet to this Lucio Soundbarrier, and it's because they've been doing such a good job on Supernova, focusing down this Lucio, making it difficult for Redix to even farm up to these Soundbarriers in time to match Graves.
The orbital up, and Baz was already low by the time the orbital's thrown in. There was a concern rush to try to save them, but there was just no shot. Dilducks were too late on that one, playing too reactive. Didn't have a chance to get back into this fight. What a brilliant play. Once again, we're seeing conservative, disciplined play out of Supernova, investing just the one ultimate.
And that was such a sick wall from Astro. They knew as soon as they got that section off with the wall, they immediately used that orbital ray. The damage is too much for Baz to deal with, and it's a fight win for Supernova, who are now taking a substantial lead here with 1 minute and 30 seconds. They want to take more with it. An aggressive speedrun.
And we got Riot playing on the outside. The Deadeye up from PTK does stop the ingress. Downpour comes in from Astro Soundbarrier to try to survive it out of Redx. Riot dancing around to see the look at target. It's a bit of a do-see-do here from Supernova and Dilducks around this point at the moment. Soundbarrier fading from Graves. Astro was trying to go in and pick up some of the backline, but it looks like Dilducks are able to survive through it. Now the Annihilation here right on the cart will cut down both supports in the blink of an eye.
But the Volskunk, I mean, it has to be perfect from Dilducks from here on out. There's no room for error. By the time this bot gets even back over to this other side of the map, I mean, I think if you're Supernova, you have close spawns, so you can just take your positioning on the high ground and make Dilducks work for every single inch and just take as much time off the clock as possible. Graves actually has been caught, but manages to get away. Luckily, Astro will survive as well. That was really close. They want to be very aggressive with their positioning holding right now.
What a wonderful attempt. Oh, and Razor's gonna die on card. That was such a great attempt out of Dilducks. I loved how they tried to take the ambush and catch Supernova off guard. Graves just barely got out of that one in one piece. Man, it was smart, but it didn't work.
You have to get that pick. It looks completely different here. Kitsune Rush soon for Frothy Philly. Needs it in time, but here comes the overclock.
And this has already been used. Jutsu has just been lights out good all series. This time, being a little quiet, was trying to play out of the window, and Dilducks are able to hug up against the wall and continue their fight here on the low ground. Jutsu's eventually able to pick up Redx, but Dilducks are going to win out this fight.
They should be able to win, and the bot will start moving back over, but now it's in overtime, so again, perfect from here on out for Dilducks. They luckily have a Kitsune Rush to work with. Renko not necessarily just yet towards that orbital ray. If I'm Supernova here, I'm probably just trying to force out this Kitsune Rush early and then get one last chance to take a team fight where I know I have somewhat of an ultimate advantage.
Yeah, try to bank up whatever ult you can. Don't spend anything here. Spin ring. That's going to signify the engage here from Supernova. They jump right down into the middle, and they do, in fact, get that Kitsune rush out. Astro bails on the attack, just moves back up to the high ground, looking to escape from that double damage as much as possible. Attack speed, at least. Now we're going to get the orbital ray. The counterpunch comes in. It's a bit of a fight down. Baz gets caught, absolutely isolated down in that hallway. Downpour over the top, and that is just going to be the map. Everybody is stuck in it. And Supernova hang on. Dilducks are able to win one, but they do not stay flawless through the rest. Supernova move up to championship point.
And they played that fight so perfectly. I talked about it where it's like there is a Kitsune Rush on the other side, and Frothy Philly basically had to throw one out in desperation because it was a really good engagement from Astro diving in. I think Frothy Philly was like a quarter health and just threw out a Kitsune Rush, and it was a fantastic disengage from the rest of Supernova. They, again, played that fight completely perfectly right now. PDK is going to get play the game, but I mean, overall, it feels like this is like where, you know, download has been completed on Dilducks, it feels like, from Supernova's perspective, really where it's like, you know, the Sombra now if you're going to play the Sombra, right, you're only going to get probably like one chance to play it if you are this Dildux team, and Supernova are just playing on an absolute tear right now. Ryan was fantastic on the Tracer as well. Razor trying his best to match up, but just not able to do so. And Supernova one map away from claiming a grand final that it feels like it was destined to be theirs.
They were the #1 seed coming in. They were undefeated through the regular season. 5 maps and 15 series in the regular season. When we talk about it, feels like they were almost too good to be here.
I mean, they're certainly showing it if it's, you know, if they go 7-1, kind of like exactly, it feels like we're seeing the same script in EMEA where the best team is kind of showing their stuff finally when it matters, and there's no better time to do it than right now when you're at the they're maneuvering the macro too, the way that they're able to just continuously rotate ultimates effectively, force out ultimates from Dildux. It feels like they now are the ones who are always setting the tempo. Jutsu has been fantastic as well. Like when you have a good like hit scan player, you really feel it, and it's being felt right now from Jutsu.
Yeah, it's just been absolutely unreal. And actually, I love the fact that we got PDK's play of the game, because it illustrates, I mean, just how much skill Dildux really have. I mean, you don't make it to these grand finals without being an extraordinarily talented team, but Supernova have been able to contain that, have been able to shut that level of skill down. We see just the accuracy out of PDK, but yet it is Jutsu who has been stealing our hearts and lighting up the feed all day long.
Yeah, and I think that the biggest thing that I'm kind of seeing is that, like, in like the mid-range battle, it feels like PDK is like holding their own, being able to match up against it. But when it's like that longer range, when it's like the Sojourn, the Ashe, it feels like PDK slips a little bit, and Jutsu is just much more comfortable playing at those types of ranges, which we saw. I mean, when it's the Ashe, or whether it's the Sojourn, a couple of those rail shots, a couple of those dynamites, really hitting pay dirt. As Lijiang Tower is going to be our next map here. A very good Pharah map, which is something that definitely makes sense for Dildux perspective, and we're going straight into it. We already have the pick ban, the Moira taken away, and I think this is understandable from Supernova. Or actually, no. I'm
why is Dildux banning the Moira?
I feel like this is flipped. Surely this is.
I feel like this is flipped.
If it's not flipped, then I'm very confused, because like the way that they were playing Sojourn for Supernova, like the way Jutsu's playing it, I don't know why it isn't flipped. So
it's not flipped. It's
Bizarro World, I guess. It's Bizarro World, because I'm like, why would you ban Jutsu's Sojourn? It seems to be working out well for them, but hey, maybe they know something I don't. But the Moira is going to be going too from Dildux's perspective.
And what's odd about that is, I mean, I've kind of hinted at it, but the Moira is part of Dildux's secret glitch comp.
Yeah, that's so.
Like, they're the ones who actually play Moira.
Yeah, that's why I was like befuddled a bit, where I was just like, Dildux is the only team that I've seen play Moira, and they're self-banning it. So maybe there's something there's something we know, or they know, that we don't. But this is the map pick for Lijiang Tower for Dildux. It's their last chance here. If they want to start the reverse, it has to come on Lijiang Tower, a map where they can play Sombra, they can play Pharah. I can't think of really a better map where you would throw down the gauntlet if you're Dildux to try and avoid elimination. It seems like here is better than anywhere.
I mean, PDK gets the entire map. PDK gets to fight in that close to mid-range. There's not a whole lot of super long range to deal with, particularly when it matters. You don't have to take the duel if they want to sit on the long range of Night Market in that open courtyard area. If you're PDK, you don't have to take that duel. You can just rotate to point. So this is a smart pick from Dildux.
Mm-hmm. I think so too, and it's gonna really allow them to play more to their comfort at the very end here. And I don't think, man, I would love to see May, but Razor honestly, I feel like can just play anything. So we'll have to see if that's gonna be a hit pay dirt here. But I think if you're Supernova, not really reason to change too much in terms of what your composition was running. Maybe you'd see like an Honor or something, but I think on Control in particular, Lucio Juno is just too good to pass up.
Yeah, my notes on Razor basically say Hyperflex, and it's just a long list of heroes that I've seen Razor play. Sim and May are both in that list.
Yeah, Razor's been playing everything for a very long time.
Yep. And it's going to come out on the Genji. It ends up being the choice here. So despite all of those kind of hints and thoughts, we end up in practically a mirror. It's just the Juno Curios.
The big difference is going to be that there is going to be that speed ring from Renko to kind of maneuver Supernova a little bit easier, and you can see Jutsu is taking full advantage of that with the speed, dinking Red X down. That means there's no speed for Dildux, and that's just going to be Supernova trying to secure their prey right here.
And it was a double speed, both Grapes and Rinko getting assists on both of those picks for Jutsu and Ryan. So it's just double speed work, and Dilduck's getting outpaced here in this first fight.
Frothy Philly, though, does get a lot of healing available with the amount of spam that we're seeing from Supernova, so that means Kitsune Rush will be available relatively quickly when they come into this next fight. They just need to not lose members in these enclosed areas.
After all backpedaling, sub 200 health with a lot of guns pointed their direction. The heals are spectacular from Rinko and speed from Grapes. Will get Supernova out safely up in the white room where they're trying to get Jutsu positioned in a safe spot. Razor giving the chase from his right-hand side, but Ryan goes to match. Here's that early Kitsune, which you're talking about, pointed right up in white room, but Jutsu with a full rotation around with the Deadeye doesn't land. Ryan goes down. PDK now with their own ultimate. Trying to win out this 5v3, and Grapes jumps right into the middle of it.
That would have been such a sick little flank, though, if it worked from Jutsu. I love the decision-making there. Just a fraction off, but it ended up working out well for Dilducks to be able to take this point, using that Kitsune Rush early, knowing they had that tempo advantage. They do have to be a little bit worried about Renko coming back into this one with an orbital ray, but they do have a sound barrier to blanket it. And then after that, Baz can also throw down that Annihilation to make a dive, a very aggressive push. Scary for Supernova to opt into.
Try to go right up close and personal with this orbital. Baz gets the sound barrier and the Annihilation in. The rest of the Dilducks are trying to push around to the outside, but they get caught. Astro moves out. When we saw the Dilducks trying to move in on the flank, Astro intercepts them beautifully.
Yeah, Annihilation and Orbital Ray seems like a very good combo with the damage boost that you're getting as well, and that means that Grapes is able to hold on to that sound barrier, so now when Dilducks comes into this next fight, they can't get anything with the blade, or they can just use the sound barrier to blanket the blade of Ryan. Whichever dealer's choice they have, they're in a great position.
Holding too close until the sound barrier comes in. They totally baited that one. That was ridiculous. Supernova, they kind of back up from the door, like, no, we're not going to hold choke. We're backing up from the door. Sound barrier beat, engage.
Yeah, guys, don't worry about it. It's totally fine. Honestly, though, they kind of won that fight really, maybe too quickly, because it's going to give Dilducks a chance to get back into this one. But the High Noon is using an aggressive push from Supernova, just holding forward, and PDK goes down through Kitsune Rush. Oh, it's a disaster, Jeff.
There's no way that should have happened. Dilducks are holding a bevy of ultimates, and they're getting pummeled. Razor's able to at least take Astro down. He's got 90% on the board. And Baz is not going to survive through this. The one pick from Razor's all they're going to find here in this final fight for Control Center. Redix trying to make it back onto the point, but got booped off. Will not get the yellow bar going.
Yeah, tempo, proactive versus reactive. That's your Supernova being so reactive. Like, their Dilducks use Kitsune Rush as a way to just disengage from a High Noon, which is not the best way to use a Kitsune Rush, in my opinion, Jeff. I think you want to be using it probably with a little bit more value in that regard. And through even all that, PDK just gets instantly blown up. So really heads up play from Supernova, being able to just push the pedal to the metal, grab the game by the scruff of the neck, and never let it go. And they are one sub map away from being our winners here in the NA Grand Finals FACEIT League season bracket.
It's not very often you see one team throw a Kitsune Rush and the other team try to use it.
Yeah.
Like, that's how that
You usually don't see teams walking into Kitsune Rush. Very rarely. I think that's usually the enemy team is not trying to get into those foxes.
Never mind, threw a choke in towards the enemy spawn. Like, my goodness. All right, Hazard versus Ram here.
And I mean, Astro's going to be able to use these walls effectively and try to create and hold space, but you do have to be worried about the poke damage that could come through as Jutsu is getting taken down low, and PDK already taken out. I mean, the way that Astro just gets aggressive with that engage works out so well. Yes, it's traded back in for Renko, but it's not going to matter too much, as this should be a very quick and cleanup for Supernova, as they're going to be able to take this first point and now have all the positioning to work with. This is exactly where they want to be.
And a scary place for Dilducks. This is a tough map to come in. You only have two ways in. You get a flank side to control or go up main. I suppose you can go over the top, but it's not very useful.
It's going to be difficult. I mean, I think the other thing about it is now you see Frothy Philly goes over to the Kiriko just to offer a little bit of healing to Baz if they get caught out by someone on the end with that wall, as Razor's trying to deal with the Tracer in the air. Suzu already forced actually very early, but Frothy Philly manages to find Ryan.
Yeah, really good catch. Perfect prediction on the recall. The moment they came out of recall, Frothy Philly gets the headshot. Baz now chasing down the Hazard of Astro. Couple of good punch. Puts them back at spawn. PDK going down. Not ideal here, though.
I mean, Baz needs to give his supports a stake there, because Baz was like 1 health, and the supports really clutched up and healed it. Because I think if the Ram dies there, that fight looks completely different. It's potential that Supernova comes back in, but now it's Dildux who have all the positioning, or not Dildux to have all the positioning. Actually, they flipped the map weirdly enough. That was a weird little rotation.
Oh, Asher gets caught trying to go get his jutsu. He just gets punched in the back. Asher just kind of shows him out. The Hazard can just has the ability to just appear anywhere. Hey, there's a little boop. A little consolation prize for Redix.
Don't matter too much, but I mean,
no.
It's about to be an ultimate bloodbath here, and this is Jeff, what we call smacking them with their wallets potentially if you have these many ultimates. And we know how good Supernova has been at rotating their ultimates effectively. If they can just take these 5, like if they win this fight with 1 or 2 ultimates and make Dildux use everything, that's going to be curtains for this map in this series.
I'm really picking the Astro an ideal for Dildux, so they don't have to spin to win this. But once again, fantastic kills coming through from the Supernova backlog. Rinko is an absolute just legend all day long with the Kitsune Rush, one of the many of ults available. Dildux patiently approaching as they've managed to get up those 2 support ults they need. The great Jagged Wall denies the Kitsune Rush, completely stopped it, and Rinko's got the only rush up, and what a deadeye! Astro, I mean, just eats a piece right to the dome. No! Redix, we needed that sound barrier! The Ducks needed you! No blade either. Just you sets them both down. And PDK and Rosie Philly. What was that?
Oh, it's a complete disaster here. Redix is going to be coming back from spawn as well. And you can look at Jutsu trying to take down this Lucio. No Ajax yet. And actually, the blade's coming in from Razor. It might be enough.
Jutsu's able to get Red X. We've got to get a touch. There's Razor on the point with the blade. It wasn't time to initiate the overtime. The Baz is coming in. Supernova wanted to claim the championship right here, right now. And with the down point, they might have just done it. Baz is gone. Razor in a last-minute hold uses everything they've got to try to keep the Ducks in this game. Sneaks away, but Jutsu will hunt him down. Ryan's going to pick off PDK on this side. And it's looking like Supernova can do it. They just have one last little stall. That's it. Nobody can stop the power of the Supernova. They are your Season 4 champions.
Supernova right the wrong of not qualifying for OWCS and get all the way back in to the relegation or to the promotion relegation tournament and do it through a lower bracket run, beating everyone in their path. Extremely well played. This pick from Jutsu onto Redix won them the round completely. That sound barrier wasn't there, and then it just all fell apart for Dildux. Supernova deserving to be your Season 4 champions. Great play in our first series, fantastic play in our second series. They looked unstoppable, Jeff.
I don't even know who I would give that play of the game to. I gotta be honest. If we had MVPs here, I couldn't even start. I don't know. Maybe Jutsu. I don't know. It seemed like just everybody at some point.
I think it's Jutsu. I think it's Jutsu. I would do that. I mean, I'd give it to Jutsu or like Astro. But actually, I mean, you're right. I think overall, like everyone had their moment. I think, like, unfortunately,
Ryan had an insane map.
Yeah.
Rinko
Ryan had a great map.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's Grapes just kind of gets like left to the wayside because it's just like Lucio channel, and it's like,
Lucio,
your job is to not screw up. Your job is to not Ajax a lot of the time when you're Lucio, right? If we're not talking about you Ajaxing, you've done a great job as Lucio. So Grapes definitely deserves some credit as well. But I think the way that they were just so proactive throughout the entirety of this last map kind of just showed how decisive they were. I love the way that the tempo they were playing at. I loved how fantastically they played their ultimates with the macro and the patience. Like, this was just a well-oiled Supernova machine, and they are looking scary going into that relegation bracket.
Yeah, there is Jutsu. We'll end up. We'll settle Jutsu as the star of the show here. We'll just love watching Pup. And whether it was on the Ash, whether it was on the Sojourn, or even in the Cassidy, where we thought, that's where Dildux wanted Jutsu to be. They thought that's where they had the best chance for PDK to kind of stay alive in that matchup. And even then, no. Here's this 4K. That is beat off the table. That's Blade off the table. Let's take out, here's 2 more kills and 2 shots. You betcha.
Yeah, I think DPS bias kind of would, if I was to give it MVP, DPS bias would change it probably more towards Jutsu more than anything. But I think you're right that everyone had their moment and everyone had really fantastic play from that team. I think that they are well deserving of this championship going forward. And I mean, it feels like we saw the same script in the MEA. We had a team who was taken to that lower bracket probably earlier than they would have expected, and then just ran the gambit going all the way to that grand finals, winning 7 maps in a row with that momentum going from that lower final, and just very much putting their stamp on each of those brackets. Well played to Supernova. I think that's kind of the Supernova that we expected, right? The way that they played today, for the most part. If I'm in the relegation bracket, I'm like, I don't know if I want to play Supernova. It's a bit of a difficult situation to play them.
I mean, I could add a little bit more to that one. Is Supernova are going to go into Amplify in particular with some added vimsy, you know?
Dude, that's one to mark on the calendar right there.
Yes. 4 OWCS slot as well. The same stakes against the team that sent them out of OWCS 3 months ago. Supernova will have their shot at that revenge next Friday. 13th. That's Friday, right? I think it's the 13th.
I don't do math on broadcast, so I don't know.
It's the 13th. I don't know what day. It's the 13th.
I'll believe you. I'll believe you. It's the 13th. I'm not gonna risk doing math on stream with the amount of days. But yeah, I think this was just a great showing from Supernova. Definitely, I think it kind of showed us to like how good they were, and even though they had their hiccup going into the lower bracket early, I think, you know, the way that they finished off their tournament, definitely it's not about how you start, it's how you finish, and they finished off very, very fantastically well against some pretty good competition. I mean, that, you know, the team that took them down into that lower bracket, right? They beat them handedly. They beat Rad Academy. Like, Rad Academy didn't stand a chance, and then they beat Dildux, who was on a tear themselves going through that top side of the bracket.
What a turnaround! What a turnaround! It sounds like we're gonna get an interview. We're actually gonna get Ryan in here for an interview here shortly.
Okay.
And we can
Tracer
pick the brain of our Tracer player here today. I mean, you know, formerly he was kind of your air specialist, is now kind of turned into the Tracer player.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ryan like had a lot of good. I think it's overshadowed a little bit by how good Jutsu was on like a lot of the hit scan rolls that we saw, because, you know, sometimes the kill feed just doesn't lie. But I think Ryan had a lot in terms of like winning those side matchups against Razor, forcing Razor off Tracer. A lot of really good sticks that we saw coming out from him. I think there was one stick where they just got rid of like a rally or something like that. Like, those big key stakes are really, really important and impactful. So I think Ryan definitely showed his stuff as well, being able to make a mark on a map like this, where I think everyone kind of on Supernova did. It wasn't just the, you know, one-man show as much as we hyped up Jutsu. Everyone really had their moment.
As much as, you know, they're mechanically gifted and probably the best in their roles across the board for Supernova, also showing, fantastic macro, fantastic discipline, organization, rotations, all of the teamwork elements that go past just click heads. Supernova had all of that on lock. It was an exceptional performance from them here today.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we look at this team, we're going to get Ryan here soon. I'm curious to kind of see how the comm structure works, because of the fact that, like, they seem so composed when it comes to those ultimates. Like, a lot of those like maps were just won by them ult cycling like really effectively, and especially when it's like, you know, those big ultimates like you have in like the hazard compositions and stuff like that, or Overwatch compositions like sound barrier, orbital, right? Comboing those ultimates, things like that. It just really seemed like they were completely on it from the get to be able to combo those ultimates effectively, but also be patient and win fights just by using singular ultimates. That's really, I think, the mark of a very well-oiled machine of a team.
So tempting just to throw one extra ultimate. You know, some of those fights were so close on those. It wasn't like a dominant fight where you're like, you obviously don't need any more ults. They'd be close fights, and Supernova would have the ults and not invest them, still win it out. You know what? We get, you know, it's enough of us. Let's get to talk to Ryan. We're gonna get Ryan in the call. This is gonna be an audio only interview. So
hello.
No camera here. But yes, hello, Ryan, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on the dub.
Thanks for having me. I don't know, pretty fun series, I can't lie. That's pretty chill. We expected to win, but it was good.
So walk me through a little bit about this, because you went to the lower bracket relatively early, I think, in like the tournament that probably you were expecting, like, and now you make the salty run back all the way through into grand finals. Were super convincing today in both of your series. Kind of, where was who was holding the mental together for your team, you know, and being like, you know, because you guys are all very like experienced players in Overwatch Tier 2. You kind of already know that. Was there someone who was like, you know, being the rah-rah person, or was it just all of you kind of like understanding like, okay, we know we're good enough, we'll take it through the lower bracket, no problem?
Well, I think honestly, when as soon as we went to the lower bracket, I think it really started with Astro. Like, he's always like a grinder and like puts in all the work, and like he never really he never really worried about it too much. He's like, yeah, we know we're good players. Like, all of us are insane at the game. Like, one loss, we just like woke up on the wrong side of the bed one day, and it is what it is. Just played through the lower bracket. I mean, you saw today, like,
yeah,
we lost, but it was domination. I can't even lie. Like, they couldn't play.
I guess you're allowed one loss every 3 months, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the content, we gotta get drops for everyone on stream. You know, that's
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
How does it feel making it back into those OWCS quals? Was there ever any doubt? And
way off my shoulders. Way off of my shoulders. Jesus, you guys don't understand. Like,
no,
literally as soon as we lost to Amplify, like, obviously we didn't expect to lose or whatever, but like it happened. It is what it is. And then literally the past 3 months, I would say, like however long it's been, have literally just been thinking, we cannot wait until we're back on. Like, that's all we've been thinking. Just like thinking about OWCS, Like, we gotta play through Masters. It is what it is. But I mean, we made it. We won.
Yeah.
Got relegation next week, I think.
Yeah,
so it should be good.
On the 13th, I believe, is what Jeff said here. But I so kind of like walk me through a little bit about like when you guys like won this, because like, is it like a weight off your shoulders where you're just like you said it was a weight off your shoulders, but like when did it become real to you, where you're just like at the end of the series when you're just like you can finally just like we did it now, like the mostly like one of the hardest parts is over, one of the longest parts is over. Do you feel like now you can play with a little bit more freedom now that you're going into that relegation bracket?
Definitely. I think the weight of my shoulders didn't even happen at like the last match at all. Like it was just Rad Academy. Like as soon as we won that match, played it out 3-0, we all were just like, thank God, guys, it's done.
I set on OWCS.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Any special preparations for next weekend? Like, are you going to change anything up? I mean, it seems like what you're doing is working. You know, you've got your most important matches that you've had in 3 months coming up next weekend. You got a little bit of time to celebrate. I mean, you're champions here in FACEIT Master, but that's to be expected, I think, from your side of things. You all expected that. So what do you do to ensure the same thing doesn't happen again that happened the first qualifiers?
Honestly, just no leaks, you know. Obviously, because it is next week, but
yeah, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean strat wise. You know,
no, I know, but we're just gonna take a lot of time to prep. I think that really helped us again today. Like, honestly, against Strat Academy, we didn't even win off of like gameplay. We kind of just won off of hero bans, because like they like to play a lot of like off meta things and whatnot. And we just banned really well. They couldn't play what they wanted. They played our game and 3-0. So hopefully we can do the same in relegation next week. And then
you do the same thing to Dildux. To be fair, like you
true.
You're banning Sombra, and it's like, oh, that's a Razor special right there. I know him well. You know, that's definitely one.
Yeah.
Dildux wanted to play more so than anything else. I bet they were just like, darn it, man, we can't do it. But kind of like walk me through a little bit about the team dynamic, like in comm, because like it feels like whenever you guys have like ultimate advantage, you guys are so crisp with like your macro and like ultimate rotations. Like, is there someone who's like the particular shot caller for like ult tracking like that? Like, how do you guys kind of operate in that? Because you have a lot of like really, really talented people on the team that have been playing Overwatch for an incredibly long time. Like, where does that come from in terms of being able to, you know, be very composed in these very macro heavy compositions?
Astronex, to be honest, like he's just honorary Korean, you know. Our push-pull has gotten very good. We know when it's our turn, we know when it's not our turn, we know when it's time to fight, when it's time to make a play, when it's time to live. Like, he's just been really good at making those like really important calls and like those plays, and we kind of just like our minions and follow him into battle and then win. Like, yeah, I don't know.
He's puppeteering you guys? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, kind of. Like, sometimes we'll load into a fight and it's like, someone will be like, oh, I want to make like a flank play with this fight. And then Astronex will like say like, yeah, do that, then do this, and this, and then live that ult, and then we can go back in with our own. We're like, all right, say less.
Okay, Astronex got a big brain on him. Okay.
He's playing 4D chess here.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Okay.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, wonderful insight. I really appreciate you coming to talk with us. Congrats on the huge championship. Go enjoy it. I know you've got a big match weekend. Go celebrate. This is awesome. Thank you so much for taking time. And yeah, good luck next weekend in the relegation matches.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, appreciate you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Goodbye.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Good interview. Good interview.
That's a good interview.
For Ryan there. I love that one. I love that it just feels like Astronex is just puppeteering the entirety of the team. And it's like it's just a mind control. It's like, okay, that's really where we gotta go. But no, it feels like that team is super coordinated. I mean, you heard it. Like I could hear it in the voice of Ryan, where it's like as soon as Ryan said amplify, I was like, oh, it's on when we get to that relegation bracket.
Yeah, I
like
think
they want that matchup so bad.
I think I hit a nerve with that one. I didn't even get that question out. You know?
Ryan was chomping at the bit to mention the amplify match. Like Ryan, we could have picked anyone from that roster, and they would have been like, "We want to play amplify. It's what we want. We want to right that wrong."
And they'll get their chance. They have earned it. They have fought hard all season long through 16 matches in regular season, and then here through this upper bracket, all for that opportunity. And my gosh, they got it. Supernova have got it. They will play in those promotion relegation matches next weekend. They have first place, $7,500 in prize money here from this tournament. And I can't wait to see what they've got for us next week. Maybe we see them in OWCS for Stage 2. You'll have to turn in next weekend to find out. But that is going to do it for us here tonight. Oh, man, what an amazing day of games. Big shout out to our huge staff behind the scenes, observers, producers, and everybody bringing this fantastic match. And from Kenobi and myself and everybody at FACEIT, thank you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for this awesome season. It has been spectacular. We'll see you next weekend for OWCS promotion relegation matches. Have a wonderful night. Bye, friends.
Time for the reckoning! Justice reigns from above!
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nito? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger. Let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car. We're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.